The Overwatch Invitational 3 is brought to you by Elo Hell Esports, turning passionate volunteers into working esports professionals. For more information, join the Discord today at discord.gg/elohell. The Overwatch Invitational 3 is brought to you by Crusaders, a community centered around gaming, positive vibes, and encouragement to reach for your dreams in a way that only Johnny Cruz can deliver. For more information, join the Discord today at discord.gg/Crusaders. The Overwatch Invitational 3 is brought to you by Project Gap. As the go-to tournament organizer and production house of Europe, there's no better place to hone your skills, experience quality events, and have fun along the way. For more information, check them out on Twitter at Gap Project with a K. The Overwatch Invitational 3 is brought to you by Redbird Esports, the collegiate esports hub of the Illinois State University Redbirds. With wings open wide, gamers of all genres are encouraged to climb to new heights in their favorite games. For more information, check them out on Twitter at Redbird_esports.
Welcome to the Will English Invitational. And welcome back to the Overwatch Invitational 3. My name is Will English IV, and I'm sorry, Captain Jack, but we have to introduce the man of the hour, the beat dropper himself, the man, Johnny Cruz, coming onto the broadcast this afternoon. How are you doing, Johnny? How are you doing?
That's super good on a Sunday, hanging out. Get to watch some Overwatch. So I'm excited. I'm excited to do this. Excited to comment on all of this and show my skills as somebody who knows what they're doing finally in Overwatch. Kind of.
Like unlike us, right?
Yeah. Honestly, I don't know what I'm doing half the time when I'm playing Overwatch. So that's why I'm a caster. So.
Well,
that's why we're in the booth.
This is fun. I'm excited to see the teams. I'm excited to troll them as we go along.
Now,
right.
are you going to use your voice lines every time an ultimate goes off if someone's playing Lucio?
I wish they could hear, so they could be like, "Why are there so many beats going off?" This doesn't make any sense.
Just be the team's comms, and they're like, "Whoa, who dropped the beat? Oh, you still have your ultimate? Weird. That's weird.
You just dropped it.
Is that a bug, or is it? No, it's the actual voice actor going on. Well, I'm really happy to see you here, man. Thank you so much for coming by. We're just kind of a community stream out here, and I'm glad you're able to kind of stop by and kind of give us a little bit of legitimacy, if not much. But I know you two have a match to cast as well, so I'm gonna get out of your way so I don't fanboy even harder than I already do. But Captain Jack, why don't you tell us about like kind of this Crusaders project, because this is your thing. This is your thing too, right?
Yeah. So actually, I was brought on by the staff of the Crusaders to start kind of building their production team and whatnot. So I got to meet Johnny and kind of start working with Johnny and really kind of learning about the program and whatnot. So Johnny, I'm gonna let you kind of tell us in your own words where did this idea of the Crusaders server kind of come from? Like, what started your journey? So to speak.
Well, my journey started with playing Overwatch on Switch with my nephew, and I just got hooked on the game. And my nephew's like, "You should stream. You should start a Discord." He helped me start a Discord, and then going Grandmaster was a show. I was like, I want to get to Grandmaster. What other better way than to jump in with the community who could teach me at an accelerated rate and help me get there? AKA boosting me. Let's be honest. But during that, I found such a great community of humans. I think people who play Overwatch and especially Lucio, I guess, fans have such a beautiful heart, and the people who come to my Discord, I think, have that aspiration for a little bit more of a future that is brighter. So this Discord kind of came about itself and kind of homegrown into a sense of like, how could we create better experiences within Overwatch through better communication. And that's what I've seen is the better we communicate in game, what we need, how we're feeling. I think a lot of assumptions are gone and emotions are managed better. So I think what it came to me is like, hey, let's create a better community of people who are helping to communicate what they need in game, what good communication is, what nonviolent communication is. And so I've got a great team of people who are on that mission as well. And in the Discord, it's a really great community of people who are learning to interact over the internet in the most uplifting of ways. And that's what the Crusaders is like, how could we create these streams of teams of people who are playing the game and managing their emotions in a way that's positive. So it's been great, and it's kind of creating itself. I think that's what is needed. So I'm just allowing and facilitate what is needed to be. That's basically
awesome.
Yeah.
So the TLDR, instead of amping your SR, we started amping up other folks so that they could have an amazing time playing Overwatch. So that's absolutely amazing, Johnny. And that's why I love being part of the Crusaders server. If you would like to be part of the Crusaders, be sure to check out discord.gg/Crusaders with 3 Z's in the middle. And that'll get you linked up with the Crusaders server. They do all sorts of events. They do game nights. They do... I think right now they're doing a try not to laugh kind of compilation where you can submit videos and try to make Johnny laugh. And normally, actually, we probably in the near future will be starting off the Crusade of Champions again, which is a tournament that the Crusaders organization has been running a couple of times now, and we're looking to make it absolutely amazing. So again, go check out discord.gg/Crusaders with 3 Z's. Now, we can't get started today without talking about the teams that we're getting ready to see. So looking at Group B for today, making our way down the list, we have Solstice Esports, UTD T-Mock, Draco Gang, Aphelion Hydro, Tier 3 subs, which those two will be seeing here in mere moments. Indiana Tuck University, DePaul University, Shigagami, Spin to Win, Wisdom, and Regen. So the earlier matches, unfortunately, due to EU, we allowed the North American matches to kind of go ahead and start off, and we've actually already got scores coming in, and it looks like Spin to Win has been relegated to the lower bracket already.
Oh no!
Yeah, so they're already knocking on death's door. Not a good place to be. With Wisdom and Regen getting ready to start off, and they'll actually be starting right after this on the Crusader stream, and you can go check that out at twitch.tv/Crusaders.
Yeah,
again with three Z's.
With 3 Z's, yeah.
Crusaders. Awesome. That's how you say it.
Oh, sorry.
You always have to say it exactly like that.
Well, listen, I'm going to get out of your way, Jack and Johnny. Listen, Johnny, once again, thank you so much. Like I said, it's an honor and a pleasure. You know, kind of keeps going. And your mission sounds amazing, and that's kind of what we're trying to do here as well. We're trying to be a positive community. We're trying to be a force for good here, and I think we're doing a good job. And the fact that people like you are coming on board, I totally appreciate that. And so I'm going to get back into the booth here. Jack, why don't you take it away? And thanks again. I'll see you guys soon.
Yeah,
see you soon.
I'm ready. Let's do this.
Can't seem to keep my logo up behind me. Don't know what's going on there. All right. Well, Johnny, we have got two amazing teams coming up right now that we are getting ready to see. We've got Aphelion Hydro and the Tier 3 subs. Now, the rumor mill has always been that these two faced off in IV2, and it was an absolute clash, and, you know, Aphelion was looking for comeback. So when we did the draw show earlier this week, and we saw Aphelion say, "We want Tier 3 subs."
I also want Tier 3 subs.
Yeah. we were like, hey, this is the rematch of the century. They want to bring it back, but we ended up realizing that was actually the match that we wished for, but never was.
It was the ship that never happened.
Exactly. Okay. The ship that never sailed, the plane that never flew, the firework that never exploded. Whatever analogy you want to use, but nevertheless, it just didn't happen due to I believe it was Avidity ended up knocking out Hydro earlier on, and so we didn't get to see the matchup, and now we get to see it today, right before our very eyes, Johnny. And these two organizations have been part of the Invitational for some time now. So looking through the rosters, they've bulked up, they've buffed up, and I think that is going to be an absolutely amazing match.
I'm excited to see what happens. Basically off of this lore. Yeah, I love that you're giving the lore before. So let's see what happens. I'm ready to see who does it. Do you have any thoughts on who you're seeing might come out ahead, or you don't want to say?
It's really hard to say. You know, I look at both of these, both of the list of teams, and there's some names that I recognize that come from the previous iteration of the Invitational. There's some new faces on board. So really, at the end of the day, I'm always one for just kind of leave it up to fate, and let's see what they bring us to. And that first map for the day is going to be taking us to Nepal, I believe. Okay, and great. So I think the interesting part that we're going to see here, Johnny, is that it's all about how they utilize the space that we see on Nepal. As we know, the map contains three very different areas. You have the village, very self-contained, very close quarters combat, and then you have the sanctum, which I know characters that love Lucio are all about, sending them into the depths as best you can. Yeah. And then the shrine, which has a lot of space to kind of work around and utilize. So really seeing what kind of compositions come out from these teams, I think are going to give us a really good idea as to what we may see going into the matches after this.
Great. I'm excited to watch it. I do enjoy Nepal Sanctum. Not a huge fan of the village too much, but Sanctum and I think it would be, and I'm hoping somebody's just gonna just for my sake just auto lock Lucio every match, no matter, even if it fits. That's what I'm hoping for. That's what I want to see. That's who wins in my heart.
Gotcha. All right. Do you want to give a special shout out to Barbecue for giving 3 tier 1 subs to the Invitational. Thank you so much for supporting our amazing community. And it looks like we're waiting on tier 3 subs, you know, typical memers, just kind of dragging their feet, waiting out the clock. I mean, we're only 15 minutes early from your match, folks. Come on,
can we throw it out to the chat that every time tier 3 wins a match, somebody gifts a tier 3 sub?
I mean,
can we see that?
I mean, that is completely up to the teams that are out there, Johnny. If those at home want to donate that way, exactly. Who wants to donate a tier 3 sub to tier 3 subs? Just saying. But I mean, they're more than happy to do that. Or some other ways that you can actually support the Invitational is you can go to skulls.com/invitational. We partnered up with Skulls to bring you some amazing merchandise for the first time ever in Invitational history.
Let's check it out.
You can get the official Will English Invitational Classic jersey, both in home and away colors. It looks absolutely fantastic. If you've seen Will in the classic Cubs jersey and was like, man, I wish I could have one of those, have it customized with my name on the back, you can. And it even has Will's face on the front, so you'd never forget where you got it from. And then, of course, there's our Invitational 3 merch, which runs the gamut from jerseys to sweatshirts to flags to coffee mugs and cups and all sorts of things. And a portion of those proceeds come back to the Invitational, not only to raise our prize pool, but also to support our staff. As you all know, we bring in a lot of talent for the tournaments that we put on here at the Invitational, and at the end of the day, we want to make sure that they're paid properly. So if you can help us out in that way, and then you got a little piece for yourself as well to remember your time here at the Invitational. So that is one of many ways that you can also support other than just giving on tier 3 subs. All right, maybe a little bit more information than I needed to know there, Uni. So, Johnny, how about, since we're just hanging tough, let's talk a little bit more about Crusaders. So, actually, this is a really big coincidence as to when we put on this event. What? All right, so it's a really big coincidence. Yeah, apparently we're already in it. We were told that somebody was not at their computer, and then they just pressed start. So we're gonna go ahead and jump into it. But like I was saying, this is a very unique situation because this is actually the anniversary of the Crusaders going on right now. Just perfect timing. You had your anniversary stream, I believe it was yesterday. And then now we're having you here to have some fun with us and hopefully bring some more folks into the fold over there to the Crusaders community.
If you want to have a good time where everybody's doing their best to be a loving entity while playing, come to the Crusaders. It's a better vibe. It's a better understanding. But also the same here. And I'm happy to partner up with you and team up and do this because we're all in the same vibe. We just want to have some fun here. We just want to enjoy this. Competition could get intense, but how do we cope with that? Here we go.
All right, Johnny, let's get it started here on Shrine. It looks like we're going to see the standard brawl composition with the McFlurry coming out against this kind of buddy meta. We've seen interesting pickup coming there using the Maywall. Hydro goes to the high ground, grabs the triple, and the tier 3 subs, although trying to make it happen. We see the Cowboy locking it down with the Peacekeeper, and the objective goes to Hydro to start things off.
I mean, a nightmare when it comes to fighting a May on this map. I think it's been my nightmare. So Aphelion is helping to just make the realization of my nightmare come to pass. So what are we going to have to see tier 3 to beat out this guy? What are we going to have to do?
Well, ideally speed would be the answer here, but right now it just looks like Hydro is locked down on this objective. There doesn't seem to be much more that they can do. They're trying to speed by. They're trying to do a couple of drive-bys here and there, but it's not enough to shut them down. Yeah, I mean the composition's really fast.
A hamster drive-by. I never thought of it, but that is exactly what's always happening, and a nightmare.
Yeah.
That's right, Affiliate. He's playing that Lucio boy. Taking the high ground here. I mean, a great little spot, you know, to really start getting a pick off. Look at right there, walled off.
Ooh. Beautiful rotation coming in as we see tier 3 subs opting for the mirror composition now. Lukewarm does find Key, finds the double kill. Finding the double kill. Jazza is indeed getting jazzy right now as we see the blizzard unveiled from Dantu. That's going to go ahead and clean up the rest of the objective here as we see Nitro trying to touch, but it's going to stay in Hydro's favor. Close. Tier 3 subs, but no cigar.
That was wild. They held it easy street there. I mean, we've got on the other team, we got Lukewarm coming with a high noon, but we're gonna need to see more of that with what 10, 9, 8. Oh man, it's going down pretty quick.
Ooh, we do see the counter tackles coming in from either side. Overtime ticking away, but it looks like someone from tier 3 is on the objective. They get the flip, but the fight is far from over as Lukewarm is already in the fight. Immortality and Matrix. First strike coming through for Nitro Galaxy. The self-destruct does find one for Soft Dogler, but it's not going to be enough to turn the... Actually, it is enough to turn the objective into... And they just clean it on up. It is not enough for them to hold on. Lukewarm back on the objective as the Tracer just trying to hold it. Keep that overtime wick burning as long as they possibly can. ISO riding on in as that pesky Lucio. But they're going to get these down by Sock. 100 to 12 as we see Affiliate and Hydro take the first point.
That was insanity right there at that end. They were giving everything they could. Tier 3 subs, capturing it at that end. My goodness. I didn't even think they'd get that cap, but they were like, this, we're in doing it. And then they lost it immediately, which I've succumbed to. But also being at 99% and then getting it capped on the other side. Also Overwatch nightmare. So, but they got it back real quick. Dantu and Jazza just slapping people around. Pretty incredible. Let's see what happens. Can T3 get this one? Because they're going to need lock it. We'll see.
Yeah, this is really going to be the question now of the mirror composition. We see Lukewarm now opting for the Symmetra. Really big here on Village. We've seen a lot recently. So we will actually even see them with that Symmetra able to touch the objective first. Going to be able to pump out a lot more CC. The Maywall comes up already. The turret's doling out a heck of a ton of damage. Immortality field up, and the freeze just comes in from Chinese food, not a day old, as they go ahead and clean it on up. The damage coming in from Lukewarm's level 3 beam is just too much for Affiliate and Hydro to handle, and even though Dantu is protected for now, that icicle eventually will melt. Tier 3 subs take control of the objective and start their percentage climb.
Wow. So they're finding it. They found it. This Symmetra is kind of a nightmare here on this map here. So they're gonna have to take her out. Get that Symmetra. Get those turrets, because I'm always screaming in my matches. Turret! Okay. Coming up on the next match, let's see if they can get it back with this May. I think the May switch up was good. There it goes.
Ooh, Shatter coming in, does find 3. Cleanup is fast and fierce. A very unfortunate move by the tier 3 subs, getting a little too over aggressive when they had so much advantage on the objective to start things off. Chinese food finds themselves in the fridge and will find themselves now back in spawn as we see control swap over to Affiliate.
All right, there you have it. They got it back. They got it back. Still same comp coming through. We got 2 ultimates coming through. They're gonna have to avoid that blizzard and work around that wall that's coming up if they do it. And then we've got I mean, I'm in my own face as well over the other side. Okay, they're coming around the back. They're coming around the back.
That is true. We see him rotating and using the Mei wall to try to block the objective, but it doesn't look like it's going to fend them off for long. The flip does happen, but the fight, again, is far from over as we go ahead and see Lukewarm continuing on, just melting everyone. Blizzard coming out from Dantu, but it's too little, too late. They're going to try to escape. They do find Lukewarm with that Blizzard, and the picks come in, but control continues to be held by the tier 3 subs as they push Aphelion to the brink.
Wow! I'm never mesmerized by this play, man. Oh my god, the back and forth. I mean, yeah, they're holding it down. I don't know if what we got on Affiliate Hydra is going to be enough to come counteract this and actually capture the point at 26%. I think Tier 3 might, if they could just hold it. We got one more match on us on this map.
That's absolutely true. They could take us to Sanctum as we see the teleporter going down to Jazza. That will alert Tier 3 that they're there. Self-destruct! Finds 2. Sockdogler able to find 1 with theirs as well. But Prototype are not having it on the objective from Jazza. Immediate deletion as we go ahead and see them make their way back to the objective 100 to 26. As we see the Tier 3 subs tying it up.
This
1
is
to
gonna be
1.
a match. All right, this is a match. Here we go.
Score.
Report Diva for frog abuse.
I mean, you know, those divas, you know, they always be chasing down those frogs. I don't know why.
All right, I'm excited that they got to this map. Let's see if they can get these Lucios to be popping off some of the teams on each side. I want to see lots of boobs. That's what I want.
It's incredibly possible. We do see ISO and Mayhem on those Lucios. Dantu playing around with that Doomfist.
Oh my god, he can't be a nightmare.
You want to talk about a pooper? They'll definitely send you to the depths. And of course, Key and Nitro, Prototype, and Sock all have their ways of sending folks off the map, even if it is at the sacrifice of their own lives. Sometimes Maywall comes up early, trying to push out Hydro, keep them off of that high ground so that they can finish setting up. And the Symmetra turrets start finding lives. Already Dantu, falling incredibly low, has to head back to the safety of the team as the point unlocks. Doesn't look like Hydra is going to be able to get back into the objective in time to be able to prevent Tier 3 subs from at least taking control for now. Quick regroup coming in as we go ahead and see the rotation come out from Tier 3 to pull back and hold this objective.
Oh wow. Yeah, I mean, they I don't know if Doofus is the play against this May and this cop, but he's gonna stick with it. Okay, here it comes. They're in it.
ISO there on the high ground, trying to get some cheeky boobs, and Dantu already with the Meteor Strike. With the uppercut, ISO able to get that boob kill off the side with the DMAC on top of it, but it is not enough for Billion Hydro to turn the tide as the percentage continues to climb for the Tier 3 subs.
Yeah, they're holding it down tough. That first match was apparently a warm-up over here for Tier 3 subs, as they're just keeping it. Prototype were slapping people around today.
Hey, you know what? Sometimes you just gotta do what you gotta do. Teleport sends them straight to the objective. Beat Shadow coming out from Nitro and ISO.
Okay.
And they're just gonna push straight into the objective. Deadeye from Jazza looking for something, anything, but gets nothing but Chinese Foods box with that May wall. The uppercut comes in, but Lukewarm is charged up and ready to go. Prototype are chasing down the Cowboy to see if they can go ahead and finish them off. Gonna end up getting teabagged, but you can't keep a mini diva down. We'll go ahead and use a self-destruct to get the quick remake as the control is still in the objective. Jumbo and Mayhem utilizing the beat just to be able to keep the many of them alive. Dantu now back in the fight, and it looks like somehow they're gonna still hold on to this objective.
Oh, that was nice. A nice little punch there to that Tifa Mech off the point. That's a boop. I'll take that. I'll take that punch in the face as a boop. So yeah, tier 3 coming through. Then Aphelion coming back, holding it down. I don't know. I thought this was gonna go to tier 3. We're seeing it's a close match.
Well, once again, these were the prophesized two that were going to be so deadly to one another, and right now, Aphelion coming out on top. Nitro trying to hold the line here. The tackle comes in, and Key slams him against the wall, and back to spawn, and we're heading into last fight territory for Hydro to lock down this objective. Shatter coming out, seeing if they can get some early picks. We'll end up getting the DMAC onto Prototype R. And that may be just enough to hold them at bay without having one of their tanks on the field.
Oh, double windows.
The garage doors open on either side as Nitro takes two with the tackle. Down two, and Jazzy able to tie it up. Now taking the lead as ISO finds themselves off the field. And Aphelion Hydro indeed sending tier 3 subs to a watery grave here on Nepal to start things off, bringing us up 1-0 in our quarterfinals matchup.
Wow. Yeah, that was a nice back and forth there. Yeah, Prototypers slapping people around.
Beautiful
so
double kill coming in here, and then
no subs to, on this round. But maybe the next. We'll see what happens. We're going to the next round. But that was a really great match between both of them. Like it keeps you guessing. It's not a roll. So.
Yeah, Control is definitely one of those maps that it's always kind of hit or miss, right? Yeah. You never know what you're actually going to see, and Pray Tell it doesn't even really do justice to how the map is going to end up at the end of the day. So I'm truly interested to seeing how close these fights were already. We are going to see tier 3 subs pick the next map, which is going to be sending us to Hybrid, I believe, and they will have 3 maps to choose from our map pool as I look them up real quickly. It's going to be Blizzard World, Hollywood, or Numbani. So, Johnny, based on what you were seeing, where would you take us for our next map of the series?
You know, I'd have to give it to Blizzard World on for those 3 choices. I like Blizzard World. When that one comes up, I'm like, okay, this is fun. This is fun. All right. I'm not a huge fan of Numbani. I don't know why. I don't know. Maybe I have just too many losses, too many things in my heart that's been like, why do I always lose on this map? I don't know. Yeah. Blizzard World's been fun. I've had some great Hanzo moments on Blizzard World map.
All right.
Those have been some of my favorite plays of the game, but that's just personal. So, but I don't know what they're gonna pick. Who's picking it? It's a
tier 3 subs
tier 3.
are.
That's right.
And we should be getting an update as to which map that ends up being. Oh, okay. So they're still. That actually has been the most popular map so far, Johnny. For a majority of the matches, it has been Blizzard World. As a matter of fact, just because usually the teams end up on defense, you know. But it looks like you gotta go ahead and grab your shades. Because we head into Hollywood, John.
Yeah, okay. I also like Hollywood. I've had some good matches on Hollywood, so I like it a lot.
Yeah, not a lot of boot potential on Hollywood, unfortunately, but nevertheless, it is still a great map for the compositions that we saw. You know, we saw during Nepal the Rush coming out. We saw a little bit of the Hamster Diva Dive, which has been really deadly, kind of at the tier 2, tier 1 level. You know, kind of contenders Overwatch League. You know, if you can get it right. If you can get the timing going well, it can really work out in your favor. But as we've been seeing thus far, if tier 3 subs pull it out again, it looks like Aphelion Hydro is ready and waiting to take them out. So it looks like we're going to get ready to head into Hollywood to see what is going to go ahead and go down. It looks like teams are saying on the side that they were for Nepal, So we're actually going to see tier 3 subs start off on the attack, Johnny.
Great. I think anytime I see a defend, I'm like, come on, man. I don't ever want to defend first.
Oh, never mind. We were baited, Johnny. They are taking the defense.
Okay, they're taking the defense. Okay. I mean, yeah, get the defense out of the way first. Maybe is a good strategy, but I think, you know, it's always two teams can have a great attack, but what I've seen is defense is always, if you got defense, you got it. And getting that defensive strategy on any of these maps, I don't know how or where your brain is, what that looks like, but if you get your defense down, I think you're going to be an unstoppable team. So let's see what they're doing.
I might need this later.
Well, you know, they say that either side is a great possibility. As the attackers, you can set the line and really know where to be able to defend to and how hard you can. And on the defense, you can draw the line as to how far the attackers can indeed go. It looks like Chinese food coming out on the Sombra quick, just kind of scouting out the area. We got some double bubble coming in for this attack, Johnny.
All holding the high ground there, except for Monkey. Got to dive up. Yeah, up.
Ooh. It's looking to come in. The Ash of Jazza doling out a bit of damage as Key just kind of poking around the corner with Nitro Galaxy. Both of them falling incredibly low, and Lukewarm trying to move their way in, seeing if they can clean Key out of the fight, but not able to find the way to unlock that death just yet. As Key does find themselves taking down ISO, and that's going to be just enough to pull tier 3 subs back for now.
Wow. Yeah, Kamsky throwing out the heals so much. They already got there for the next fight, their ultimate. Who are they going to nano? Who's the one to nano? Monkey? Monkey's probably the one. Let's see what happens. There it is.
Indeed what we may see. The nano going in, actually going on Lukewarm. Get in! Bomb in the back line, just leaning it on up, making sure that Lukewarm had all the defenses they need to just dash into the back line and get that pulse bomb off. They'll pay off in dividends right now as they send Dantu back to spawn. And with 2:20 on the clock, Objective Alpha is captured as we see tier 3 take to the streets.
That was a quick cap. Second fight using those ults. I mean, they built it up and they took it. They took it. That's how to do it there. Especially with this comp. How do I get my own camera out of the way?
If you hit the little box next to the 2 arrows, Johnny, I'll take that off for you. Nevertheless, getting in here, Aphelion Hydro has some ultimates online, ready to unleash the Primal Rage coming out for Key in the side room, just to be able to push tier 3 subs back a little bit, but that card's still going to be making some impressive progress. With Hydro holding the high ground, though, it's going to be a matter of time. That Graviton Surge online, just waiting for the opportunity. Nitro going into the back line with the Primal Rage. Graviton Surge finds one, and Mayhem able to take him down. Another Pulse Bomb from Lukewarm, remove Sock out of the fight. And that is going to be just enough to clear the path. Chinese food following up onto Mayhem, and the trades just continue to come out on the objective. They're going to slow it down, but not for long.
Wow.
As tier 3 subs clear the path to point 2.
Had that solo ult on that Brig, man. You think it would have done it, but nope. And they're moving this car pretty quick. I mean, this is where the defense comes in, and they keep changing it up to figure it out. But I don't know if that's the play. I don't know if they got 2 dives against dives, but is that the right play? I don't know.
That is always the question, Johnny. The dive versus the double bubble each have their own strengths, and right now it looks like Hydro might be able to hold the line. Triple kill comes in. Chinese food with the duplicate pulse bomb does find Mayhem, but it looks like the tier 3 subs have gotten a bite taken out of them and are going to have to head back to spawn to regroup. Still 2:45 on the clock, though, so going to have plenty of time for a couple more fights.
Yeah, we got a Diva Bomb coming up. We got We got a nano coming up. So what's it? What are they gonna use? What are we gonna see here? I'm interested in if she's gonna be able to get that secret bomb off here, because it's got to be secret.
Prototype's got to get it right in the right area. That Diva Bomb has to be perfect. Let's see if they can make that happen. Sockdogler trying to push back. The picks coming in as Nitro ends up finding Jazza trying to turn the tide, but it's too little too late. That's going to be another 45 seconds off the clock as Tier 3 subs going to have to get wrapped up and see if they can come back in swinging.
I mean, this is looking a little tight here. I'm interested to see if they can even get this second cap in what 2 minutes. If they hold it down, they're gonna need some firepower here against because we got 3 ults coming up with Tier 3 subs.
That's absolutely true. Prototype just trying to eat up as much damage as possible, but you can't eat up an angry monkey. Furious George in the side area, just wailing away at the Tier 3 subs, able to get the health pack and make their way right on back in there. Will end up finding Kamsky in the end, but will lose their life. The trades keep coming in. Jazza and Lukewarm trading it out, and again, it's just enough to push Tier 3 subs back. Only a minute remains on the clock as they look for a way to gain the advantage.
Yeah, here they come. Here they come. He's already jumping in it, trying to do it. Oh, he's getting all the firepower. Oh, the monkey going ham.
Let's see if they can turn it. The flail shot does find Jono, though. ISO with the Brig is trying to lock down this objective. Sockdogler not going to be able to eat up that Tesla cannon, and finally Tier 3 subs able to break the dam open and start making their way into objective 3.
All right, they got 2 minutes to push it all the way. Tier 3. I thought Ophelia was gonna hold them there, but they got through the doors, and that's how the Overwatch goes. Is right towards the last minute, everybody gets some sort of power surge to push through. So let's see what happens.
Exactly, a speed boost, as they would call it, I would say. Let's see if they can keep it going, though. 1:30 remains on the clock as we go ahead and see how Hydro is going to hold the line. Right now, they're kind of being pushed back and bullied here. Chinese Food with the nanoed test visor, but gets nothing but Bubble. Looking to see if they can clean up. Jazza will find the pick, as well as Sockdogler going down to Nitro. That's going to be enough to keep that payload moving, but the staggers from Aphelion might hold them at bay for just a little bit longer and really shave down that clock.
Ooh, okay. I mean, we're Mayhem coming out with the ult already, making sure they hold it towards this end, but this is where it's going to either go into multiple rounds or not. Let's see it.
All right, that rally is going to give a little bit extra armor, and we will see the Cowboy taking Key out of the fight. Let's hope that they are not keystone to the success of Hydro right now. Jazza does get the trade onto Nitro Galaxy. Might be enough to hold the line, but Lukewarm has ding headshot comes in with the reload with the Deadeye, and is just slamming that right click over and over. Peace Bomb gets nothing but Bubble down to able to find Chinese Food in the midst of the chaos, and the Feed Fest just coming in from spawn, just trying to get this into overtime, able to get the DMAC prototyper holding it together. Overtime ticking away, only 2 meters remaining on the objective, and Lukewarm is trying to click every possible hit they can. ISO coming in with the flail is going to be what it takes to push it into objective 3, and that's going to lock it down with no time on the clock, but a very good line for the side of Tier 3 subs.
Wow. I mean, that was a good hold, taking it down to overtime here from Aphelion. So, can they get it with some time? That's what we got to see. If they can get it there quicker, they're going to have the edge here, and that's what they're going to be looking for. How can they push it faster than T3 did to get it above overtime? Let's see it.
Well, I think the bigger issue here is just the aggression itself, right, Johnny? Because the biggest thing that we saw from Tier 3 subs is that they were being aggressive. They were being very forward, being many times I barely had a second to be able to throw it to you before they were already back in the fight, because they were trying to pick off stragglers that thought that they were safe, that thought that the fight would just be magically over because most of their team was dead. No. Tier 3 subs out for blood and hungry right now as they are setting up on the defense, pulling out a little bit of horsepower with the Orisa.
Yeah, okay. And we'll see if Aphelion can be more aggressive or outplay their defense. And that's it. Is like, you know, they just got to be able to outplay that defense. Chinese foods getting that peak first off. There we go. All right, here it comes.
I do love the specific coloring on Chinese food. Picking I believe the Shanghai dragon skin with the yellow and red. Chinese food doesn't come from McDonald's, at least not in the States. But, you know, to each their own. As we go ahead and see kind of a little poke battle going on with Aphelion Hydro and Tier 3 subs. We did see the rotation. Dantu there in the back.
I like this behind the scenes Dantu.
There we go. Just a little bit. They know that they're hiding back there. You got to be careful. Oh! Gets picked off in the end. Nobody to res that Mercy. At the end of the day, Dantu just diving in, trying to see if they can finalize the elimination onto Chinese food, but it's going to end up being unsuccessful. The trade comes in. Both healers out of the fight as the Nan gets invested onto Key. And that is going to be it. Dead, done, and dusted is Objective Alpha with 3 minutes on the clock as Hydro takes control.
That first fight with those sneak attacks, man.
It was just absolutely unfortunate.
That's incredible flagging. So...
The pressure not going to be let up there from Hydro. They're showing that they also can be aggressive when the time comes, Johnny.
Yeah. I think if they keep pushing the way they are, they're gonna get it there in much more time. So I think their comp is fun. I think they're pulling some surprises on the other team. So.
All right, whip shot not finding its target as we see the duplicate brig coming out. Rally already out, trying to provide a little bit of armor to the rest of the team, but Aphelion Hydro just gonna run out the duplicate. Get them out of there. There it is. The rally comes in, giving the armor pulse bomb. No shield in sight, but it looks like it doesn't matter. The Graviton Surge is going to lock down this area, but it seems they're still having a hard time pushing out Chinese food, finding them with the beam. Able to get the trade, sitting at 69 health. Very nice as they try to find their way back to the support. Sleep Dart comes in on a Prototyper as they try to hold the line, able to get that mega health pack just soon enough to pull away, and the bubble moves in, takes control of the high ground for now. Self-destruct goes high! Not able to find it, just able to get out of the way just in time. And Jazza now controlling the high ground, has the Bob ready to pounce.
I mean, here it comes. Here comes that Bob. I mean, they're pushing, and this is kind of the thing I thought I would see from Aphelion Hydro coming a little faster on that. The defense, right? It's the defense that you gotta have down on these hybrid maps and on escort maps.
Woo! Nasty one clip right there onto Lukewarm. And they're going to grab Objective Bravo with 4:40 on the clock, Johnny. And this payload isn't looking to be stopping any time soon. This is interesting, to say the least. And this Primal is going to go ahead and start wailing away at the Tier 3 subs. Just barely able to get away is Key. Going to try to poke back in just a little bit. Massive Graviton looking for it right now, looking for the pick as we see the duplicate coming out, able to grab the Winston. They're going to try to run it out using the grab solo on that, but it's not going to be enough. The Primal comes out, duplicated, looking to slap him around, and the minefield does indeed find Jono in the end. They will go ahead and lock down the objective for now. But a 4-minute time bank is nothing to scoff at.
Yeah, no. I mean, they had 2 minutes when they were coming in, T3, and they've got, double that time. Can they push it? Sometimes this is a nightmare when it comes to that spawn advantage, but I don't think I'm feeling it's going to be stopping anytime now, especially when they got a couple ults coming up that they seem to be using very well.
Let's see if they can keep making it happen, Johnny. Jazza here on the high ground has it on lock, but you're not going to be able to fend off the diva that is Prototyper. But before they can get away, perfect timing with the sleep dart key. Able to get the trade, though, on the Chinese food monkey, little hungry. Right now as Nitro moves into the low ground, cleans up Dantu. And that is going to be just enough to hold the line. Nitro just barely missing the slam, but it's all right. It's just to send a message right now that Aphelion Hydro might be at the cusp of this objective, but they're not going to get in here anytime soon.
Here we go.
What?
Why?
Not exactly certain if that was the choice that they were looking for right there. But it is paying off. They are able to get the pick on the Chinese food. Lukewarm now coming out with the tack visor on the soldier, looking to clean it right on up. The monkey jumps in, able to get it with the leap. And now it's Dantu moving in as well, trading it out with Key to see if they can indeed pick apart the tier 3 subs for now. Chinese food back in the fight, able to find Jazz with the sticky mines. And the bubbles on point, protecting the objective for them to be able to try to finish moving it in. The beam melts it down just enough, and Chinese food gets out with the duplicate, looking to hold the line, get that graviton surge online as quickly as they possibly can. Gets and the stickies take them down once again. The line is held by the tier 3 subs as a minute 45 remains on the clock.
Oh, wow. I mean, they're close. They're inching in, but yeah, I mean, that spawn advantage is, tier 3 is taking advantage of it. But now as we're coming closer, we got a Bob, we're going to have a Nano, we're going to have another grab, like, we're going to have, so many coming on and feeling Hydro over here, and if they just pop those, I mean, that's Terror Central. Terror Central.
Absolutely true. Looking at the ultimates coming online for tier 3, though, that Diva Bomb getting ready to come online. Could be ready just in time, but there goes Nano and Rally invested. Raid, Boss, and Electric Plant invested.
Oh,
Bob comes in, gets slapped, but it's not going to be enough to hold the line. Just now, the cleanup comes in. Key just chasing down Chinese food, and nobody can get back in time, but they are able to get it under a minute. Tier 3 subs getting extra life going into the next round as they head back to the attack.
All right, 1 minute versus 146, and it's just who's gonna cap, and move it the furthest. As we saw in the last one, Affiliate and Hydra was able to do it in the first match. In the first fight, can T3? They got it in the second fight. Can they move it to the first fight and move that card quickly? We know Affiliate can do it, but can T3 do it on this one? So, woo! Fun match though.
Only the best here, Johnny. And we want to remind you all, if you love what you see here, be sure to be checking out the Crusaders, discord.gg/Crusaders with 3 Z's. We thank them so much for coming to support our other stream that is going on right now over at twitch.tv/Crusaders. We actually have some members of their community casting some games tonight for the Invitational. So thanks once again.
It's a wonderful smorgasbord of humans.
Exactly. The amazing folks at Crusaders.
Okay, they're hiding out. This is a nice little strat.
Looking for the bum rush.
They're trying to keep them from doing anything. Boom.
There it is. Speed boost coming in.
Speed.
The anti-nade does find one, but it's not enough. They just go in wailing, swinging, and the ult charge explodes right now. But somebody's on the point, and I don't think that they've noticed yet. They're backing up, but it looks like
sweet boy.
just barely.
Pushing her back.
Yep, lukewarm going deep into enemy territory just to try to stay alive. Now, being ungrouped like this can be a blessing and a curse. Tier 3 could take enough attention off to let lukewarm be able to get that pulse bomb online, but we can see the opposite as well. Not enough firepower in the foreground. We'll see if they can make that happen.
Wow.
Only 5 seconds on the clock, Johnny. They gotta touch that objective. Here it comes. Finally able to get on point. Aphelion Hydro trying to get some trades, keep them off that point. A tick has been made. Woo! We will see Tier 3 able to get it, but no!
Wow.
That's a big old Charlie Niner from the remaining members of Tier 3 subs. But Johnny, they did get 50.3% on the objective. If Aphelion Hydro can't touch, if they can't get that 50.5%, we could see this match tied up.
Yeah, Tier 3 was doing a little split action of the team. I think that was, whether the play was intentional or not, kind of spaced them out a little bit. They were all over the place, and were able to touch and get that 50%. Can Aphelion Hydro in this first match? I don't know how long it took them last time, but they got their ults quick, and they took it first round. See if they can actually get 75% on this next one. Can they get one more tick?
Not even that far, Johnny. Not even that far. But the question is, what is Tier 3 going to come out with? Because they tried to match them with the horse. I'm sorry, but the horse didn't really work out so well. So they're sticking to it. They think that they can make it work. And I don't think they expect the rush that is coming out. And I'm not for certain if Jazz is going to use the Symmetra just for the TP or just for the extra power on point. Yeah. They just got to cap this.
This is going to be a wild one.
Stick with me, and I'll cover you.
I mean, this is going to be a wild one. Come on. Right. I'm excited to see what happens.
All right, Johnny, we'll clench your cheeks. Here we go. The teleport to the high ground as we see Prototype R sending them right off the side. We will see the first pick come in onto Kamsky, but the trade comes in. Main healer for main damage dealer as we go ahead and see Sock Dogger diving way back, but it's going to be met with Chinese food. Nobody lays a hand on their mercy except for Key. Key doesn't care. The hammers comes out, starts swinging, and Nitro's not going to be able to hold the line. You can't be aggressive against Orion when you're that close to the objective. You see the trades coming in, and it doesn't seem to matter at this point. We will see Aphelion Hydro lock it in. 2 points now on this round, looking to send Tier 3 subs to the lower bracket to fight for a second chance.
Damn. I mean, that was a good game. I think Julian's just been calling it. They've been countering. They've been doing what's needed to lock these in. And I mean, what a great game. What a great game.
Yeah. It is absolutely beautiful, the work that we're seeing coming out from Aphelion Hydro, but nevertheless, Tier 3 subs are putting up one heck of a fight as well, and I'm not for certain what they need to do to kind of turn the tide, so to speak. It seems like they get right there, they're just like right on the edge of turning it, and Aphelion's like, nah, we're not going to let that happen this time around. So, Johnny, anything else you want to shout out before we take it to our halftime break and go ahead and give these teams a little bit of rest before the second half?
I mean, no, this has been great to watch, seeing some really great gameplay. Really fun. I'm excited to see. I think, what we're seeing from Aphelion, if they keep it up, this next match is in the can, and then it's on to the next. But can T3 in this halftime group together and get it together and piece this thing as a win? I'm interested if during halftime they have a Zen moment, moment of tranquility, and find themselves. And sometimes that's all it takes. Is like now you know how they play. How are we going to counter them? Who's giving us the most problems here? And let's take care of them first.
All right. Well, we will see if Tier 3 subs will be grabbing their brooms out of the closet and looking for that reverse sweep here in about 10 minutes, folks. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more invitational action very shortly.
Falls, Regan able to clean up before Wisdom's even able to touch point. They're going real hard and trying to push them far back with Regan capping the point first.
The presence of Regen right now on this point is just incredible. They're just showing that they are not to be messed with at all. Already having fantastic ult economy for the next team fight they're going to have. We're most likely going to just be seeing quite a few ults being popped in this next one.
Yeah. Oh, we have a huge hack on green from Fawn. Seeing if they'll be able to do anything with that. We have a D-Mech on green from Eevee. Just a lot of poke right now. Oh my god, a huge pulse bomb from Shade. And we have just Wisdom getting torn apart by Shade right now. Huge Tracer plays going on. And Pink gets the last cleanup on Fawn.
A very interesting ult from Pink there, actually not using the Transcendence, which is usually used as a defensive ult. Actually using it offensively, letting his team push harder than ever.
Yes, definitely. That was a huge play by Pink, and definitely will be rewarded for Regan getting 52% on the point. Fawn looking for a huge EMP here, detected by Ball, but seemingly going away. Huge EMP from Fawn, but we have a Mines out from today. And Transcendence popped from Balke. Fawn did get the kill on both Pink and Shade, bringing down 2 huge targets, but today is able to clean up with a huge EMP combo from Ski Coops. Regan is still holding this point. Huge bomb. Possibly? Oh, they got the... Ivy got the leap. Ski Coops able to kill Tracer, but it's going back and forth with this fight. Huge everything going on. There is... Oh, Shade, oh my gosh, took out the rallied Brig. Everything is just going on on this point, and we're hitting overtime now.
You're really just seeing both the Sombras just really just keeping the other team in check.
Yes, both Sombras are playing absolutely fantastically with huge EMPs from both sides. And here's another huge EMP on the side of Regan, able to essentially team wipe everybody off from Wisdom, and game 1 goes to Regan.
Absolutely incredible plays from both the teams there. I don't think I've seen such well coordination with all the Sombra hacks on both teams, honestly. It was wonderful to watch.
Yes, definitely. Regen was able to definitely keep point presence. Even if they lost it for a little bit, they were able to just recap and claim their pretty, killer presence. They were super just, like, what's the word? Not like they oppressive. Yes, that's the word I was looking for. They took point presence and they pushed hard on Wisdom. It's amazing to see how teams are mirroring compositions, but one of them is just pushing a little bit harder for the W. It's absolutely phenomenal.
And I'm really hoping we're going to be seeing more team fights as we saw there. Just the last team fight to the end of the second map there was just drawn out for so long just because people just refused to let go of the point. And it was incredible to watch, honestly.
Yes, definitely. Really looking forward to. All right.
And yep.
Just phenomenal. You can go.
We're going to be seeing the next fight is going to be Blizzard World. And we're just going to be waiting for that to start up here.
Blizzard World, definitely an interesting pick for Assault. No, not Assault. Hybrid.
Hybrid, yes.
The Overwatch Invitational 3 is brought to you by Elo Hell Esports, turning passionate volunteers into working esports professionals. For more information, join the Discord today at discord.gg/elohell. The Overwatch Invitational 3 is brought to you by Crusaders, a community centered around gaming, positive vibes, and encouragement to reach for your dreams in a way that only Johnny Cruz can deliver. For more information, join the Discord today at discord.gg/Crusaders.
Welcome to the Will English Invitational.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Overwatch Invitational 3, where we have got North American B group going down today. We're seeing Aphelion and Hydro versus Tier 3 subs. Aphelion and Hydro currently sitting up 2-0. I'm your play-by-play for this match, Captain Jack, joined by the amazing Johnny Cruz, of course. Thank you once again, Johnny, for being here. How have you been feeling about these couple matches that you've seen thus far? They have been true nail biters at times.
Yeah, they're exciting, and always good to watch games like this that you know not getting rolled. We're seeing some great gameplay on both ends. Great players making some good plays, some good sneaky plays, a good flank. Like all this stuff is good to watch and be like, ooh, I could. Oh, that's one way for me to do that. It's fun. It's fun to watch. So, and you learn a lot as you watch some of this stuff. So I've been enjoying it. Aphelions really, I mean, they're putting down the stops. They're looking to counter. They're looking to play aggressive. They're looking to take out T3. T3 is still putting up a hell of a fight. And so I'm interested to see. Are we moving to escort now, or what's the plan here?
The next map is going to be escort. They have the choice between. We're sorry, Johnny. I have this problem. Every time we had to. Oh. Sorry about that, folks. Just a little inner spam rat there. Always comes out when Junkertown comes out, but nevertheless.
Happy birthday!
Happy birthday!
That was my first DPS, man. I love that boy. So I'm interested to see what kind of comp they're going to be playing on this great sniper map. Do we have some good snipers on each team? Is that what we're doing? Is that what we're going to see from each team, or what's the comp? I'm interested.
Honestly, Johnny, I am a plat console player. All right, so I believe that every hero is valid and valuable.
Beautiful.
And as is my namesake, if I don't see a pirate ship on this map, and oh boy, I'm seeing the makings of one. Double shield currently in spawn, but we'll hold our breath on that one, Johnny.
They're gonna be sniping away. So let's see. Oh, and then look, you called it pirate ship here.
Oh, let's not. They got 20 seconds. We might get baited.
Oh,
Tends to happen
baited.
from time to
Baited.
time.
It's fun.
But
That's
nevertheless,
fun.
we are seeing double sniper on Aphelian's side, though.
Yeah.
So they're going to be able to take up a lot of this space and utilize it to their advantage. I guess the question is Tier 3's double shield going to be stronger than that of Aphelion Hydras?
Here we go. There.
AC shield going down for the side of Aphelion Hydro as we see Prototyper speeding across the high ground, twinkle toes, if you will, as they go ahead and push them off. Lukewarm's over A in the back line, trying to lock down all the support being fed in to keep Jazza alive, and it's just not enough. As we see the Lukewarm now hunting down the supports, looking for that next elimination. There it goes, pick after pick. As we see Prototype R and ISO find those eliminations, clearing their way to Objective Alpha, locking it down in the first minute, Johnny.
I mean, that's incredible. That flanking Lukewarm, taking out those that sniper right off the bat. Just like, hey, this is not the comp for you right now because I'm going to be following you. I'm going to be on you. That's great. So they're gonna have to counter, see what's gonna go. Jazz is staying on Widow. Let's see if he can make some great plays inside the map.
This is gonna be a little bit harder though. Not a lot of long sidelines. Does find Lukewarm though. Able to get it right there. Key getting a little too aggressive on that Orisa. Gets caught out of position and taken out of the fight, so it's somewhat tied up. Damage dealer for tank, but that payload is furiously moving its way forward. Tier 3 subs sending the rest of Aphelion Hydro into the side room and not allowing them to get out. Lukewarm's on the hunt, looking for it. Cannot lock down that little bit that they needed to get onto the high ground and start chasing down Jazza. But Kamsky in the fight, gonna be having some fun. The click comes in, but unfortunately it's just too much. Tier 3 subs, they got the brooms out, Johnny, and they're heading into Objective Charlie with 6 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, 6 minutes. I mean, they must have had a moment, a come to Jesus moment, say we need to turn this around. So I don't know if Aphelion, this is the team comp they should be holding, unless they could really hold it with this sniper in this room. I don't know. Let's see what they do.
We will indeed see, and honestly, Johnny, I wouldn't say it's a come to Jesus moment. I'd say it's a come to Johnny moment. They realized, oh, Johnny Cruz is kissing our game. Oh, we can't be this bad. We got to turn up the heat.
They got to turn up the heat.
I would say. Let's see if they can make it happen. Speaking of heat, we do see the Ant Matrix coming out from ISO, really pushing him back. Key once again out of position. The immortality down and melted into scrap metal is Key. Sent back to spawn. We do see the trade of Jazza and Kamsky there. But nevertheless, the high ground being held by Aphelion, but that does not stop the payload from not moving. Dan 2 caught out of position, and that payload is making its way into the final destination with all these ultimates coming online for Tier 3. Gravitic Flux comes out. Goes infested, but it's not going to be enough to hold it all together. Gravitic Flux traded right now. Sock Toggler able to find 2, and they might be able to stall it out just enough. As Jazza and Dantu finally getting off the double sniper. We'll go ahead and lock this down. Looking at the clock, we have a very nice 420 locked in as we see Aphelion Hydro hold the defense.
Wow. I mean, that was a wild. Like, they pushed it pretty hard and clean for this whole match that's been going, and they were able to stop it. Now my question is what's going to happen? Because they need to do a full hold basically right now for another 4 minutes. That's tough.
Ooh.
Oh, that's nice. That's nice.
Just barely able to grab the angle on Lukewarm there, but we know Jazza always able to get shot after shot. Key on this wrecking ball. We're seeing the rock and roll composition now coming out from Hydro, and it's gonna hold the line for now.
Well, here comes the fight. They're gonna take high ground. They're gonna try to match them where they're at. good strat. I mean, taking that high ground, it's a nightmare. So you're going to have to match them where they're at, especially when they change up their comp.
Ooh, Dragon Strike coming in. The Halt able to bring Jono out of the Immortality, and the Tank Visor. The Immortality's down. Nobody is going to be able to stay out of lukewarm sight. And the cleanup is fast. And Fierce Key is still alive, though. Gonna be able to get the little boop. Very cheeky. Very cheeky.
He's gonna try to have to get on that cart. They're on the cart. Holding it down still.
For now, the Deadeye comes out. Jazza able to take down Prototype. And Jono does go down, but the spawn is right there.
I mean,
they
this
will
is
go ahead and
wild.
hold it. Team Kill comes out once again as we see Philly and Hydro make their way back to the high ground to hold out once more.
I mean, we've been able to see Philly and Hydro definitely hold a spawn advantage like crazy, but I mean, this is wild. If they hold another team fight, I mean, I think they could go all the way. Let's see what happens here. We got dragons coming from T3. That's all they've got, and then we've got a sing from us coming from Hydro. That's what I call it.
We do have that gravitic
Here it
ready to
comes.
go,
There it
and here it is. What is that melody? It is 2 on the ground. Immortality, though, holds it together, but not for long. As we see the cleanup absolutely coming in. Lukewarm trying to find it, but Sock in a furious fist will send them back to spawn. The payload looking to be locked down for now. Gravitic Flux now coming out. Prototype able to take down Sock as they make their way back in, anticipating the dash back. Full bomb able to find ISO. No support on the objective as the feed now coming back from spawn. The tanks just trying to hold the line in hopes that they won't get taken out of the fight. We do see Jazz on that around 10%, but no! Just barely able to hold it together. The Transcendence from Jono holds the line. Jazzy finds one, but the trade comes in. Minefield clearing the objective and pushing tier 3 subs back as we head into the final minute of their attack on Junkertown.
Man, this is so close. This is wild. They held it here pretty good with that spawn advantage. I mean, we got a fight and a half, see if they can hold it. But we got 2 ults coming off of T3. We got a high noon and what possibly Briggs ult, but here it comes. They start coming out.
All right, we do see the tack visor come out. Finds 2, finds
There it
3,
is.
and there it is.
33
Push it
seconds.
right on in.
They're gonna have
Furious and fast with 33 seconds on the clock. Tier 3 sub lockdown objective 3. But this is escort, folks.
Yeah,
That does not mean that time is going to be seen lightly from Aphelion. The question is, can Tier 3 hold the line any harder?
Well, if we're taking a look at the escort on Hollywood and what happened there is they were able to do a good push all the way to the end, but have overtime. I'm wondering if we're going to see the same thing on Aphelion Hydro, where they just aggressively push the whole way with more time. And that's the way I think is what's going to happen. Aphelion Hydro is going to probably push that escort. That's my thoughts here, but we'll see. We'll see.
The big question is what is Aphelion Hydro going to come out to try to disrupt Tier 3 subs? It seems like their composition, at least on the first couple of maps, was relatively solid.
Yeah.
But the big question is it going to be enough to turn the tide? Jazza is back on that Widowmaker.
Right.
Or at least playing around with it.
I mean, if Daza comes out the gates blazing and gets a couple picks, great. But if not, I think it's a switchy.
Well, let us see if the switch is necessary. Sock Dogler coming out with the shield, trying to prevent any damage from one-shotting anyone coming out the doors. As we see Chinese food locked in on the Hanzo. We do see the rock and roll composition now from Hydro, which can easily dislodge
Oh man, Dento on the
double
flank.
shield. Dantu once again trying to see if they can pull a repeat of what we saw from Lukewarm. Unfortunately not. And we'll go ahead and spray their way out of spawn. Jazza trying to find some positioning, and there's Lukewarm in the back line. Jazza realizing that maybe, just maybe, the Widowmaker is not the right choice here. But we'll just go back into spawn, hold the line, and see if they can't keep that cart a moving. Tier 3 subs got it locked down for now, Johnny. I don't think there's much more they can do until a couple of picks come in.
Oof. Yeah, no, yeah, I don't know if the Widowmaker's the play here, especially when you've got a flanking Tracer on you the whole time. But now we got Tracers versus Tracers, which is super fun. And a nightmare to watch.
Oh boy. Those Tracers, they do like zipping zappities up right around the map, but Lukewarm is looking to set up that pulse bomb. Who's it going to be stuck on? Looking for that brig, seeing if they can get the pick onto him. Unfortunately, not going to be able to set that up the way that they wanted to.
Ooh,
they do
wow,
find down to, though,
great
as
hold.
they come back to safety.
Jeez. I mean, this is a hold and a half.
Indeed it is, Johnny. Indeed. And the ultimates are heavily in Tier 3 subs' favor. I mean, Johnny, give me your going Grandmaster experience. What would you do in this situation?
Oh, what was that? What did you say? I couldn't hear you over
What would
there.
you do in this situation, Johnny? Because right now, Tier 3 is just holding the line.
I mean, I think partially we got to do some damage to this field. And I don't think personally Widowmaker is the play. I think we gotta meet him with some firepower. And unless, I mean, they're moving it, but that's what I would say, which is the nightmare. But we'll see. They got it. They got it.
Seems
I think
like
the nightmare is always:
change in
is your
tune.
Widowmaker making enough space for you? And if not, let's switch, right? And I think that's always the thing.
Yeah,
Are you making enough
unfortunately, at this level of play, and I'm sure you see it as well, Johnny, sometimes stubbornness can actually end, be your demise.
Yeah.
When it comes to playing Overwatch. See, the Transcendence popped out early there from Jono, but will get eaten by the Dragons. Triple kill coming in from Chinese food.
Oh,
And
wow.
leave me wanting for more. They do on the
Yeah.
Hanzo.
Whoa! My God!
Coming in, and the res
Wow.
ends anything that they would have seen before. Tier 3 subs are indeed filling our bellies with beautiful Overwatch action and are looking to beep this reverse sweep.
Chinese food on Hanzo is one hell of a play.
Ooh, seeing the rock dodge there. We do see the investment of the bongos and the gravitic flux, cleaning it right on up. We do see the minefield get invested from Key, but not going to be finding much of anything. Does take down the Lucio, but will be easily resable once they clear this minefield out of the way. There it goes. They try to stop it, but it's not enough yet. Rocked right there as the time dwindles down. Overtime now ticking away as Sock trying to hold on, swapping over to the Diva just to be able to get back in time. But they're able to find the picks. 1, 2, 3. They all falling like flies as they go ahead and roll on in, and in a fast, furious fashion, Tier 3 kind of caught with their pants down there, Johnny, and they will end up seeing Hydro grab Objective Alpha.
I mean that's every Overwatch player's nightmare on overtime. The team who you've been holding for the whole time finds some spirit within them to just take it through. So now they've got 2 minutes to make it to the next door. Can they make it happen? The next checkpoint. Jazz is saying, "Hey, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna make space. So let's see it." Definitely the Dantu switch. I'm interested to see how this rolls. Here we go.
The single pick potential is always good. Dragon Strike comes out, doesn't find much of anything, but will allow Jazza to be fallen upon by Nitro and Lukewarm. Lukewarm falls incredibly low right there, and Dantu knows exactly how to hit those angles just right. We'll go ahead and zoom on in.
Ooh,
You see the
nice,
rotation
man.
uppercut
Oh,
coming
man.
in from Dantu. Big slam with the
Wow,
follow-up there from
whoa.
Freaky. Takes the bongos out, but it's not going to be enough to
The
dislodge
res.
this composition just yet, and the res brings them back into the fight. Minefield now on the objective, sent back to the Mega Health Pack room. Bomb from Lukewarm gets nothing but shield
man.
though. As we go ahead and see the payload continuing to push its way forward, it is trying to limp its way into the objective. Sock able to grab the trade, making it a 5v5 fight. And the rally gonna boost everybody up. And Matrix utilized.
Whoa.
Chinese food uses the dragons to try to create some space, but it's not gonna be enough. Too little, too late, says Aphelion Hydro. With 30 seconds on the clock, they'll grab objective Bravo, and that's gonna give them another minute and a half on the clock.
Man, okay, so what they're doing is constantly just pushing it no matter what. Now we got the spawn advantage for, tier 3. Let's see if they can hold it there for this last little bit. These last maybe two, 3 fights, maybe 4 fights. Let's see. Woo!
We see Saw coming in with the Gravitic, grabs the Immortality, is looking to clean up, cause a ruckus on the high ground. With all utilities down, they have to rely on the team. Immortality comes out, they catch Jono out of position. As we go ahead and see the cleanup coming in from tier 3 subs, they're like, Aphelion, you wanted to do this. Well, you only got 2 minutes to break us out of this hold now. Make that 1 as the clock continues to tick down.
60 seconds remaining.
All right, we got that minute. I mean, what a nail biter as well on this one. Like, can they make it into overtime? And because it'll just put them at the same place for the next one. That's what they're trying to do, is really do whatever they can, meeting them on the high ground. Dantu flanking below.
Dantu able to get the pick. Rotation coming out, able to get the follow-up with the help of Jazza.
Get on that
at least
payload. Get those
There it
3 on that
goes.
payload. Move it fast. Oh, they're all on that payload ready. Okay, 19 seconds. Now we got, 4 ults coming in. I don't know how they're gonna defend this.
I think they're going to defend it really well. I think it's more so the attackers and how they're going to get it in. The only thing I see is an Am Matrix and Gravitic Flux getting ready to come in with Jazza Ore getting the initial pick. No Dragon Strike. This time around, the hold comes in. Immortality coming out. Trying to hold the line. Pfizer getting invested. Now we're going to see Bongos versus Am Matrix. Seeing which one is indeed the most powerful. Gravitic Flux comes up, but it doesn't seem to find the value. That is looking for Dragon Strike on the corner. Triple kill coming in, and overtime takes away the tier 3 subs. Come back with a vengeance and take us to map 4 as they go ahead and take on Junkertown.
Wild. That was wild. Man, that was a nail biter there at that end too, when they were coming up and they had 4 ults on them. My goodness. Walking into a death trap seemed like, but man, Chinese food was popping off over here. My goodness. Fun game. Unexpected. It went totally the way I didn't think it'd go, because T3 really brought it in when it came to escort. Their defense was just pretty on point. I don't think Aphelion was ready for that. I think they were high on their, like, hey, we got this, and T3 could have been hustling and wanted to finish it out in the end. Let's see.
That's absolutely true, and honestly, I would say, and the chat might say as well, it's the Will English diff. I mean, we saw Will in the chat, always supporting our folks there on the tier 3 sub. Some of our fellow folks from Skulls play on that team. Again, a wonderful sponsor of the IVitational. Just type exclamation Skulls with a Z in the chat, and it'll give you a link to, exclamation merch in the chat. give you a link to their website where all sorts of invitational awaits you. Let's go ahead, Uni. It seems that now that we actually have enough of a team to put 2 streams on today, we can actually check in and see how the other stream's going.
Nice.
So we did see during our break that Regen did get the first point. Looks like they've grabbed second point as well in their quarterfinal match, and it looks like Wisdom trying to hold the line right here, Johnny, and just absolutely amazing. We might be seeing some inspiration from Tier 3 here, Johnny, as Wisdom is just trying to hold the line and pushing into Objective Alpha. Really good, really good.
Fun. No, this is great. Definitely a lot of heart comes in, right, when you're nearing that point, man. A lot of, like, it depends on who wants it. Those are the most, like, nail-biting matches when the other team seems to find some sort of absolute crazy courage to push it past that next point. All right.
Yeah, it for me, it's always, like, I'm always a believer in the underdog. Like, when I ever see a team with their backs kind of, like, against the wall, I'm like, just wait. Just wait. I'm just looking at my watch, and I'm just waiting for that moment that the spark just comes alive inside of them. And just out of nowhere,
right?
You see him turn it right around. But
I've been on that, and also I've been on the other side of that. It
Yeah.
is a nightmare.
Well, Aphelion Hydro experiencing that nightmare right now. The question is, will they allow the nightmare to continue? We are still on match point for Aphelion Hydro, and it looks like they have swapped sides with Tier 3 subs taking the defense. We're going to be heading into Volskaya for our next map. Assault, as we know. Will we see some Drawskaya this time around? You know, will the reverse sweep be delayed? Because that could end up dislodging the momentum that Tier 3 subs have from their match on Junkertown. You know, you get a draw, it's still not a loss, but I mean, you put a lot into it and you get nothing out of it.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Aphelion on their hybrid gameplay. We're seeing a two CP here, which can be just go any which way. Their control was good, but is their 2 CP going to be as good as their first 2 games? And will this be how they cap it? But if Tier 3 subs is now like, nah, man, we were just warming up those games. That wasn't that. No, you guys don't understand. We need 2 full games to get warmed up. It could be a different story. So I'm excited to see what they do. I also like Volskaya a whole bunch. It's a fun map. So let's see.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what happens here. And as we go ahead and go into kind of the tech conglomerate that is Volskaya, we do want to remind you that the Overwatch Invitational 3 is sponsored by Opera GX, the web browser designed with gamers in mind. Take control of your browser and support the Invitational today by going to bit.ly/invitational3 or hitting Opera GX in the chat and install Opera GX today. I use it myself, absolutely love it. Allows me to control the speed that I have for my web browser, able to maybe slow down some of those windows I don't have open as often, and prevents a lot of that lag coming in while I still get to enjoy some of my favorite stuff. So, speaking of speed, Johnny, not seeing any speed this time around.
I can't watch this.
Dive, though.
I can't watch this.
You can't watch it, Johnny. No Lucio.
No Lucio. I'm out.
Well, Johnny, it was great having dogs. But we are seeing a mirror comp for the most part. We are seeing that dive coming in the Brig playing defender. First pick, though, comes in from Jazza. Aphelion looking to turn the tides here and try to get the quick picks that are needed to take this objective. They're already pushing tier 3 subs back to the Mega Health Pack room, and there's the second pick, Dantu.
Wow.
Finding Chinese food with both DPS out of the fight. It's going to be hard to hold this line. And the cleanup comes in fast and fierce. ISO gets sent into the corner, and that's going to be a cleanup from Aphelion Hydro. Objective Alpha captured, adding 3 minutes to the clock, bringing it up to 6 minutes.
Wow.
To take objective Bravo. Johnny, we've been here before.
Yeah. Well, I mean, getting the capture in a first fight, that's huge, you know, and what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? This is what Aphelion does, is they get the point in a first fight. We've seen it, and here it is.
That's true. Lukewarm diving in, seeing if they can finish off Jazza. Gonna be unsuccessful. Key hopping back to the safety of the team. That Nano getting ready to come online, but not going to be needed. The Primal looking to send ISO over the side. Backing baby into the corner again.
Wow.
And we'll go ahead and take him out. And there's the Nano. Start building up the next Primal. Already at 20% with a little tickle damage, but that monkey is in need of a nap right now. Chinese food and Nitro with the double kill with the Primal. Cleans up the objective and shaves a minute off that time bank.
Wow. I mean, they're coming aggressive. They're coming aggressive. They're coming fast. It's really nice to see, but I think this might be their key is you know, capturing these points for Aphelion. I think on the next one they've got some really nice. They've got a what? They got a pulse bomb. They got Briggs ult. I mean, we're gonna see, but we got two defensive ults to see if we can stop them, or two ults on T3. So let's see what we got.
We will indeed see what they got, and it looks like they got a pick on Kamsky to start things off. Self-destruct to the high ground.
Yeah.
Gets nothing but bubble. And there comes the Dragon Strike from Jazzy. They know where they are.
Woo!
And able to find ISO in the mix. That's first tick on the objective, 410. Remaining on the clock. Second tick. The only one left to be able to touch it right now is Lukewarm. They got to get there to touch. Nitro Galaxy coming in, gets melted down. Prototype R also taken out of the mech. Chinese food is hungry for those eliminations, but not filling as they go ahead and get taken out of the fight as well. Key coming in with the Primal Rage sends Chinese food and ISO to an early death. And with 3:40 on the clock as they get those pesky members of the tier 3 subs out, they say, no, we're not hungry anymore. We just want to go home at this point. But again, the trades just keep coming out. Self-destruct comes in, 99.6% on the objective, and so close, yet so far away. ISO almost able to hold that line, but not able to touch in time. That'll give 3 minutes, 24 seconds for Aphelion Hydro. Not a bad time, but it's not 6 minutes they started out with.
Yeah, I mean, Aphelion Hydro coming in aggressive with these captures, and I just gotta say, T3's got to come through. We've seen them on some of these capture the points, maybe not their strongest. I think Escort was a crazy. They had a crazy defense on that. If they can put that on these, we're gonna see a different hold or a different gameplay here. So I'm interested to see it on the attack. Can T3 get through there? Can get through Aphelion's what is it? Defense, right? Mm-hmm. Their defense. This is where the game is really played on defense. So let's see it. Let's see it.
Indeed, we will see. It looks like they're going to stick on the same composition they had as before. Mayhem playing the linebacker of that Brig with the dive ready, raring, and willing to sacrifice themselves to protect their Ana with all their might. And tier 3 subs looking for the mirror. They were able to hold the line for quite a bit. Does Aphelion Hydro have it in them to be able to lock this down?
Yeah. Here we go.
Patience.
We saw Chinese food on Hanzo before. It's kind of a nightmare. Oh, I'm telling you.
Shot coming in from Chinese food to start things off.
Yeah.
Jazza caught immediately unawares. Unfortunate right there.
This monkey on the run.
Oh boy, not going to be able to get away from us just yet. ISO getting bullied once again. Gets taken down by Dantu. As we go ahead and see the Dragon Strike's already online. And it looks like that's going to be a lock of the objective. Prototyper is on point and is going to be able to at least aggress a little bit. But they know that those respawns are coming in. Jazz opting for the soldier now, as a minute is shaved off the clock.
Wow. Wow. I mean...
See a little tickle gun action there. Key saying,
I mean, just a hold and a half, you know.
You're powered up. Get in there.
We see the Nano go in.
Here we go.
Onto Key, getting in that back line, does find Kamski. He gets back to the objective. Lukewarm has that pulse bomb online, waiting to find the stick. Just looking for that opportunity. Gotta get that Diva out of mech. Self-destruct coming in.
Yeah.
Trying to keep that Tracer in the corner, but Lukewarm is gonna get out just in time. Another 45 seconds off the clock there, Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, it's really a testament to Aphelian's ability to capture on the first fight. You know, we saw that before. So this one, it might take T3 a little bit, but they get there. So let's see if they're going to do it on this one.
All right, Pulse Bomb coming out from Lukewarm. Doesn't find its target. Gets socked on just enough to be demech'd. Unfortunately, the picks are coming in for either side. Tier 3 subs, not for certain who to really be locking down. Nitro will go ahead and help get that first tick and push Aphelion Hydra back just a moment. Mayhem opting for the raid boss, coming in with that rally and just slapping anyone and everyone they can get their hands on.
Wow, I mean, this is the defense they got. They definitely have some defense on them when it comes to control here, or capturing the point TCP. Yeah, I'm wondering if they're going to have enough with this Diva Bomb and this Nano to push Aphelion Hydro back and off, because they got 60 seconds.
That's absolutely
we got
true.
also
60
two
seconds.
ults on the other side. Woo! Woo!
60 seconds at match point, Johnny. If they don't make this, if they don't take this dub, then that means they're going to get relegated to the lower bracket. So this is last chance, last opportunity. Mom Spaghetti on the line for this objective.
Okay, where's it going to go?
You got to find it. Not just a debate, getting them to use all their resources, and there it goes. Self-destruct goes deep, but it also gets invested.
Wow.
Prototype R not able to get back into the mech in time. The stick comes in. Lukewarm taking the Diva out of mech, and Sock ends up indeed dangling right there in the mini Diva pilot form. Gotta shave that off. 3 seconds on the clock. Gotta get it cleaned up. Somebody's gotta touch that point.
Wow.
Communication not there for the tier 3 subs.
Wow.
Only two near the objective, and neither could get back in time. That means Aphelion Hydro moves on to the semifinals, where they will be facing off against Solstice Esports to look and see which one of them will be locked in for the playoffs.
I mean, what a match though. What a really great fight from T3. What great strategy on both ends. Aphelion with some really great defense on those holding points. You know, that was great. That was great to watch. I figured like if they did, Escort wasn't their strongest Aphelion, but they sure can capture points and hold it down when it comes to capturing and escorting. So pretty great. Great matches.
That's true. It does hurt my soul just a little bit that it ended that way. It's unfortunate. You know, you hate the Charlie Niner. It comes back to bite you sometimes. But You know, tier 3 subs, they still got one more chance. They got
Yeah.
a way to bring it back. They got a way to still lock themselves in. But as you all know, if they're already having a hard time just making their way through the gauntlet that is the tier 3, tier 2.5 bracket,
Yeah.
they have even more dangerous enemies awaiting for them in the playoffs. Johnny, thank you so much for being with us today. It has been an absolute pleasure getting to cast with you. I remember earlier this year when I was sitting in your chat watching the Crusade Champions, and I remember putting in the chat, I was like, man, I would give anything for the opportunity to cast with Johnny Cruz. Just throwing it out there. Throwing it out there, and you were like, let's do it up. And I was so glad we finally got the opportunity to do it together. Johnny, is there anything that you'd like to shout out before we go ahead and let you go for the evening and keep going with the Invitational?
Yeah, great. Thank you for inviting me. This was great to watch and to see some great players, some great gameplay. This is really fun. What you got here is really great. Anybody interested in joining the future Crusaders or coming on to stream? Once again, discord.gg. Crusaders with 3 Z's instead of an S. Jump in there. We're always doing fun stuff. And we do scrims every week, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday with really great people. And I've learned to be a much better Overwatch player by playing with really great players. So come out if you wanna join. We're there. So super fun, and thank you, Captain Jack.
No problem, Johnny. It was an absolute pleasure to have you here. But folks, this is just the beginning of our evening. We've still got way more Overwatch action to go, so keep your buns planted right in your seats. We will be back with more Overwatch action and more amazing casters here in about 10 minutes. Stay tuned.
Much love.
while today is putting mines on high ground, and Green is trying to get a huge ult, but unable to, and only DMX the Diva.
First I DMX.
Today, taking out Baby Diva and Light taking out the Tracer. Huge cleanup by Regen's Brig. Just really able to push them back, and they recap point. Shade gets a huge stick onto Wicca and able to take him out, and Shikigami is gonna have to regroup.
We're seeing a Zenyatta on both sides, or both Pink and Abyss have their Zenyatta ults, and we're probably going to be seeing them most likely be popped right before the EMP pops, as it is very important to get that trans out before the EMP hits the entire team.
We have a huge stall on Catmaid being picked out, either super at the end of last fight or the start of this fight, but they're just kind of rolling around point. Stone trying to look at point for a huge EMP coming through, unable to stay detected. Unfortunately, Ski Coops gets a huge EMP before Stone is able to do anything, taking out the Tracer, and just Regen just getting a huge cleanup on their side.
Pink still holding on to that trans, just waiting for Stone to come out of the blue, pressing Q. Seeing them holding high ground here a little bit, but going back down again just to be able to hold that choke point in the right side here.
Huge
And here we
EMP
go.
Stone. And we're starting the fight here, popping Transcendence, but Abyss takes down Green, SBT takes down Tracer, and Catmaid takes out Ski Cube. Huge showing of ultimates. A little late with the rally, but unfortunately the rally gets taken out by a Pulse Bomb. Amazing showing from Shikigami. Seems like Regen's not really able to give this point up, but Shikigami had better ultimates right at that point, and they were just able to clean up real nicely. And is that will be the, oh nope, we have Lake touching, we have ball touching. What's gonna happen?
Oh, the hack and the block from Diva there. Incredible stall play from Regen there, but it was sadly not enough to be able to hold that point there. And we have Shikigami taking first control point.
Yes, definitely a great showing of both teams being able to both combo their ultimates, but use them when it's appropriate. It's amazing to see how one team can pop, 2 or 3 ultimates and still not win the fight. It's amazing to see, like, personally, just how much high level, what kind of high level skill gameplay we're seeing.
And it looks like we're going to be seeing a mirror match between Regen and Shikigami here. Both just very quickly going on the point, trying to start off this poking phase. Regen taking care of point right away.
Yeah, oh, and we have a huge kill on Stone on Shikigami's side, and the lamp already came out. Huge cleanup by Shade and Pink getting these huge kills. It's just amazing. I don't know what went wrong for Shikigami, but they weren't able to be as fast on a mirror comp.
This is quite interesting, honestly, seeing the mirror comp, and just, even though they're the same heroes, same abilities, just pushing them back so fast. Run of shield already very damaged. This is going to be pausing the push from Shikigami here very dark. Oh, and here we go.
Huge kill from Ski Coops. Amazing. Taking down, literally just hitting the team. Oh my goodness. This man's a beast. Somebody needs to nerf.
Just a beast. So, can we get one of the match admins to actually just nerf Doomfist a little bit? Only for Team 1 though, of course. This is
just nerf Doomfist entirely.
A slaughter.
We have a huge Baptiste coming. Oh my goodness, that shatter!
And the shatter, it is just... Oh.
Huge high noon, but we had a huge shatter from today with Doomfist able to clean up on Regen's side. It's just amazing to see how Regen is taking back this game.
Region is just showing their presence again and again, and I am here for it. This is incredible to watch. Of course, we're seeing a shatter from Shikigami here, which might mean a huge play here. Might see a shatter coming here very, very soon.
We have that pistol and a beat that did not get canceled. It's just slaughter after slaughter. Shikigami is dying with ultimates. We have a huge beat, but we have a shatter coming out from today. This bomb could be massive, but it seems like Shikigami is really taking back the point with these ultimates. They're just pressing Q when they get them. But I don't know if it's enough. It seems like we hit 99%. We hit 99%, but Shikigami was able to take the point back.
This is a very dangerous position for the Shikigami to be in. One mistake, and this might be the end of this match for them. We still have the shatter from Catman. Oh, there it is! Huge!
Catmade with this huge shatter, allowing Stone to clean up with Doomfist. Pink did put a huge kill on Abyss, but it wasn't enough. Then
Catmade really just saying there will be no main tank difference this game. This is definitely the show of tanks, and Doomfist, of course. Doomfist is just an impressive force, especially from Ski Cubes and Stone, of course, showing what huge there.
Huge lamp, and another shatter coming out from today, but I don't think it's enough. Oh, is it enough? It seems like today and Ski Cubes are just doing some cleanup on Shikigami, but Abyss takes out Doomfist. But we come in with a Lucio, boop, and I think will Region be able to get this? Who knows? But Doomfist, it looks like he's about to touch point on Shikigami's side. But Pink takes out Lucio, Green takes out Stone. We have Tracer on point, but Tracer recalled off point because they were about to die. Diva flying on the point, but gets DMX immediately.
Jesus, Ski Cubes, let them live.
They have a family.
Oh Lord, showing some incredible Doomfist gameplay here, putting it into 1-1, getting us into round 3 on Oasis.
Ready for battle.
Definitely a great showing from both teams going into map 3 on Oasis, and here are the cars. Maybe we'll see a Doomfist or a ball fly into a car and just roll around point.
Either we will see lots of mechanical parts rolling around the streets, or we will be seeing Doomfist on the ground being tossed around by a bunch of cars. Either, oh, and actually, no, both teams going for the sim teleport with a Sombra on both parts. Tracer, oh, it's a mirror match. This is going to be interesting.
We have another mirror match going from a ball Diva, so definitely we are going to see some mechanical bits on the floor. Diva is definitely trying to protect our Tracers. Huge pokes from both Tracers, but it seems like, oh, huge kill on the Tracer, from the Tracer onto Zenyatta. Amazing to see. Definitely Tracers really do love their Zens and, you know, picking those little guys out. Seems like Brig is trying to bash as much as they can and kill that ball who's at crit. But it doesn't seem like it's enough. Shikigami pushed back regen for the first cap.
It of course very difficult for this support duo to be able to do a great amount of healing unless they were in a team fight. Brig having incredible healing capabilities while in team fights, but out of team fights, it's just not enough sometimes.
Definitely. We have Catmade on point, attempting to get rid of everybody. Getting pushed back a little bit. Like a huge hack onto Catmade. And it falls, and Pink also took out Wicca. The huge EMP coming in from the side of Regen with the double hack on Zen. Amazing cleanup by the team. I think the EMP really won them that fight.
Honestly, it really did. We're seeing both teams having the Tracer Pulse Bombs up and a rally from Regen. And Trance is coming up on both teams, and an EMP from Shikigami. We could be seeing a full team wipe from Shikigami onto Regen here if they play their cards right.
Definitely have the regroup going in. Huge stun. Great random stun, and we have the Transcendence coming out immediately. on the side of Shikigami, trying to retouch point. And we have a minefield coming out from today, which gets a huge kill on the Tracer. Holy moly. This does DMAC green, so green is down because of Brig. Today gets a huge kill on that, that Sombra, and they're not able to use...
The Overwatch Invitational 3 is brought to you by Elo Hell Esports, turning passionate volunteers into working esports professionals. For more information, join the Discord today at discord.gg/elohell. The Overwatch Invitational 3 is brought to you by Crusaders, a community centered around gaming, positive vibes, and encouragement to reach for your dreams in a way that only Johnny Cruz can deliver. For more information, join the Discord today at discord.gg/Crusaders.
Welcome to the Will English Invitational.
New faces, but the same exciting game. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Will English Invitational 3. And like I said, we got some new faces here, some returning faces as well. Of course, Aphelion Hydro, pardon me, versus Solstice here. I am K-Wing, and I am here with Kongman. Kongman, how are you doing tonight?
I'm doing pretty good. I had a lot of fun casting yesterday, and I'm glad to be back here once again doing it again.
Yeah, absolutely. So we did see one of these teams just recently face off, and they did win their game, obviously, or they would not be here in the winner's bracket. It was a pretty strong win, if I do say so.
Yeah, it was actually a really nice match to watch. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to catch the first game because I was running myself a little bit behind, but honestly, they did a really good job just showing just a dominant performance on the side of Aphelios. And I know Solstice has a good history from especially the Star Esports tournament where they lost in the losers bracket 3 to CryX. But honestly, I'm really looking forward to see how both of these teams play today against each other.
Yeah, absolutely. And our first map is going to be Oasis. So walk us through what sort of strategies you think we're going to see here and what are going to be prevalent. I mean, of course, with the control map, you do have a lot of variation between the different rounds as to what sort of styles you're going to run. But what do you think is going to be the most important strategy if you could pick one?
Definitely like what I watched a lot from yesterday's matches, especially with on Oasis, is a lot of teams really like running ball comps, and ball comp is just so like dominant on Oasis just because you have so much open ground, so many good hook locations, and a lot of really good boost spots, especially with city streets and university.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. I think also you just have a lot of really good stall tactics that you can use when you come in with the. Sorry, my roommate just walked in.
You're good.
There's a lot of really good ways you can stall out. I mean, especially in lower ranks, which this is not, but Ball is a very good disruptor.
Yeah, Ball's just really good at just being able to just kind of swing in, like dominate the backline and all that, and then if worse comes to worse, just press that E button, get your big man shield, and just roll on out.
Mm-hmm, absolutely. As we get into it, our first map of this match between Aphelion Hydro and Solstice, and we see already some really stacked rosters filled with some familiar faces. Sock Dolager as well from Solstice. So many familiar faces. Jazza, Dantu, two incredible pop-up performances that we saw on the DPS, and now we're seeing two different variations of Rush.
Yeah, definitely like on the side of the Feeling Hydra, I know that Data just has like a really good video as we saw previously, and on the side of Solstice, I know that Greydot is like good support capability, which is so so good. Like, I honestly think, like, if I had to pick, like, a league MVP for not just Solstice, but just for the support lineup, I would probably pick Freenock.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll have to see as the Pharah coming out from Solstice. We'll have to see if Jazza is going to be able to take them down. Of course, the Mercy coming out as well. So it's going to be up to Jazza and Jono on the side of Aphelion Hydra to see if they can really counter that, as already Aphelion Hydra going to be coming in onto that high ground, but they have an intruder from the back end coming in, and Jazza already landing a few shots onto Big Wafowski. And you already see a lot of pressure that's getting forced here is now almost a bit of a pincer, as you have Kurum on one side and MeatXR on the other, gets stunned out of that pile driver. Very crucial and very good stall there, as the Mercy nearly getting taken down. Mayhem will fall. Point taken by Solstice. Chrome has the barrage and gonna use it. Double kill, triple kill for Chrome, and that is a powerful Pharah.
Yeah, I definitely have to say, Karome getting that ultimates just so quickly. Like, the point had just unlocked and he already had it, and then just getting that big cleanup on the side of Solstice. Like, this is exactly what I remember seeing them do in Star Esports, and they're just so good at just executing whatever the play they want to do.
Yeah, absolutely, and Chrome now has free reign to sort of set up where they want to move back at their own pace, at their own leisure, and just take pot shots. And we saw how deadly and dangerous they can be when they're taking these pot shots, as they have been. The hack coming in onto Manvent, able to get out before they are caught behind enemy lines, caught with their pants down. To stay, there's the hack onto MeatXR. MeatXR gets taken down. There's the pulse bomb, finds the monkey. So you're trading out here, but now all summon card starting to come online as two support ults in for Solstice, and Chrome has been doing so well, almost has the barrage again, and is going to be looking for more. There's the nano onto Chrome, trying to charge up, trying to get to this barrage, trying to keep the point alive, and doing a good job so far, as the Diva gets demech. Dantu goes down, and Aphelion Hydra are just suffering, and Chrome just uses the barrage, gets 3, gets the pick onto Lucio as well. Why not? Chrome has all he needs.
Yeah, definitely so far I'd have to say, like, even though this is only the first part of map 1, Karome is just giving this absolute dominant performance. But I definitely have to shout out Freenock for nano boosting the Pharah, because remember, you get ult charge based on how much damage you do, and that nano boost just really helped push Karome over the edge to get that barrage.
Really desperate pushing here. You don't usually see teams pushing in through the sign choke point because it is that small. Freenock is going to go down, and that could be huge for Aphelion Hydra, trying to keep this point alive. Losing that Ana means that Joey either has to leave his team without support or not pocket Chrome as much. We'll have to see what they choose. Mayhem using the Coalescence. I know it doesn't seem like, but trust me, they are. Chrome goes down, and it looks like Aphelion Hydra are just going to barely be able to keep this point alive. But it doesn't look like Solstice are that willing to give it up, but it looks like they may just have to.
Hello there.
Yeah, Aphelion really just kind of came out with the ultimate game, and Solstice, I think they just thought they were going to get the quick 100-0, and they kind of let that ego go to their heads, because now all of a sudden it's 99-10, and they have to retake this point if they want any hopes of winning.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you have a lot of good ults on your side. If you are Aphelion Hydra, you're very close to 2, as well as you just have two of their own, and 2 might not be that much, but it's 2 of your biggest ults. You have the EMP and you have the beat. Here comes the EMP. It's gonna catch Freenock, not too big, but as long as Freenock goes down, and they do, it's going to be very important to keep these fights going. And now, when you lose that support, when you lose that main support, like we were talking about with that Ana going down, Freenock has been going down early a few times, and it has put Joey in a tough position, and Aphelion Hydra is holding on.
Yeah, Solstice right now, as you can tell, they're just kind of building up their ultimate pool. They almost have 5 ults online, with Freenock just a little bit behind Mexter. And Aphelion Hydra, they're, unfortunately, without that EMP, aren't going to have much counterplay against every single ult coming out from Solstice.
That is the rough part with Solstice being 99-0 at the start, is that you have to use these ults to keep yourself alive if you're Aphelion. But now, here comes Chrome with these barrages that have been getting so much in the way of value. Gets the main support, but Freenock goes down again. He is there with the Primal Rage to find the pick. don't mess with Key. You don't like them when they're angry, and they're almost going to get the pick onto that Pharah, but crucially, Dantu going to find that final pick.
Yeah, it's definitely seemed like Solstice was just kind of unorganized in that fight, because you saw Karome drop down and just solo barrage the Moira, and luckily the Winston had the jump to just get out of danger. And now here we are approaching a 99-99. It's down to the last fight here.
Absolutely, Jazza found out, has to translocate away close to this EMP. Here comes the ult. Freelock throwing out the window. There's the pulse bomb as well. A lot coming in. Karome does find the first pick. There's the EMP. Finds 2. Will it be enough for Vion Hydra though to make up for that one first loss? Here comes both Diva Bombs. These need to be big. Freenock and Karome both find picks, and it looks like Solstice might not be done yet, as they're just finding all these picks. They're finding 3 so far. Not over yet for Vion Hydra, but it's not looking good for them, as now it looks like a matter of time before Solstice takes back this point and overtime ticks away. In round 1, this is close. This is really close.
Yeah. I definitely have to say, after the start Solstice had, I thought it was going to be a quick little, like, 100-0, like I was saying earlier for the side of Solstice. But after Aphelion Hydra ran it back to 99%, this map's going to be a lot closer. And as you switch over to University, what do you think these teams are going to do for composition-wise?
I mean, we're seeing it now. We're seeing the switch to, it looks like more of a rush to just trademark sort of Ryan Diva. You have difference in DPS on the side of Aphelion and Solstice. You have the more of a flank from Solstice with the Doomfist. So I think it's going to be up to Jazza now to find those picks onto Lambent, or if Lambent can pick off specifically Jono.
Yeah, I definitely have to say, between Jazza and Lambent, it's going to be determined on whether or not Jazza can land that flashbang or not, to determine where the difference is on this DPS lineup.
Oh! Jazza just immediately finds a pick onto Joey, and when you lose that Lucy, you lose a lot of your mobility, and Jazza is just there to shut it down, but Lambent finds the punch, and there it is. Jazza also finds a pick onto Lambent now, and Jazza has shown that they are a force to be reckoned with already. Dantu putting up the wall to try and keep themselves safe, but it will not stay for long, but it looks like it'll be just enough for their tanks, for the cavalry to arrive, and Lambent gets one final pick just to spite Aphelion, but they will take the point.
Yeah, that's a very unfortunate stagger there on the side of Solstice, losing Joey to Dantu, so that means it's going to be just a little bit longer before Solstice can re-engage in a fight, but with Freenock already having his ult, Solstice might be ready to take this one back.
Yeah, you do have Freenock with that ult. You also have Karome, but on the other side, Jazza has that high noon, and that could be a deadly combination with the amplification matrix. There's the window from Freenock. Here comes Chrome's Blizzard. It has to be big, and it will find Key. Dantu going to get frozen as well. There's the high noon from Jazza just to buy some time for Aphelion, as it will eventually expire, and now here comes Solstice rolling like the thunder, as Medex are going to pick up a double kill, going to charge back and try and catch Jazza over on the side, trying to rain down destruction, but it will be a hailstorm of bullets headed his way.
Yeah, definitely want to point out that was a big MVP play from Solstice on the side of Mexter, holding his shield up, peeking around the corner to know just when Jazza's high noon was running out, because you only have a certain amount of time before it's no longer high noon somewhere in the world, and they just played that correctly, and Aphelion just didn't capitalize on that.
Yeah, absolutely. You kind of think that Jazza was just sort of using it to buy themselves some time and just try and keep themselves alive. There's the Shatter. It does find 2, but will it be enough? Joey gets stunned. Here comes Dantu with the Blizzard. No one really caught in it. There's Joey's beat. Going to find the pick onto Key. The high noon. Big Markowski. Insane bomb. Gonna find another with the micro missiles. And
oh, here comes the stagger. Everyone's favorite baby diva stagger. Oh, here's the charge!
Oh, the charge!
Man, I have to say that is a nice little 6% stall on the diva, which is going to make Aphelion take a little bit longer to regroup, and Solstice, they're sitting pretty right now with almost 3 ultimates in their bank.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's just that little bit of time. You always, if there's something you can do that won't significantly impact your team, that's going to get you that extra percentage, you always, always, always want to do it, because it could mean the difference between last fight territory and two fights territory. Here comes the bomb from Sock Dogler. Not going to find much, but Jazz is going to find something with that Deadeye, and it looks like with the combination of those two ults, the Blizzard comes in trying to find some hope, trying to find purchase for Solstice, but it will be a Ophelia Hydro quickly taking back this point.
Yeah, Feeling Hydro did a really good job with that Diva High Noon, forcing Megster to turn around and block him, but unfortunately tanking that High Noon was very unfortunate, but Solstice already has a Shatter, and a Feeling Hydro with a beat. It's really going to matter on where this Shatter lands onto the side of Solstice.
Yeah, absolutely. Meta XR needs to pull out a hero play, but Key trying to get something crazy. There's the Shatter. It's blocked by Key, and now Meta XR goes down. There's the Shatter from Key. Key doesn't finds himself on the receiving end of a sound wave from our good friend Johnny Cruz, and that's just it now. As a Feeling Hydro keeps this point alive.
Yeah, and as we reach the tie of 86 to 86, Solstice realizes they have about 1.5 team fights, but here comes the High Noon, and it looks like Ophelia's just doing the same thing they did to Solstice.
Absolutely, that's exactly what they're doing. The smart play there. As here comes Jono using that ult. Here comes Dantu with the Blizzard as well, taking some damage, but getting the freeze in. Joey beats, but will it be enough? Is it too late for Solstice? Here comes a lot of damage. Jazza just getting all those headshots, all those dinks over and over and over again. Here comes the High Noon from Jazza, still trying. Lambent has picked up 2 on the side, and that might just be it for Aphelion Hydra. Is the point going to flip back over to Solstice? Will anyone from Aphelion Hydra be able to come in and contest? Diva comes in, but will it be enough? Still going to get DMEC trying to stall out for every last second, because that could be the time when the cavalry arrives. Here it comes. There's the Reinhardt. Will it be a hero play from Key? There's the Shatter. Dantu goes down, and Mead XR will try and slam this gate shut and make it enough. Here comes the bomb from Big Bobkowski, more like fireworks in the air to celebrate that Solstice has won the first map.
Yeah, I definitely have to say that was very interesting watching the fight between Solstice and Aphelion, because I didn't realize that Solstice cut the point and then Aphelion took it back, and then it just went back and forth a couple times in that final fight. But play of the game going to be going out to Big Bob Lebowski with this amazing, here's the 3k Diva bomb, just kind of flings it over the corner, there's the triple, and that was basically the end of that fight for the side of Aphelion Hydros.
Yeah, just doing that thing, just doing it like it ain't no thing, and really impressive from both these teams, but Solstice really coming out and with a strong showing. Like we both said like, wow, this is gonna be a really close game, and then Solstice were like, oh, close game, did you say? Did you mean 100-0?
Yeah, I definitely want to say that I think we put a little bit of a caster's curse whenever we said this would be a close game, because Solstice, like you said, we're just like, no, we got this. We're just going to 2-0 real quickly. Let's go to map 2.
Yeah, they just had to, warm up. They were just, they were just getting ready. They, we gotta make it a little they were like, okay, make it interesting, but not too interesting, So it's like, okay, gotta put them back in their place. All right, Solstice, but already been really good showing.
Yeah, Solstice is definitely just kind of enjoying their time. I think they realize that they are actually being live streamed right now, and they figured, hey, we just don't want to clean sweep these people. We want to give them a little bit of a chance. Let them go home with a little bit of pride.
They're putting on a show for us, they can't just have it be a blowout, it's, Solstice, they are, they're theater people at heart, they're really trying to give us a show worthy of our next map of Hollywood. Speaking of putting on
I was definitely gonna be making some kind of pun there with the show and going to Hollywood, because as we know, Hollywood is where a lot of the great movies are made. And right now, this match between Solstice and Aphelion Hydro, this could almost be a movie, and I'm really curious to see how these two teams are going to square off against each other on this hybrid.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think we did see some really good rush coming out from both these teams, but Solstice really showed us that they are on a really good level. They have the good hit scans, they have the really good Mei play, the Diva as well. They have it all, and I'm interested to see what you think sort of Aphelion Hydro can do to turn this around.
Yeah, it's gonna be really interesting just to see what exactly these teams are gonna play on defense, because especially like in the higher level gameplays of Hollywood defense, you have just so many options. You can either just play like Mei Doomfist and wall off like whatever direction they go and then corner them. You can play a bunker, you can play double sniper. Like there's just so many options on defense for Hollywood.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm really excited what these two teams are going to do. I mean, of course, if you're feeling on Hydro, you kind of had a rude awakening in that second round there. I mean, you started out with this, really close 100 to 99, really close to your heart, just like we could have had that, if one team fight had gone our way instead of theirs, it would have been a completely different story, but you can't really soften the impact of 100 to 0 like that. You did not win a single team fight, so really rough, and you gotta turn around if you are feeling on Hydro.
Yeah, definitely after watching Gardens, I really thought that the Oasis map would actually go to map 3, or sorry, part 3 of the first map, but unfortunately here we are now after a quick 2-0 from Solstice. We're now on Hollywood. We're going to be seeing Solstice on the side of the defense to start, and what do you think of these team comps that we see Solstice walking out with to defend?
I think for Solstice, it's going to be very tough. Double Shield can definitely struggle against this sort of not dive comp, but the double bubble comp can definitely throw some problems into a double shield comp, because the double shield comp is very much about keeping your distance, and the dive comp is very much about closing the distance, and it's what it excels at. So it'll be rough for Solstice. We have to see if they can keep it going, or if Aphion's going to be able to close the distance here.
Yeah, it's interesting watching Solstice trying to get that early ult charge with that very forward Orisa, because normally you see Orisa's play up on the high ground. Unfortunately, they don't really have a quick rotation option for her to get to a high ground. So this would be Aphelion Hydra's chance to just push in and capitalize on this.
It looks like that's exactly what they're doing. Shock Dolager going to be getting that first in. Lambent on the Torbjorn, trying to get the early pick. There's Freenok actually getting a pick onto Mayhem early on, and that could just put a giant dagger into the heart of Aphelions push.
Yeah, and Aphelion is already kind of halfway committed while they wait for the respawn on their side, and Solstice realizes this, and they're going to start pushing in.
But it looks like they just got completely Uno reverse card. They overcommit a little bit, and just that's all that they need for the members. For the members of Solstice, that's really all you need. Sometimes just a little overcommit means that Aphelion Hydro can just come in and punish you hard. Kurom trying to keep this going. We've seen dominant Pharah play from Kurom. We'll have to see if they can pull out some hero tactics on the Tracer. Throws up Pulse Bomb, gets a nothing for it, and gets absolutely demolished by Dantu, who will in turn go down to Big Bobkowski, but I don't think it'll be enough, as Aphelion Hydro have just been capping the point since, and 5 minutes on the time bank for them.
Yeah, Aphelion Hydro must be pretty upset after that Oasis map, because they came in guns a-blazing. They did not hold back this time, and I think Solstice was just a little underprepared for that.
They are quite angry. They don't like getting 100 to 0, and you've woken the beast, Solstice. You have awoken Aphelion Hydro, and we'll have to see. Here comes the dive. Aphelion from Key, just really getting so much ult charge on this Winston, as Lambent throws in the Molten Core, but it is entirely on the ground, and most of Aphelion Hydro are in the air anyway. Jono and Mayhem both going to go down, and Lambent finding both the supports.
Yeah, Lambent doing a really good job just covering that ground, which prevented Aphelion Hydro from actually getting to that elevator, because we did see the Zarya get knocked off the high ground and accidentally fall into the lava and just barely made it out with their life.
Yeah, absolutely. And now Aphelion Hydro barely just trying to poke out as Dantu over on the other side, nearly going to take down Lambent, but Lambent gets away with their life thanks to the express turbo lifts coming in on the Hollywood map. I remember when those were changed. A very interesting change, and an interesting Bob attempt from Jazza, trying to coach gun up and throw the Bob onto that high ground, which would be really cool. And Jazza actually gets a pick. I was like, oh, good Bob attempt, but it would actually work. It worked. It got the kill onto Big Bobkowski, and now the grab onto high ground doesn't catch a lot of the members of Solstice, but the Pulse Bomb both going to catch one from these Tracers now. Out they come. As it looks like Mead going to be the last bastion of defense, going down as the cart is starting to roll again.
Yeah, Aphelion Hydra doing a really good job just separating the sides of Solstice, because you saw one half of them was on the bank, the other half was on the saloon, and it just seemed like Solstice wasn't sure where they wanted to take a fight at, and Aphelion just was able to capitalize on that almost immediately.
Yeah, absolutely, and now we go into this, and Key getting stunned and taken down immediately. Lambent just not letting them go. He is a lamb bent on getting that Winston, and he will, as already there's 2 picks as well, and Solstice putting a quick stop to Aphelion Hydro, just a complete turnaround.
Yeah, it definitely seems like Solstice realized exactly what the problem was last fight. They talked it over in the communications, and now Aphelion Hydro with Dantu in the backline, you could already see Karome trying to find him, and it looks like they did, so we're going to have a little Tracer 1v1 here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that is really what's important with even high-level Overwatch, is being able to make these adjustments mid-match, but also even mid-game. Just being able to look at your fight, go, this is what we did wrong, and there's the end of the Tracer 1v1 with a gigantic diff coming in from Karome onto Dantu in the form of a Pulse Bomb addressed to whom it may concern, as now Sockdolger going to go down Key, trying to just deny this high ground, but going to get taken down super low by Lambent. Lambent is just getting taken down entirely, and just taking down Key. Key eventually going to fall to who else but Lambent. Big Bobkowski also going to fall, trading these tanks out, both these teams. It's going to be a matter of inches, and it looks like Solstice, give them an inch and they're going to take a mile.
Yeah, and I definitely want to point out that Aphelion Hydra started this second area with 5 minutes in the bank, and they're already down to 1 minute. Solstice has been holding on for 4 minutes solid, and this is just an impressive display of how to play defense.
Yeah, absolutely. They're ult rotating so well. I'm pretty sure they have never been down on this ult bank, or if they have, it's been very close to a point that they can pull it back with good heads up plays. Now keep waiting just to get that health back, to get the jump, coming in now, just trying to get this ult charge, but Lambent is just there to put the pressure on the high noon from Lambent. Gonna find the Zarya, and now is just a day at the shooting range for Solstice as they take down Jazza, and Aphelion Hydro have 1 push left. They started off with 5 minutes, and they barely have 5 seconds.
Yeah, and as we saw there, Karome with a 15-player kill streak, this man is on fire right now. I mean, literally, someone would give him a fire extinguisher, because with 15 seconds left, he can possibly extend that to a 21 kill streak.
We'll have to see, as in comes Jazza with the Dragon Strike, putting in a lot of damage onto the members of Solstice, but will it be enough? Payload is moving, and there is going to be the overtime, crucially, but now it's going to be a matter of, can Aphelion Hydro get something going? There comes the Graviton, going to get Karome, but will it be enough is the question, the eternal question that Aphelion Hydro have to ask, and with all these picks coming in for Solstice and the staggers that are going to be coming in very, very soon. Here comes the Pulse Bomb. It does not find anything. Dantu trying to keep this going, trying to keep this point alive, just trying to push it as far as they can, but it will not be enough. Lambent will find them with the flashbang, and an incredible defense of point B from Solstice. That was amazing.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen a defense held that good for so long of 5 minutes, and even in overtime, that payload only went 12 meters, but that was all Solstice had to give up just to stop Aphelion. And now you gotta be wondering, what is Solstice gonna do? How are they gonna try and beat the 99.84 meters just so quickly?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that we both thought that once Aphelion Hydro had basically came in and said, hey, so you know point A? That's ours now. And Solstice just said, yeah, okay. Just completely came in very dominantly and just took point A. We thought that they had all the momentum, and now, if we're being honest, it is Solstice all the way with the momentum. They put a 5-minute hold on point B. 5 minutes! That is insane.
Actually, just really entertaining. just to watch. And honestly, so as we come here with the feeling Hydro now on the defense, gonna also opting to run the double bubble composition once again, and Solstice just playing double shield. How do you think it's gonna look now that the tides have turned on who's attacking and defending?
I think, honestly, Meat XR and Big Buff Kowski were able to play separate from Key, and especially Lambent. I think we cannot talk about Lambent enough in the way of how incredible Lambent has been at shutting down the dive coming in from Athena and Hydro from Key, just taking them down and getting so much ult charge for themselves as well. Key comes in and is immediately deleted. Look at that. That is exactly what we've been talking about, is that Lambent has been able to put the flashbang onto Key, bubble or not, and just immediately delete them. Even if it's not them in the kill feed, they're always there in the assist.
Yeah, Solstice has definitely just automatically taken this point a lot faster than Ophelia and Hydro had. They're going to have a much bigger time bank, and I think that Halford Glitchbach, the man inside that vehicle, realizes he actually has places to be, and they want to get him there faster.
Yeah, he's absolutely going to be on the freeway to his destination as 5.5 minutes, 30 seconds faster, and we had an incredibly fast capture time for Solstice. Now Athena and Hydro, they have a mountain ahead of them. Athena and Hydro has a mountain ahead of them. 5.5 minutes they need to defend, and they have all the momentum going against them.
Yeah, and as we can tell off in the distance, we see Dantu trying to contest that point for the side of Aphelion, as they just put Karoma on there and he was just pushing it for free.
Lambent again getting that early pick onto Key, and these dives are just absolutely getting shut down. Lambent is just not allowing the dive to come in. It is just not allowed, not in their house. Lambent is going to say, now Key has his ultimate, but will they even be able to use it with how much value Lambent has been getting?
Yeah, with already only about 30 meters left to go on the side of Solstice, holding this high ground. Aphelions are going to be engaging on the high ground, and here we go, it's high noon.
Lambent not going to find much with the high noon, but still, just a lot of pressure put on with the zoning of that ult, and Mead XR going to go down. That could be the start of the turnaround now for Athena and Hydro, but they need to convert this. There's the nano onto Key, just trying to get something going. Lambent getting some pressure on. There goes Big Buff Kowski. Those are both the tanks. Here comes the dive from Key. There's the stun with the Brig, and Key goes down again. Key's been getting stunned so much.
Yeah, Key unfortunately put his shield on the roof of the building so it didn't fall down with him, which you could tell Key kind of looked around like, where did my shield go? What do I do?
Yeah, I mean, that is to do with Joey landing an incredible whip shot in mid-air on the diving monkey, which is just incredible, and it'll seal off the map as Solstice gonna make it 2-0.
Yeah, I definitely have to say, after watching Oasis, I thought this would be a much closer competition, but now after watching this Hollywood, I kind of really want to side with Solstice. And as we see Joey with the Brigida play of the game, you don't really see Brigida play the games that much anymore.
Yeah, absolutely, and just swinging the mace from side to side, getting the kills, and getting all the damage one could want. That was a pretty good, solid shield bash there to stop the Tracer in her tracks, and so really dominant performance from Solstice as 2-0. We've really been going back and forth on our expectations. Like, oh, round 1, we thought that it was going to be really, really close. Round 2, we were like, okay, maybe it's not going to be close. Round 3, we were like, oh, maybe it's actually going to be close. But no, maybe it won't be close again. Who knows what it'll be? But so far, it has not been close.
Yeah, Solstice just coming out here with a very fast 2-0 victory. Well, I mean, they haven't quite won yet, but they are up 2-0, and Ophelia and Hydro are going to definitely have to figure out what they're going to do. But we are going to be taking a short little 5-minute break. Ophelia and Hydro is probably going to be talking to their coaches, deciding what exactly they're going to do and how they're going to try and reverse sweep this. And Solstice is just sitting pretty up on their thrones. So we'll see you right back in about the 5-minute break.
That ball there.
Ash taking down the Cowboy Man. Just like in the lore. But anyway, even though it was the other way around. Amazing just to see how much Catmate is just gonna roll around trying to disrupt the team. it just feels like there's just a slow poke, slow burn going on. And we see Pink's Baptiste window come out, trying to get some extra heal and extra damage in. And Catmaid able to roll through regen. Just some great pokes coming out. And we do see this, and unfortunately Catmaid falls to Shade, but we have a Bob rolling through from Shikigami's point. And we have a rally coming up as well. Just a lot of picks coming out from Stone, trying to contest this point and keep it moving forward. Just a lot of good picks going on, and we have some Shikigami caps while there's still team members of Regen alive. But Ski Coops gets the late pick on Ash, but Ash is rezzed, and Tracer takes out Tracer. Just amazing, probably with the Discord orb on that Tracer.
And we're seeing that Shikigami did use quite a few ults to try and keep that point there, but I mean, Regen used quite a few ults there, and same, honestly, again, Shikigami as well used quite a few ults, but they still have quite a few. We're seeing 2 ults go off at the same time here.
We have, from Shikigami's side, both Mines and Graviton lift coming up from Sig. Just amazing to see, and their DPS are just popping off on Shikigami's side. It's just amazing to see how much power these two are pushing out. It's just amazing to see. And we have this Ash with the Mercy Pocket just being able to really just poke out.
Yeah, this Ash Sehnsucht with the Mercy Pocket from Wicca is just such an impressive force, to be fair. Just one headshot from that is so powerful. And here comes...
Huge news from Shade. Green taking out Ash. That duo is down and out for the count. And we have Regen just trying to push Shikigami off this high ground and trying to take control. And it seems like they are successful. And it seems like Shikigami's gonna back up for a regroup.
Oh, are we going to be seeing... Oh, I thought Ruga Stone was going to be trying for that back cap, but it seems that they decided against it at the last second there.
Unfortunately, Stone does whiff the Pulse Bomb, but we're about to see what's going to happen next. It seems like Catmaid has already used shields on their wall. Bob comes out. We have a window from Regen coming out. Ski Cubs is the only one from Regen that's able to get a pick right now. It's just, once again, Shikigami's DPS are just really popping off with their tanks just, you know, helping fuel that pressure. It's just amazing to see how they're playing together.
And of course, we're seeing Abyss having their trance up, which they have shown again and again is a very powerful ability from their part. We seeing both tank ults going up as well. Very huge move.
Huge move from Catmaid, getting the mines off, and we have Lift from Sig going off as well. But we have Immortality Kill going down, trying to stop any deaths. But it seems like Regen's really pushed into this corner with all these these ults going off and just a kill feed. And we have another resurrection. Can anyone stop this Mercy? We have Transcendence going off on the side of Shikigami, trying to avoid any deaths from the Regen Sigil. But we have Shikigami backing up with this Mercy, trying to get this Zenyatta out.
Sadly,
Where are we
you
going
see
for
that.
both?
Actually, yeah. Catmaid again, just toying with these players right now, just displacing them again and again.
And we have a huge Ash on Ash kill. Shikigami's side able to take out Regen's Ash. Just amazing. A huge pulse bomb from Stone, getting out both the Orisa and the Bongo. Lyke is able to take down Mercy before any resurrections can happen after this team fight. But Catmaid once again rolling through and playing with the team. Like, you know, even though you know, Wrecking Ball is a hamster, he's playing like, you know, he's a cat, and he's just playing with his food, and Regen's a mouse.
The rules are definitely reversed in this sense. Hamster being the dominant force in this here. Really just pushing. Here he goes again.
There goes Bob and some mines out from the team. And oh my goodness, immediate kill on Skiku. We have another lift coming up from Green, able to take down the opposing Sigma. Just up, there's the resurrection, and the res goes off. The rock was a little too late from Green. The res already went off. Nobody's able to stop this Mercy from absolutely dominating the resurrections. But Stone gets a huge kill. Today takes down SDT. Stone also gets another kill on Ski Coops, and today is able to take down Abyss. Just so much poke and so much damage is coming out from these teams. Catmate still just rolling around on point, just still living until Shades finally able to take him down.
We're seeing a lot of split fights here with Catmate and Stone really just running around, displacing and annoying the team, while the other teammates are just poking at him and getting their damage done. Incredible team plays from Shikigami right now.
We might be able to see a huge...
Welcome to the Will English Invitational.
And we're back with, admittedly, what looks like a very looks like a blowout of a game so far, with Solstice and Aphelion Hydra, with Solstice up 2-0. But Aphelion Hydra has not been resting on their laurels. They have had some moments of greatness throughout, and we'll have to see if they can chain some of those moments of greatness together into a win, because they need to do it. And if they're going to do it, they're going to have to get it at Route 66.
Yeah, definitely. Since we took that 5-minute break, we know that Aphelion Hydro has probably strategized something here on Route 66. Because honestly, I'll be honest, I'm a big fan of 2CP, and I know a lot of hated in Twitch chat for that. But Route 66 is probably... Okay. Okay, I see how it is. But definitely I have to say Route 66 is probably one of the better maps that just exists in Overwatch entirely, because you just have so many different flexible options that you can run on Route 66 itself, and it's just such a nice and definitely aesthetically pleasing map.
Do you just like numbers? Is that the case? Is you just like 2CP, it's got the 2 in it. Route 66 has got the 2, it's got the 66 in it. You just like numbers in your games?
Well, I mean, I personally have a personal vendetta against Watchpoint Gibraltar, so I guess it has too many letters in it and not enough numbers. So, yeah, you're probably right.
Good to know. We were talking about how to make things where you don't know how to say work, and there we go. What? I'm so confused.
Yeah, definitely a hard one to read. I mean, I am a Symmetra one tricks, and I mean, I am repping the Symmetra today. And honestly, if these teams ever break out a Symmetra, like, honestly, if Aphelion shows up with a Symmetra, I will be full Aphelion support.
You heard it here first. If you want Kongman to simp for your team, just literally run a Symmetra, and he will immediately just become one of those biased casters who's like, and then there we go, when we win, we got it. And just he'll use we, he'll become a part of you. We win.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest. It's not very often you see Symmetras besides just, oh, the spawn door opened. Here's your TP. All right, bye guys. I'm swapping to Widow. I mean, someone play Symmetra, please. I beg of you.
Please don't. Please don't play Symmetra. Please.
I mean, definitely looking. I mean, definitely looking over at the chat, we see Will English repeating what I said of 2CP is life. I mean, that is just a quote to live by. And as we move on, we're going to be seeing the start of Route 66, where you can visit the Cave of Mystery, which, fun fact, that is actually a real location on Route 66. I want to say it's like an hour drive away from where I am. So, but as we start this map, let's talk about Overwatch, the game, and not Route 66 itself. How do you feel about these team compositions we're seeing?
I mean, so again, we have the double shield coming out from Solstice, pardon me, and Athena and Hydro are pulling out this this dive comp. They're running dive pure and simple. So I think they're really trying to go into that compositional difference in terms of like we have the, you know, we're gonna play dive, we're gonna run into them. They are not going to be able to position our shields. We're going to make their shields worthless and run in, and we'll have to see if that'll work because Solstice did well against the double bubble. Will they do well against the pure dive?
Yeah, it's definitely interesting seeing this weird kind of dive composition Aphelion Hydra's walking out on. I mean, Ball's already in their backline, but we just see Lambent. My god, this man is insane.
Lambent is just so incredible and so amazing at these hit scan rolls that they just exist as so much pressure on their own. It's what happens when you have a pop-off player like Lambent on your team, is that them just existing, even if they're not popping off at that exact moment, the enemy team has to play around them, and that is exactly what Aphelion Hydra are doing. They are playing so scared of Lambent, and why wouldn't they be? These DPS, Lambent will catch you if you're out in the open, and if you are in a tight corridor, Chrome is going to come and steal your bones.
Yeah, I definitely have to say that Lambent and Karom are really complementing each other here, because Karom's just harassing them, and then as soon as they step around the corner to escape Karom, Lambent just has that full sight line, and basically you're just dead to this DPS lineup.
Absolutely. Mayhem and Jono cowering in terror between the horrifying might of Lambent and Karom at the same time. Just incredibly good DPS line so far. And here comes the dive, finally be able to get a good dive, and Key just gets taken down again. Lambent has just like a GPS tracker towards Key wherever they are.
Yeah, I definitely want to point out that this payload has only moved 33 meters. Solstice is doing a good job of just not letting it round the corner, and Aphelion Hydro, they gotta figure out an answer here without an actual shield to stand behind.
Yeah, absolutely, and now it's very tough because, like you said, without that shield, you don't have a lot of cover to deal with the terror that is Lambent. I feel like I'm overstating it, but look at how much damage it is. 88% of that kill onto Key. There's the Bob, and it's just gonna shut them down. Aphelion Hydro cannot get anything started, and Solstice are just taking them down.
Yeah, Solstice is definitely trying to get that D-Mech onto the Diva, but she is going to get away. And as we see Jazza swap over to the Widow, hoping to maybe get that pick onto Lambent, we're going to see if this Widow is actually a good pick or a throw pick.
Absolutely, it's going to be clutch or kick for Jazza here, trying to get something going, but this is where the double shield comes in now. You're trying to play the sniper, and you're going to have a hard time getting through the double shield. There comes the pick onto Lambent, but immediately it's shut down. Pick is coming in on both sides. Dantu is finally having a chance to pop off now that the menace known as Lambent is gone, but it's just too little too late as Solstice just comes in and shuts everyone else down. Oh, no.
Yeah, and I definitely want to give a quick a quick checkup on the payload. It has moved 3 more meters. So Aphelion moved it just a little bit, but Solstice, they're just making sure it's not going anywhere.
Thank you, 3 meters. I mean, at this point, this is dire straits for Aphelion Hydra. They do have the ult advantage now, but still, Mayhem comes in with the rally. They need to get something going, but you cannot get something going when your Zen is just on fire like this, and not in the good way. There comes the Diva Bomb. Here comes the minefield coming out from Key, but it's just not even any mine being paid by Lambent. Lambent is just there to click heads and chew bubblegum, and I think Lambent has run out of bubblegum, as now they have the armor from the rally. They're able to shut down the ball, put a stop to the rolling, and the card will move forward a little bit, but it just won't be enough, and Solstice are just going to be just shut down Aphelion Hydro. Any sort of changes that they may have made in this halftime, it did not show. In 42.3 meters, that is all that they have pushed, and that is rough for Aphelion Hydro, as they have an impossible task in front of them now.
Yeah, I definitely want to give a big, huge shout out to Megster on the side of Solstice for just shutting down that Diva bomb because he knew exactly what the Diva was trying to do. He realized it, used his pull that Orisa has, and it messed up the Diva bomb entirely because she just ran out of fuel, and that's why the bomb just didn't give any value to Aphelion. And Solstice realized that, and they just capitalized on it, and they just kept snowballing the fight.
Yeah, absolutely. And now just you have a really, really tough. You have a tough ask ahead of you, honestly, for Athena Hydra. They need to defend perfectly. They cannot let a single team fight go awry.
Yeah, honestly, the big thing Aphelion would either have to do is either A, hold exactly where the payload is and hope that you just win every single fight, or run at their spawn and potentially get 2 team fights out of this.
We'll have to see. I mean, they're running the rush, so I think that's what they're going to try and do. They're trying everything they can compositionally to shut down the double shield, but I'm wondering, should they be trying to shut down Lambent more?
Yeah, I definitely believe that Lambent is being a big DPS output on the side of Solstice, but as we see Aphelion Hydro hiding, but they've already been scoped out by Karome, it's like Aphelion Hydro, they're not sure what to do now.
Absolutely, they have been scoped out immediately. They're just waiting to try and dive in onto that cart, but they're just going to make themselves a very easy target. Jazza trying to rotate on over. Who's going to get caught out? It looks like Jazza is going to go down to the dynamite with Big Buff as well, but when you're holding this close, you cannot let people die like that, or you need someone to res them, because Big Buffkowski is going to be back very, very soon, very, very quickly. And now Lambent tries to fall in, and there's the boot from Mayhem. Getting a good old funny clip coming in, and there goes Jono, gonna die to the rock.
Yeah, Lambent, unfortunately, with 2 seconds left on the coach gun, was not able to save himself. And you know, Mayhem's gonna be kind of proud about that one and probably saving a highlight for himself.
Yeah, gonna say that into the funny compilation there for Mayhem. But it looks like it will not be very funny for Athenian Hydro for much long. It's hard to keep a good-natured chuckle going when you are about to get 3-0'd. It looks like they're probably going to have one more fight, but what will they make of it?
I mean, unfortunately, you're looking at Karome, who already has his Dragon Blade, and Aphelion Hydro, who the highest ult percentage is Jono with the 73% on that giant garage door wall. But it looks like Aphelion Hydro needs an answer here.
Here's the blade. What'll it do? Is anyone even going to be able to touch the cart? They will. They're going to get the contest going, but will there be anything that they can do? And it looks like Aphelion Hydro just has nothing else. There's the Gravitic Flux slamming them to the ground, and Solstice will complete an incredible 3-0 takedown of Aphelion Hydro.
Yeah, definitely that start on Oasis where we thought it was going to be a lot closer. I believe that was just Solstice just trying to warm up and figure out exactly what they want to do. And they just read Aphelios after that and knew how to perfectly counter them. And they just basically gave up no room. And this was just how quick you can 3-0 someone.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, absolutely. That was just a speed run from Solstice on that Route 66. That was incredible. I don't know what else to say. That was just incredibly dominant.
Yeah, definitely yesterday I did watch a couple big steamrolls happen live on stream, and definitely Solstice is up there as one of the biggest ones. I'd have to say that was the second fastest match I've ever casted, with GeForce yesterday rolling RPI just being the fastest one I think I've ever casted. But GG's to Solstice over hitting that nice 3-0 victory over Aphelion. They will be going on to the winner semis of this bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just really incredible play throughout from Solstice. I mean, just going through really impressive play from these DPS, from Lambent, from Karome. We talked about that dynamic duo, and just incredible play throughout. I don't know what to say other than just how incredible these players on Solstice are, and how much of a run that they're going to make into this bracket.
Yeah, I mean, definitely as we're getting ready to move on to the winner semis, I seem to have lost the bracket, but I don't believe who's on the other side, but... Oh, okay, I was just informed that Solstice is now in the champs, so they have qualified and they are moving on. And fun fact, I believe we actually are going to be casting one of the next matches of that event So it's going to be really interesting to see just exactly what this next matchup is going to be.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm very excited to go on. Of course, we are going to be casting this next one. We're going to be casting this next one as soon as we come back, as we're going to be taking a little bit of a break, and that'll be it. So we'll see you guys then.
The Overwatch Invitational 3 is brought to you by Crusaders, a community centered around gaming, positive vibes, and encouragement to reach for your dreams in a way that only Johnny Cruz can deliver. For more information, join the Discord today at discord.gg/Crusaders. The Overwatch Invitational 3 is brought to you by Elo Hell Esports, turning passionate volunteers into working esports professionals. For more information, join the Discord today at discord.gg/EloHell. The Overwatch Invitational 3 is brought to you by Project Gap. As the go-to tournament organizer and production house of Europe, there's no better place to hone your skills, experience quality events, and have fun along the way. For more information, check them out on Twitter at Gap Project with a K.
Amazing cleanup. Holy moly. I'm just lost for words right now. There was an amazing first pick from Green, but Tracer on the Shinigami side is just able to clean up, and they are a force to be reckoned with.
As they take one of the DPSs out, the other DPS will simply carry harder. This is incredible to see that even with one DPS down, Stone just able to carry some weight and just being able to keep the pressure up for the attackers. And of course, very common to see with Volsky in the season, most 2CP maps instantly on the second point, ready for the next team fight.
Definitely. It's just amazing to see. We have some poke going out. Pulse Bomb! Not really getting anybody, but it's alright. There was still a massive amount of damage going down. Sifu's getting out Catbait. Wicca is still getting that resurrection off. Something needs to stop them today. Getting huge, two amazing picks on the Mercy after resurrection and Catmaid. Abyss falling off the map for a quick reset with the team.
We're definitely seeing a lot of good plays from both teams. I keep saying this, broken record, but it is honestly incredible plays from everyone here. We're seeing the ult economy getting a lot better. Bob was used early. No, Bob was not used actually. We had a Tracer swap to Ashe, and a EMP is very close, and we're seeing a
lift from Sigma, not being able to get anybody, but got everybody super low, and there's a kill on Catmaid. Huge rock. That's amazing to see. Might force Shikigami to push back and once again regroup. We have some ults coming online from both teams besides that. I think it's going to be a next fight's definitely going to be a good fight coming up.
Very close to 4 ults on both teams here. However, the EMP might prove to be a little too powerful with the current composition. They don't really... I mean, the Abyss could definitely get a perfect timing on this. They have shown to be able to do that. Seen Echo on the flank here.
Yeah, Stone definitely trying to go on the flank. I wonder if they're going to... there's the EMP. Pink getting a huge kill on Catmaid. Stone just take out Cowboy. The Diva Bomb takes out the Bongo. But we had a duplicate come off from Echo. Taking Sigma. Really great pick, in my opinion. It's definitely going to take Regen off the point a little bit and try to give Shikigami a little bit more fighting potential going into this fight. And there is the Transcendence from Abyss, but Abyss is taken down after that. We have another huge res from Wicca. Just amazing to see this level of gameplay from this Mercy. Just being able to get these reses off in these weird positions. Shade does take out Ash, so we had a little cowboy on cowboy action. Green cleaning up, and SBT falls off the map trying to reset most likely. And then we have a huge cleanup from Regen. Shikigami unable to get a tick on this point already.
Regen just not letting them have any presence on the point. Just the second they get on there, they're just there, lickety split, ready to just push them off again. This is very good defensive capabilities from a very aggressive team we're seeing here. We have
Shikigami making almost an entire role swap for their characters. We have Winston, we have essentially Dive now from Shikigami's side. Interesting to see what's going to happen on this.
Dive is definitely going to be very powerful against that BAP who's in the backline. Same with the creep. Oh!
Huge Bob coming off, but we have a Diva right in the face of a Deadeye. Trying to protect it. Shade able to take out that Bob. I don't think the Bob was even on point. I could not see. We have some hacks coming up on she forced 4 Regen on Shikigami's side. But really unable to do much. They're just really poking out, and I feel like there's Bongo coming out from today. Definitely taking out, giving out some damage, and it's gonna force Shikigami to push back a little bit, so they can get the regroup. Brig takes out Brig. It's really nice to see. We have definitely some ults coming online on Shikigami's side, but I don't think it's enough. Regen definitely is at advantage right now with ultimates.
This is definitely a very incredible hold from Regen here. Academy trying to get some... Oh, here we go!
And here we go. Catmate does a huge jump. Abyss takes down Regen's Immortality Field. We have so many ultimates being popped off right now, and it seems like Regen is still being able to take this lead. They're really just taking Shikigami to town, and they are hitting them where it hurts. It feels like, you know, even though they did a full composition swap, it's not really able to work enough.
Yeah, honestly, the ults are just, they're being very patient with them and only using them when they know that they're going to be having a advantage in the team fight. As we saw with the hack onto the Diva from Ski Coops. And the second the hack came up, today was just ready with the Bongo. Seeing here, 20 seconds left on the clock. Will this be it? We'll see now.
We have a Bob going to point on Shikigami's side, trying to stall the point as much as they can. Green already taking out the Bob just because there's so much damage going on. That huge EMP from Ski Coops, trying to keep Shikigami down for the count. So many kills coming off. This huge bomb potentially from Green, but it doesn't seem like Shikigami has enough players on the point to be able to keep contesting. Regen able to keep him off the point with one point taken on Shikigami's side with no cap on point 2. Amazing to see. There's no capture progress.
This is going to be very interesting for as Regen is going to just have to be so aggressive as they've shown that they are capable of being. They can just very, very easily just run through Shikigami here and just capture the point as fast as possible, which is the thing that often happens with 2CP. It is so very easy to just get momentum and just carry it forward. And I am terrified to see that this might be happening here. Something that you very often see in quick play games of 2CP, just a straight up steamroll.
Definitely. I feel like, especially at the level of gameplay we see these two teams, most likely, they play these maps a lot, they play it at high levels, they scrim on it. It's just amazing to see just the difference that these two teams are making, and it just feels like Regen just really shut Shikigami down. They did some composition changes, Shikigami, but they weren't really able to keep up the pressure that they wanted to keep. We have some some scoping coming on over here from Stone, trying to figure out what the composition is, but lo and behold, they're kind of running the same stuff.
It's a very similar composition we're seeing here, actually, from what they were running before. And yeah, we're going to be seeing a very slow push here, actually. And here we go.
Huge hack onto that Diva. Just amazing to see. We have picks already. We have you know, Shikigami getting 2 huge early picks. It's gonna really force Kiku to either stay in that hallway, back up, or die. It's just really interesting to see. We have some really great pokage going on over here, and some ults coming online that we kind of needed to see. Ooh, that hack almost went off. Holy moly! Regen's takes really taking down, being forced to be reckoned with. A huge pick from both Today Green and Skiku. Wicca getting a res off to the Zenyatta, but I don't think there's much to be done with that.
Of course, Wicca just... Honestly, I would say it's kind of a flex. Just Wicca getting those reses.
Shade got a huge kill on Abyss. The resurrected Zenyatta wasn't really do much. He's kind of a target. Just great to see how much pressure they're putting on from Shade and Skiku. This DPS lineup that's really doing some damage. Abyss does take down Shade, but Today does take down Abyss. Another resurrect! Oh my god, nobody touched.
That is unfortunate.
Nobody touched point.
Seems like Vika was more interested in getting another res than to actually touch on the point.
Interesting to see this happen once again in this round. Just nobody looking at point. Another either A, back tap, or just B, just nobody being able to touch point. Regen did definitely get some really amazing kills and really some like high
The Overwatch Invitational 3 is brought to you by Crusaders, a community centered around gaming, positive vibes, and encouragement to reach for your dreams in a way that only Johnny Cruz can deliver. For more information, join the Discord today at discord.gg/Crusaders. The Overwatch Invitational 3 is brought to you by Elo Hell Esports, turning passionate volunteers into working esports professionals. For more information, join the Discord today at discord.gg/elohell.
Welcome. And welcome back to the Overwatch Invitational 3. My name is Williams the Fourth, and yes, ladies and gentlemen, there was kind of a last-minute play. Sorry for kind of like the half-hour delay on matches here. We finally got our next match here with DePaul versus Wisdom, and I've got one of the best casters in the business. You know, the guy with the voice, with the calls, Clutch Key. How you doing, man?
Good. I feel like that's a little bit too much appraisal, but thank you very much. Yeah, I'm here and I'm ready to go. And first time appearing this weekend, going to be next weekend as well for you guys. But yeah, this is looking like a lot of fun.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like I said, a lot of stuff has happened, Clutch. But like I said, these teams have been kind of waiting on us, so we're gonna just dump right in. We'll get to see all the introductions and variables later. But here we go. It is going to be DePaul University versus Wisdom on Busan to start off from Control. Now, this is one match before qualifiers. That's the thing. So we were doing the round of 12. We were trying to play out to get our top 4 out of the bracket, and now on the lower side, we're just waiting for DePaul. It's so DePaul or Wisdom, and then I think they have to play against Shikigami. Is it at the top of their ladder?
So right now, as it stands, if I'm reading the bracket correctly, they are in Group B right now. So Wisdom versus DePaul, winner of this one heads on over to play a 3 on Hydro. On the other side of the bracket would be T3 X22 Subs taking on Spin to win. Winner of that one taking on Shikigami on the lower side.
Alrighty, so with that being said, I mean, I'm more familiar with the Paul crew, and I figured, like, hey, it's just kind of a call to kind of cast that. I wish my friend Tangerine was here because we would totally have now bias on the cast. But here we go. DePaul University, you know, again, I took a very early first loss, I believe, in the bracket, so they're just trying to just make up space here against Wisdom here. So here we go. They're back to come out. Here we go.
Yeah, and Wisdom's going to come out with a little bit more faster pace. The Sigma kind of slows us down a little bit, but not too bad. It is a moving shield, and they're going to come out with a Widowmaker instead, trying to maybe get crossfire from maybe the back line, and maybe the Widowmaker just there to kind of pop off if need be on these side angles, but Tracer's going to make this a lot harder from DePaul coming from Noob.
Yeah, the SDR. Oh my god, it just almost got an early pick off of there. But here we go. Battle's going to go up on top of this point here. We've got DePaul University with most of their team here, and Valkyrie on Wisdom is trying to like swat around the other side. Does get a pick off on the Chronos, but one of the tanks are down so far, and now we're just waiting to see if DePaul University is going to stay on top of this point. Or as I say that, I guess Wisdom is captured his first point, and now it's moving up forward. Now, I mean, like, we didn't see a lot of action. Just it seems that Wisdom just capped it off, and then DePaul just retreated because of the first pick.
Yeah, it wasn't really a fight that at least DePaul wanted because, I mean, they were rotating around, but that Tracer took a little bit too long to rotate. But, I mean, ultimate-wise right now, Wisdom's going to have phone on the Pulse Bomb coming up here in a little while. If they can at least land that up in the back line somewhere, it's going to be an early fight win for them. And look, phone's already in their back.
Yeah, already in the back line. It's got that post bomb online right this second here, and it's looking to just get somewhere in the back line for DePaul. But meanwhile, they're just trying to rotate. I'm not sure. Okay, and now they take down the Tracer. They figured they have the ultimate. It kind of had the heads-up play here. So now DePaul is just falling onto this point here. They were starting to capture it, but it seems that Wisdom is going to contest right now at the very least. But that's the sniper from Tori has just been getting up a lot of value. Okay, now one of the support goes down from DePaul, and now it looks like Ivy's just gonna go around trying to pick up this Tracer as well. It's not gonna look too good from Noob here. Okay, the Coalescence comes out from DePaul trying to save their team as well. I mean, like, the point has flipped back over, but again, it's kind of a scramble fight here going on, Clutch. I mean, no crazy picks, but then Hattori, as I say that, Hattori picks up that pesky Tracer that was going on in the back line, and now it looks like Wisdom is the go button here. They're gonna try to recontest to pull us up. And yeah, the kills are now starting to come in, so now it's starting a little more of a dominant fight here coming from Wisdom. They're going to take out down members of DePaul, and it looks like it's going to reset here and flip the point back. Now they're not in final fight territory yet, but just like at least a good showing from DePaul to get this back from the hands of Wisdom.
Yeah, and good plays overall there from Wisdom. I mean, obviously DePaul flipped it on over, but the thing that worries me the most here is Winston normally is known for charging an ultimate very fast, but Crow knows hasn't built up that ultimate yet. He hasn't built up a Primal Rage, so something is going right for the Wisdom, as in they're avoiding him, and that's a good thing because you're avoiding constant damage. So now Wisdom's going to come up with 5 ultimates. They were really good discipline there by saving a lot of them. Ivy was the only one that used the Gravitic Flux there, if anything, and now the stick maybe gets something.
Yeah, you got the stick, but only not by much. But still, Hattori still, they're committed to this Whittle the entire time, even though it's not kind of the map for this. And yes, here they go. Here comes the go button. They just used the Pulse Bomb and the hacks, and also for they almost had the Gravitic Flux in place, and they're just getting all the value in the world. DePaul is falling back. Now this time, DePaul did not fire off any ultimates here. They're just being smart, and they'll have a full rack of 6 coming into here. But it's 93%. I think DePaul needs to go, and if they're going to go right now.
Yeah, they got to go fast. I mean, but the comp is meant to go fast here. You're going to have a Tracer or Wrecking Ball touch, or not, excuse me. You're going to have the D.Va or the Winston touch, but already Tracer goes down early again.
Oh no, what happened? Was there C9 again? Oh.
I don't know. It looked like somebody had it looked like that Moira touched in time, but I guess not. I guess it doesn't count. I mean, there's a video out there where we know, I believe it's from CarQ, that knows about the touches on different points, and there's an imaginary rope there. Maybe they don't touch it, but I mean, I thought it was just in. I thought they were there.
I mean, overtime did get triggered though, so I mean, like there was somebody from DePaul there, but just like, did they get knocked off because of the Wrecking Ball? I'm not sure.
I think early on they had the Tracer touch it, but then after that, I mean, Tracer went down super early, so I guess nobody else got a touch. That might have been the only thing. But heading into this one, DePaul, you're going to switch on over. Noob's going to have the Sombra. Echo Loco's going to be on the Tracer. A little bit of a faster comp. I like this from DePaul. Only thing here, though, is that the biggest thing, do not let anybody die, because the one thing here, there's nobody that can carry the rest of this fight, because you're not going to have that big damage coming out on a dive composition like this one.
Yeah, this is not looking too good for DePaul right now, but at the same time, they're going to try to like sneak around to the back line here. I mean, Nuba's going to switch over to Sombra and see if they can get some hacking action going on as well. But they're just playing outside of this point right now and just trying to catch Wisdom off guard here. Or maybe not. Maybe Nuba's just going to dive in and just translocate out. Almost got pooped off themselves. That was a little bit weird. But, in the middle of all that, DePaul does capture, which is good. So a little bit change of pace here coming into this next round. But now we're looking to see if they can sustain this with Wisdom, as you mentioned, kind of like having the ult efficiency on the lines. Bond's just going to keep driving into the back line here with this Tracer, just so pesky. Tori is switched off of the Widow and now is using Soldier on the other hand, switch for DPS. And now we're going to see if that's going to bring up. And of course, Tori is still on top on the high ground, and Ivy has switched over to the Wrecking Ball and just sticking with it from that last round as well. So the Paul's got 25%, but Wisdom's looking like they're biding their time, just trying to look for a couple of P kicks to go off, and maybe they'll get that first one, but they can take down Echo Loco. And now it looks like all the members of Wisdom are here, and they're just going to keep clearing the ball players off. And now it's going to be a flip back over for Wisdom.
Yeah, and this is definitely going to be a flip unless this Moira somehow carries the rest of the way here. But Wisdom made a good switch. Hattori goes on over from the Widowmaker to the Soldier, which is great. Now you can rotate a little bit more. It's a better switch off for them, and it forces them to maybe, or rather, Hattori is given the opportunity to rotate more, whether he's on upper ground or lower ground. It gives him this better opportunity to get more sight lines, get more damage off. And look, he's already at 67%. I think that's better than what he would have had before.
Yeah, better than we had before, but now the fight's going to continue here. DePaul University is trying to save their ultimates for this next big fight here. I mean, they got some time to work with, but not by much. But then, as I say, the Coalescence going to come out from Mischief. So I'm not sure if he's trying to see. He's trying to save Chronos on that Winston. They're just trying to save their team, and that it may not be for much here. Because, again, Mischief gets killed at the end of it on the D.Va mech. That's pretty good. So, DePaul University is looking to get back on top of this point, but okay, the rally gets popped as well on the side of Wisdom. Okay, it looks like they're committed to this fight as it were, but now the trans comes out as well. And also Hattori comes up with 2 kills. Now, Wisdom is going to hold down this search from DePaul, and now they got to reset yet again. So now the percentage is benefiting Wisdom right now. They're at 55%.
But the big thing there is DePaul actually pulled off 2 of their support ults. Moiety and Valake both losing their ultimate. So Transcendence is gone, Rally is gone. So now if you're DePaul, you've got a Primal Rage to use, you've got a Self-Destruct to use as well. Soundbear is going to try to lead you in maybe, or use it in a desperation attempt. Either way, DePaul's got the ultimate advantage. Yeah,
but not like this though. Not when Noob goes down early, and once again, it's just key picks coming in from Wisdom, just like stopping their assault here. And now DePaul University looks like they're on the back play. They were going to try to capture this point here, but maybe they back up, maybe not. I mean, at least they got one more fight. Now that Primal Rage is going to get popped from Chronos, and it's just going to try to see if you wreck shop against the value up. But he's getting melted down by the other players here. Now, oh man, and he gets taken down right towards the end of the Primal Rage, and now the D.Va Bomb's also committed. At least gets 1, but not much value on top of it. We are in overtime now, and it's just that DePaul is not playing back yet, and now the Sound Barrier is committed as a last-minute desperation play. But I'm not sure if there's anybody else here that the one other player from DePaul that got caught by that. And now Sacrifice against Pocket. Oh, and all the weekend members of DePaul go down one by one, and it's looking like Wisdom's going to be capturing this first point here and this first map point as they go overtime ticks away.
Yeah, and good play overall. Again, that Soldier was the biggest switch. You saw that at the end with the Tactical Visor. It takes them 2 maps to win it. So right now, again, Wisdom in the lead. 1-0 in the set score. And again, play of the game, Hansone, we saw this switch on over from the Widowmaker to the Soldier. It was a great pick overall, and you're going to see this. Watch the pressure that he puts up already. Again, Tracer's gone, not even using the tac visor to start there, by the way. So that's Tracer's gone early on. That's a lot of your early pressure down on your back, and all he has to do is just pull out the tac visor for the win after that. So great job from Wisdom overall. And again, Wisdom made their switches that they needed to, right? As soon as the Winston came in, as soon as they had that Diva pressure as well up onto the Widowmaker, just bang, switch right there. That's what you want to see. You want to see the flexibility onto the different characters, and you like the way that they played as well, right? You put on pressure, and especially against that dive combination that DePaul had. They had a fast-paced moving composition there, but as soon as you get rid of one person, the biggest thing there, a sound barrier can only save you for so long. A coalescence is only going to last for so long, and damage-wise as well. And you said it as well, that coalescence was more or less to save their teammates rather than to use it for damage. It wasn't aiming at anybody in the first 2 seconds to start off for damage. It was mainly there to use for teams, whereas you want to use that coalescence to push. It just really didn't happen overall. So Wisdom played their cards right. I mean, they used their ultimates. Yes, in that last fight before the previous one, you had Wisdom use both of their ultimates on Rally and Transcendence, but in the end, it didn't matter. If you're going to have attack visor, just do that. So, I mean, overall, and again, and the biggest thing I think you can say going for DePaul going into the next map, they didn't get rid of the Zenyatta early enough. That Orb of Discord causes so much havoc, so much problems that it didn't really matter for them at all.
I mean, the take line from DePaul just getting picked off at key points here. Just like, and again, even when in Primal Rage, right? Like, you imagine the Primal Rage gives you that health boost or whatever. And he was getting melted down. He was getting focused down, during it or whatever. I thought he was going to go down towards the end of it, and he ended up doing so. So, I mean, DePaul University is down right now, but again, this team tends to play from the back. And not to say anything against my friends at DePaul here, but just like usually it's like they have to get a couple maps in, just kind of like get a little bit warmed up. But like, again, this is win or go home here. So let's, again, just trying to finish this out the table. As you mentioned, like Aphelion Hydro is waiting at the end of this road and this journey on the loser side. And again, you're playing for a spot in qualifier for next weekend for basically you want to be top 4 out of here, and then you join our other friends, which also we were able to finish the bracket from Group A yesterday. There's only a couple teams that have qualified so far. There's still some strong teams left in the bottom side of that bracket as well, and so we're hoping that those teams will be able to finish those out towards the end here. By the way, it looks like our next map is going to be Numbani, and again, I'm kind of producing and casting at the same time, so it's not going to be as clean of a thing as transition as it would normally would be. But again, I know Numbani is next, and hopefully they'll go pretty soon here, and we'll talk more about. So, like Numbani, on the other hand, and also too, it seems like Tori was definitely committed to that Widow, right? And are they going to commit to it yet? Do you think?
I don't, Numbani, no. I don't think it's a place. You may want to have a Widowmaker, maybe in a situation where maybe you pair it up with a Hanzo, but in a double sniper composition, especially when we saw Wisdom pull out their own Winston or pull out their own fast-paced combination, I don't think you're going to see a Widowmaker, honestly, from either side, really. I mean, this is just going to be another scrum fight with a fast-paced thing. It's got 2 levels to it, remember. So, I mean, I'm thinking we're going to see either a Winston Diva or even a Diva Wrecking Ball, just because you got to get up onto different levels, and for your tanks, that's the only way to do so. I don't think you're going to see anything or rather, you could see a Brawl composition as well, but that's going to stay on that upper side of the doorway, where normally people sometimes in quick play, maybe even competitive, they walk up that staircase from their side of the floor, and they'll try to get it near the control point area. But as I said, look, right now, already on the defensive side, right, you've got that Wrecking Ball Diva combination trying to go up or lower wherever they want to as fast as possible. Same thing, Phone's on the Tracer. Hatoti's going to stay on the Soldier. Wise pick here, because don't fix what's not broken, especially on Wisdom side, where you 2-0'd everything, where you 2-0'd them on both Sanctuary and on Downtown in Busan. So it works out well for them, and DePaul's going to go with something a little bit similar. However, they're going to pull out a double bubble. This is a good combination for them, especially if they want to just dive in and make it fast, so that they win this one, at least the first fight out, and gives this a chance at some charge.
Yeah, for sure. Here we go. So DePaul University has switched the sides, and now they're going to be on the attack first on Numbani here. And again, we just a similar combo to what we saw on Busan, but Noob is just sticking onto the Sombra as well. Now, most of the members of this team I'm familiar with, except for Noob and Zep, are the kind of new members of this DePaul University squad here. And so I'm looking to see what Noob and them can view here. And here we go. So as we split, like more of the same starting off here as the tank line from Wisdom, and Ivy's now switched over to the D.Va and is going to start getting some value in as well. So that double bubble just kind of got shot in the face here with the Brigitte going down. I mean, it's kind of more of a brawl copy if you want to call it that, right? But still, it looks like the Paul's just going to have to back up just a little bit further.
Yeah, already that's huge for them. I mean, you look at DePaul and both Wisdom. I mean, both are pretty much coming up with the same ultimate. But the big thing here coming up with this next fight, Mischievous is going to have that Nano Boost. And if Nano Boost goes in, I think really your only play here is to put it onto Chronos. So that Winston's going to cost you so much problems to build up another ultimate, to build up a Primal Rage. And so, I mean, that's the biggest thing going for DePaul right now. But Wisdom got to watch out for Fona Hattori. They're going to come up on attack fires. They're going to come up on a pulse bomb. They got to work faster. They got to get rid of that backline because that Orb of Discord is key.
Oh, there it is. That's Yubishi. Like you saw, call the target for Kronos, and there it is. But he's not gonna have a Primal Raise to go off with, so he just has to do what he can with the Nano Boost and just try to get some value off of it. But not again. The Brigitte goes down yet again. I mean, it seems like it'd be a target, and it's personal at this point for Eevee right now. But as we say, that one tick is going off on top of this point here, and it's looking a little bit good. They're keeping the teams out, but then of course the minefield comes out as well to try to stall this out. I mean, there are 5 members of Wisdom here, and the Nubicus one. Okay, the kills are starting to come in finally for DePaul. They get 2 more down, and now just need to clear off these guys. Like, the Kronos get another Primal Rage? Oh, no, he didn't. He finally got the Primal Rage, and now he gets pops it immediately because they're committed to this fight here. They're just going. Now the D.Va's been debacked as well, and it's looking on top for DePaul here. And the same thing, somebody else is still contesting though. Who's still left?
I think you still have the Wrecking Ball, but the Wrecking Ball now dies. So, I mean, it's a good win for them. They're going to have to back off. There's no way they can survive the rest of it. No more tanks. So, yeah, DePaul's going to have another 2.5. And Mischievous, again, look at that. One fight only using the Nano Boost, and is already going to have another Nano Boost coming up. And the best thing, again, Chronos, I mean, you could use that Nano Boost to give Chronos a chance at another ultimate at the Primal Rage. So that's probably going to be another key there. Either that or you're going to try to maybe Nano Boost Zep, who's going to have the Graviton Surge available. Just don't get it eaten by Avi. The biggest thing we've seen a lot of lately is that Divas are played against the Zarya because that's the easiest way to eat up a grab.
Right, yeah, hello, here comes the D.Va Bomb right to the face. It takes down Chronos, so one tank is taken down again, and then it looks like DePaul's backing up yet again. Look at this. It's just all the value of the world for Wisdom. They just get one key pick, and then DePaul has to like just restart and try again. Now this time though, DePaul's gonna have the ultimate economy, and I do applaud DePaul's discipline in the kind of their ult economy right now, as the sense like not just trying to wait for desperation. And kind of the end of Pisano is kind of like a difference maker, I guess. But like now here we go. So the EP goes off. I'm not sure if they got anybody from Wisdom, but the kills coming out as well. But the Pulse Bomb gets 2 now. Okay, we're looking at the MP, and the Pulse Bomb gets the more of the value, and then the High Charizard is in place. Are they going to commit the Graviton Surge? No, they don't have to. Not with an D-Mech and eliminate the D.Va now, and so now this card's going to move forward here. It's a good fight win for DePaul. They cost them a lot of ultimates in that fight, but just as we were talking about ultimate economy, look at all of what they had to use just to get past Wisdom.
Yeah, no, but I mean, and a good EMP because you got both of the supports there. You got Hattori at the same time. So you had 3 on that EMP, and they just died right away because of the pulse man, because of the pressure that you had on. That's what you want here. You don't need a big showing on that EMP like you need like a bomb and an EMP. You just need that EMP to work, especially on that backline. If you can get rid of that backline early on for at least DePaul University to win this one out, they've got a chance.
Yeah, for sure. So the attack fire is just going to come up for Hattori as well. Not a lot of value on top of it, but it just gives enough space for Wisdom to kind of work here. DePaul University is very close to point alpha here. I mean, it's not, Wisdom it's just giving them enough space to work here, but not by much. Chronos will be up on the Primal Rage along with the Pulse Bomb, so it looks like DePaul University will have enough ultimates for this next fight here. But the Pulse Bomb and the Graviton Surge goes out as well. They both got eaten. Both of them got eaten at the same time.
Oh my god.
Oh. Has that ever happened? Has 2 ultimates been eating at one time? My goodness. Okay, so it's going to capitalize right on top of that. I'm sorry, I'm so completely distracted by that. Oh no.
I don't know what to say. I've seen it eaten once, or I've seen one or the other eaten. I haven't seen both before. If you're Ivy right now, you got to be shouting. I think you're gonna have a noise complaint soon because that is huge. You get rid of a huge Graviton Surge. You get rid of a huge Pulse Bomb that could have been comboed with it. I think you could have saved the Pulse Bomb and not thrown it out at the same time as the Graviton Surge, honestly. But DePaul's just got to find a way to use their ultimates a little bit better. But Mischievous coming up on another Nano Boost. That's gonna be huge for them. So Chronos can go in first off without needing to use the Nano Boost, and then maybe the Primal Rage afterwards. Or they're going to use the Primal Rage first.
Although I think they used the primal race just to save him because he was getting melted down or whatever, so he had the primal race to get out of it. So that nano boost is going to go to waste here unless they go somewhere else. Unless the pulse power, the Diva Bomb also gets you out of range here. Takes down 2 members. They're just going to collapse right on top of DePaul here. This is not looking good right now. 45 seconds left on the clock here. DePaul was looking so good on Street's face and the body, and they're getting stopped just short of point alpha here by just the. I mean, I'm still stuck at the double E.
Oh look. Yeah. Oh look, he's still hungry. Ivy just eats the pulse bomb again. So, but here's the thing as well too. From DePaul, you didn't need to waste all of those ultimates. You just wasted an EMP after 2 of your players died, especially Zep and Mischievous going down inside of that self-destruct. You didn't need to waste an EMP. You didn't need to waste a pulse bomb. Now's not the time to do it. You still had 1 fight to regroup, so now they're coming in with basically only an Anaboost, with basically only a rally, and 2 support ults, and that's it. Wisdom's gonna have a bank.
Yes, they are, and so, yeah, of course, the rally gets popped right where this desperation time. We're getting into overtime here, and I'm not sure if anybody from DePaul is close to this card just yet, but they're not. When Tori's going to take down 2 members on the backline with Attack Visor, and so overtime is going to be ticking away slowly here, which is called last. So remembering members of DePaul get clean off here. Yes, and the Transcendence gets popped as well. It's a kind of a foregone conclusion at this point. Overtime is going to tick away here, and this is where the cart will stop for DePaul, just short of point alpha, 93.27 meters, and a win condition on the board for Wisdom.
Yeah, I mean, and we're not gonna have a tie obviously here because it stopped on Street's phase, but Blue Demons from DePaul just got stopped. I mean, it's in all honesty here, DePaul. Really, I mean, it might have just been the boom coming from Ivy eating both of the pulse bomb and the graviton search at the same time.
Yeah.
As soon as that happened, you saw their rhythm just get knocked off, and it worked out well for them in the end because they were just. You saw at one point our observer, I think it was Juke. They saw that pressure that was coming in. You saw that pressure coming in from their back line at the same time, but on that one corner, you also saw pressure coming in from the front. So they were just pinching them together, and DePaul didn't know what to do with it. I mean, the EMP only covers so much room. The hack only covers 1 person at a time, and you didn't have any pressure coming out from DePaul. So now we go on to their defensive phase. If you'd like DePaul to win this one, I need to see a lot more pressure coming out from them because they were not doing anything really. The only way that Nano Boost has any value whatsoever is if Kronos just dives right in as soon as that Nano Boost gets going. For Wisdom, on the other hand, they don't need to really fix anything. They just need to make sure Hattori doesn't die as long as he's on that soldier, because that Tack Visor is your biggest win condition.
Yes, it is, but then, of course, Hattori's going to switch over back over to the Widow. And now it's looking a little bit of a cover pick coming from Hattori, so we're going to see what Wisdom can do in their attack. And again, win condition is on the board. They just need to push the card a little bit further. They're going to get this first cap and push the card a little bit further, and they'll be up 2-0 in this series. But DePaul University, as you mentioned, I think just needs to reset the mental here, and you got to do it quickly here because, you can't let things like that bother you, even if it's a rare thing, the occurrence that happens in the game. Wisdom, on the other hand, is just again, they are just aggressive, they are fast, they're going to be in your face. They're going right to this high ground to start off with.
Yeah, and again, you see this Widowmaker gets no value whatsoever here downstairs because you're putting pressure on, and now Hattori actually gets a kill onto Winston. That's huge for them because now they can take this point pretty easily without a bubble needed.
No, not at all. So Kronos seems to be their favorite target for Wisdom. They take them down, they can just collapse right in on top of this point here. And just like last attack phase, it's looking like Wisdom's going to capture this very, very quickly here. And they're just going to clear with the rest of the members of the DePaul and get right into this free space very early on.
I wouldn't count that in quite yet. I mean, they still have, now that might do it. You're not going to have anybody touching except for a Somber who's going to have to translocate away unless she wants to die there. So 5 minutes and 25 seconds on the clock. That's big for them. And look, DePaul, look at the pressure again. You talk about how aggressive this team is. Look, they're not going to even let Winston or the Steva breathe. They don't have any healers anyway, so why not?
Yeah, why not? I mean, if it's worked for them before and they've been just melting down the tank line of DePaul this thus far, why not let it continue? I mean, Phone is just being uncontested on the high ground as well, and so finally we get the Diva drop off so they don't get staggered out. And now we're going to see if DePaul is going to regroup, but if they need to regroup quickly, this cart is barreling towards the golden box of victory, as you like to say, Clutch. I mean, that's just that's been stuck in my head since IV2. But anyway,
no. Hey, it's the right word for it. Oh, pause on the action. Interesting, but yeah, golden box of victory is right there about 43 meters away. And I mean, right now as it stands, I mean, it's just Wisdom just rolling right there, and you saw it towards right before that pause that they just ran right through, and they as soon as they captured the point, look, that Tracer was going towards them.
Yeah.
Tracer tried to chase and with no worries whatsoever, and that card got pushed up so far that even within 40 meters now, this turns into about maybe a one fight territory thing, because at this point, I mean, Wisdom's just DePaul's just giving them way too much room. I mean, it may turn into 2 fights at that, but 2 short fights if it starts off like this.
Yeah, it definitely, if it starts like this, but that's, the card is already halfway through. We're going to come out of the pause, and it's looking like just the brawl is just going on top of this card here, with, of course, Wisdom coming out on top, is getting the kills and lighting up the feed here. And once again, I mean, now that's just taking out the support line this time. Now Fun's going to take out the rival Tracer as well. The Tracer duel is going to go in Wisdom's favor, and they're going to chase down Chronos on the Winston. It's just a personal stick. Okay, and he had to pop the power ratio to stay alive here. This could be a lot of a wasted value of an ultimate, but it keeps the take line on board here for at least a little bit longer. But this card, as we say that, the EMP is going to get popped on top of this card. I was going to say the card's right here. We were looking at Chronos, but it's just a last-minute desperation play coming in from DePaul. It's not looking in their favor. 2 more members go down, and Mischievous, on the other hand, it's going to try to save the team. But EV is on top of this card, just wrecking shop here, and Def is switched over to Diva to try to save it as well. They're going to get D-Max. It's just 1 more kill. Like a Diva Bomb on top, though, but that, the Diva Bomb explodes, and C9s them off the card, and Wisdom's going to go up 2-0.
Yeah, Wisdom, again, just all over. I mean, look at the positioning towards the end there, right? Phone was all over that back line. And you said it, too. It's a waste of an ultimate with that Primal Rage, but if you didn't want to lose that fight, if you wanted to jump back in to try to contest that card, then you needed to pop that Primal Rage. Otherwise, you weren't going to survive. And look at that, again, double kill on the Pulse Bomb. This is what... that's on the side of DePaul, I believe, that did it, but or not DePaul, excuse me, from Wisdom that did it.
Yeah.
But no, it was DePaul, excuse me. But anyways, no. So I mean, overall, it works out for them because they just put on so much pressure, right? That Tracer towards the end even proved it. And look where Hattori landed up, by the way. The only way you get up there as a soldier at the end is if you go up the stairs and if you have free reign just to drop down on that platform. There is no way otherwise that they would have gotten up there, because Hattori would have been denied access from any single point. And yet he got up there without ease. He got up there by killing people without needing tack visor, with that aim on the soldier. I mean, right now it is Wisdom's game to lose, because Wisdom has complete control over this. Now, DePaul's going to need to switch up something, because right now they need to be a little bit more flexible. What they're doing right now with the Winston and the Devo, as well as the Tracer and the Sombra isn't Overwatch 2 Sombra. I'm sorry to say it. It's not Overwatch 2 Sombra yet. It gets no value right now unless that EMP comes out. Yes, you get the hacks here and there, but if there's no follow-up with it, DePaul's stuck in kind of a 6v5 situation unless that Sombra reappears with her SMG. It's not going to work out, so I want to see DePaul kind of switch it up a little, maybe make some adjustments here going into the 3rd match, and maybe they get a point on the board if they do that.
Yeah, maybe so. Well, listen, DePaul University is down 0-2 right now. Their tournament life is on the line here, and they need at least to start the reverse sweep, and need to start it now. I hope my boys at DePaul can go Venetian sometime soon here. Otherwise, this is going to be the end of their run for IV3 in kind of early fashion here in the group stages. But we're going to take a quick break to let these guys reset the mental here. We'll be right back after this.
It looks like they have gotten warmed up, gotten all the kinks out of their system, and now the car is in drive. They don't plan on stopping anytime soon. 2 minutes 20 seconds on the clock as they start making their way into objective Charlie.
Yeah, they're spinning to win, and they're doing pretty well with it. Here comes the mine, trying to get any damage they can. A lot of ults going to come in from spin to win now, and they need to get the value off them. Otherwise, they're going to be really tough.
Oh my god! Oh! That's just rude. A beautiful sleep charge from Kamsky once again. Thundo, though, will take care of the grandma as they start moving their way into the objective, dropping down to keep that cart from moving through the underground. It's not going to be enough for Spin to Win to be able to hold on for now. Chinese food has been released, and if we know about how Chinese food is a couple hours later, they're going to be rushing back to spawn.
I am empowered.
Jack,
That was a poop joke, folks.
Jack, I don't want to cast with you anymore.
Come on, Kaylee. It's like the good old days.
Why are poops jokes, the good old days, Jack.
Look at that combo. Gorgeous. Coming in from Prototype. Unfortunately, Trojan didn't realize that they were actually going to be part of the combo with that Gravitic Flux. Made them incredibly susceptible to high damage from Diva Bomb. And we'll have to watch out for that in the future. I see that I have still left K-Wing speechless, apparently.
Hey, Miles coming in on both these sides. I feel like it's really trying to get this value, whatever they can do. ISO is really having some trouble as well, trying to stay alive. But now I think close ones are just going to make this for the members of Tier 3 Subs. As soon as I say that, they're gonna get blazed through.
Yep, they dug their heels in and just found just enough to be able to push through. McMahon having the Deadeye online. Big slam, big ante in trade. Looking to touch the objective. The Nano gets invested onto Lukewarm, trying to hold it on together. Big slam from either hamster, but nobody's dying. Immortality's down, and we see once again massive anti-nades over and over from Kamsky. The eats just aren't there for the side of Spin to win, and as overtime ticks away, 0.19 meters remaining on the clock. They just got to clear the point, and it's unfortunate, or fortunate, depending on who you're rooting for. Tier 3 Subs lock it down. 1 meter shy of Objective Charlie, which would have given Spin to win another possible chance should they need it, but nevertheless, the line has been drawn in the sand, and all that the Tier 3 Subs need to do now is cross it.
Can I say, I love in canon how you like get in Glitchbot's car through the studio, through the streets, from the parking lot, and you get it right up to his trailer, but it's like, oh, sorry, that's like 2 feet short of where I actually wanted it, so it's not enough. It's in the spot. Like when we went back, he was literally in the VIP parking spot. But looking at these compositions, which we didn't get to do beforehand, some interesting compositions. McMahon and website have not chosen yet, but they're doing this sort of double shield, which might suffer against what may be a dive. We saw, of course, Nitro Galaxy on the Wrecking Ball, and McMahon is still waiting and
Okay.
Okay. Interesting choices. I think we saw the Echo really working for Spin to win, so I'm kind of curious as to why they have chosen to go to this tour run.
Well, if I were to imagine there's nothing wrong with having a 7th man on the field, I guess the question I have, though, is why the frick is Trojan by himself, or by themselves on the high ground? There's absolutely no reason for that. The rest of your team is sitting there safe and sound in the cafe, and you're just out there getting shots taken at you. Lukewarm is going to take advantage of that. Grabs the punch kill. Massive anti once again from Kamsky. Just nothing seems to stop this Ana from being able to thread the needle time and time again. They will go ahead and lock down Objective Alpha, getting it within the first minute, giving them almost 6 minutes to push in through the streets of Hollywood.
Most people have like really powerful abilities, you know, and they're usually on like gigantic cooldowns. Kamsky just has that on E. Kamsky can win fights literally with these anti-nades because you just say, oh, you wanted to heal today? Sorry, I guess not. You don't get to heal today. Sorry, website. Sorry, Cheesedeck. And that has such a good effect because Cheesedeck is so far behind in terms of the healing ultimate game. And they're dedicated Chinese food!
welcome back to the Overwatch Invitational 3. Again, my name is Williams the Fourth. We've got Clutch Key, and we have what could potentially be the final map of the tournament for DePaul University. They're going up against Wisdom. They're down 0-2, and they've decided to bet their tournament life on Dorado.
Yeah, I mean, Dorado, not a bad pick for them at all. You can see the scoreline, by the way, so far, 2-0 on Busan. Nambani goes 2-1 in favor of Wisdom, but as of right now, it's just, I don't think it's it's on the fact of the picks. I think the picks are fine, except maybe DePaul switches on the Sombra, but as of right now, I'm really liking the fact that maybe they switch it up a little bit. Maybe they go with something a little more, different on their lineup, because the Sombra is not working, and at the same time too, because of that situation, Wisdom is allowed to have so much pressure on them that it's too much for DePaul. So let's see if they switch it up a little bit, and let's take a look at their hero pools right now. And okay, when I'm talking about a switch, maybe this might do it. But if this Bastion is golden true, then Pirate Ship, maybe, I don't know, but if Echo Local switches onto a Symmetra, we might have ourselves a game. I don't know, but I mean, maybe I wanted to see a Pirate Ship. I mean, it is Escort after all, but Wisdom on the defensive side. Hey, don't fix what's not broken, right? You got the Tracer, you have the Soldier here. Not a bad pick, except for here on Dorado. You're not going to have a lot of space on upper side, which means because you're not going to have a shield. The only shield you really have is that defense matrix, and maybe Morty's shield just a little bit. But I mean, if DePaul plays their cards right, and again, the Sombra's here. The Sombra's got to be huge this game.
Yeah, it has to be. So here we go. DePaul University has decided to stay in the attack and starting off on Dorado. And look at this. The Wrecking Ball is just lurking. Decides not to jump into the action here. But DePaul's going to start off this card pretty strong here. And as you mentioned, we're looking for just a little bit of a shift here from DePaul. If you have some faith in them, and so do I definitely want them to see go a little bit further in this tournament here and show what they got on Dorado. It's going to start off with Hattori on the high ground, on the other hand, just like picking up kind of the shooting gallery at the top of this choke on the other side. But then Kronos, on the other hand, has decided to dive right in. It just takes out the Sienna on the back line here. And now is Wisdom backing up? Wow.
Yeah, and that's huge for them. They have to pull back just because of the Orb of Discord. You lose that Orb of Discord for Balake, and now that lets DePaul move in just a little bit more. But they're going to be pressured underneath this archway because they're going to get the Senjata back soon.
Yeah, for sure. So now, Echo Loco, on the other hand, is going to try to be a little bit mobile, drive onto the back line of Wisdom, but it's not going to be much for sure. And then also Wisdom as well. Again, they're just staying right here. They do get a couple kills to come in. I was going to say, it was looking like DePaul was going to try to play a little bit forward here, a little bit more aggressive. But now they're going down one by one, and it looks like DePaul's going to have to reset yet again here. Just got a little bit past the choke, so they got a little bit of advancement in this next fight, but not by much. Oh wait, the personal stick. Oh my god, that was personal. Takes out Kronos, kind of just lingering in the back line again. Oh my goodness, wow. Phone was just good. They made that personal.
Yeah, and again, but look at the ultimate percentage here. Wisdom, you would say Phone's at 18% charging, but that's because he just used a pulse bomb to get that Winston kill and stall out a lot more time. It's already halfway done with this time bank, and DePaul's got to nowhere except for this archway. Wisdom is just putting on, again, Hattori's already going to have an ultimate. Yes, the Sombra doesn't have an EMP. Echo Loco's just going to come up with the pulse bomb now. I need to see a lot more pressure from DePaul to give me a little bit more confidence in them, because right now they're not showing it.
Yeah, not at all right now, but okay. But at the very least, DePaul will have a couple of ultimates to start this next fight. And again, the value seems to be on Kronos and that nano boost as well. And so, the nano boost is online for DePaul. We're just looking to see if Kronos is going to initiate this next fight here and just try to take players down. That usually is the win condition for DePaul, so we're going to see if they're going to activate it. Yes, it does. Here we go. The nano comes in now, and he's going to try to see if he gets some kills off, but he's just going to back away or keep diving right back to the back line. There we go. So he's trying to take down, and there's the power wedge gets popped. At least he's going to get 2 Norn down, but then Hattori's going to pop the tech visor in the back line and gets 1 Norn down. And so it's just the battle of the ultimates right now. Kronos is not winning, right? Or at least gets 1. He takes Hattori down. But I was going to say, I guess like DePaul's winning it just yet. But the cart is still moving forward for right now. The Deeplock is committed to this fight as well. Gets nothing. It kind of whips in the middle of the air here. But also, then the EMP gets invested. Wait a minute. What's going on here with DePaul? Why are they still recontesting here? Oh, well, maybe they know something I don't, because Kronos gets at least 1 more kill, and and then Bone whips the pulse bomb as well. But it looks like the Paul is trying to play for their desperation at this point. They just invested more of it. They are getting the kills though, so maybe they might be able to capture this first point. I mean, I'm just kind of surprised at kind of the last minute commitment there from DePaul.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't a bad commitment either because you do have the attacking spawn room in their favor. And if Wisdom, somebody dies there, it takes them a lot longer to get back than it would if DePaul were to try and charge here. But look at this. Now that's what you want to talk about. Look, Chronos just pressures Hattori out, and now Wisdom has to back off again because that's your big source. You lose the Tracer fight, yes, but I mean, still 5v5 in the spawn room, still in favor of the attacking side. You just got to back off for right now if you're Wisdom. So DePaul looking better than expected, and especially with the Sombra, put on the Sombra with the EMP pressure, 4 people getting caught up into it. That's huge. Build up it fast now because now you got pressure.
All right, but that Kratos goes down by Eevee, so Eevee switched over to the D.Va as well to get some more value off of it. And it looks like it's also looking like Obscure on the Brigitte, so he's looking for some more actions. They get some more kills, but like the kills getting traded back and forth here. But the numbers do benefit Wisdom right now, and this card's is still moving forward. I'm not sure who's sticking on top of it, but they're probably going to get cleared up right away as Vital's going to have to reset one more time.
Got lucky there because D.Va was the only one on that point. Oh, Phone gets eaten on the pulse bomb, and Phone trying to put on the pressure, but gets caught out a little bit. I mean, right now, DePaul University in the bank right now, you're going to have Landmine, Self-Destruct, maybe a Transcendence at the same time too, but again, you cannot lose anybody that early with this kind of rush composition. You lose somebody, you're out already, and they're going to already have to back off. Look, they're not even going to try to pressure because you already lost the Tracer.
Yeah, he already lost the Tracer. I mean, good job for Zephyr eating a Pulse Bomb, kind of returning the favor from that last from Nubani, you know, but he needs to at least 2 more as well to kind of make this all work out. But DePaul University is going to have to reset and try one more time. They're going to try this rush comp to see if it works. Kronos gets nanoed again, but he gets melted down immediately. Look at that. It was just like, you know, again, there's kind of a heads-up play coming from Wisdom. They saw the nano and just like, nope, we're going to take down Kronos. They know that they're the key to this team, and now the rest will follow as they're going to just push more pressure onto DePaul. They're going to go right back into it. Ivy's just diving right in. They do not care. They know DePaul was missing a couple of members. Kronos is back online, but it's a little bit too late here for this next fight. A minute and 11 of the clock here. It's looking like DePaul is kind of a desperation time right now. They need something huge and something big now in order to continue their run here on Dorado.
Oh, I want to see if that translocator gets destroyed or not. I really do. If that translocator doesn't get destroyed, Phone is in such a good position to hold it. But yeah, 52 seconds left to go. I mean, right now DePaul's got the ultimate bank. Wisdom does too, though. So right now, this has got to be a big self-destruct and an EMP.
Yep. The EMP gets ones. Looks like, and Kronos is still, you know, he still doesn't pop power range just yet. But and also the self-destruct didn't look like the EMP either. So the rally gets popped as well. So this is desperation time for DePaul here. They know what's at stake. And now the power range gets popped. Is going to keep rolling here. But 2 more kills comes in for Hattori. And now it's just still not looking too good here for DePaul at the moment. Just like the kills are starting to come in from Hattori. He keeps taking down the weakest members of DePaul, and now it's looking like they've got no answers left. Now it's just desperation. They're just got the pile bodies on top of this point here to see if they can finish this out. But it's not looking too good right now with 6 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, Summer's gonna have to uninvisibility here, but it's already gonna be too late. Tactical Visor's gonna come out, and this is just wow. What a performance here, and yeah, this is gonna be it for Wisdom's defense, or DePaul's attack, I should say. But I mean, overall, at the end there, the EMP plus the bomb at the same time, it didn't really get anything. You only saw Hattori get caught into it, but by then too little too late to even use it, because I would understand the EMP bomb decision if Wisdom had had a shield. If you had a shield, then yeah, everybody's going to gather up behind it, but Wisdom just had too much speed. The only 2 you were going to potentially catch, if anything, was going to be a Zenyatta or the Brigitte. So again, Wisdom just bringing out their best right now with this composition on the rotational fact that you have the soldier, and that's the second floor staying up top, and DePaul really providing little to no pressure on that second floor. It was just really Wisdom utilizing that second floor and utilizing their positioning. I mean, even look, you saw it too, right? The nano boosted Kronos with the Winston, and as soon as he got nano boosted, look, everybody from Wisdom said back off, because he already has to use a leap to get up there. He doesn't have a primal range to use any other leaps. So as long as we back off, we got it, and that's exactly what he did. And he didn't jump down either. Kronos stayed up there. So in other words, so the Wisdom is playing this very smart. They're living up to their name, because they're playing this very smart. They're playing very aware of their surroundings. And now 10 seconds left to go. DePaul again. Sombra's got to build up an ult faster. I cannot see a 2-minute EMP come up. It's got to be it's got to be way faster than that. Either that or they got to switch, because right now it is not working.
Well, right now, it's do or die for DePaul right now. It is Wisdom's attack phase on Dorado here. All Wisdom has to do is, as the Clutch Key like to say, the golden box of victory here is going to determine their fate as Wisdom's going to win this out. But, you know, if DePaul can get the hold here of a lifetime, it looks like, maybe they get to extend their tournament life for one more map. But Wisdom, on the other hand, is looking to close this out here and now. And now we're going to see kind of like, I was wondering what you just saw, because like Hattori switched back over to the Widow. I think this is a cover pick for Hattori, because if he's on the Widow, then, but then of course he's getting taken down, or at least he's getting attacked this time and not being just uncontested.
Yeah, and that Widowmaker's going to be left alone, because really look at all the pressure that you have going on in the front. You really can't do anything. Slam down. He's going to get 3. Look at that. Already 56% to an ultimate. Mischievous is already going to have 93% as well. That's big, though. You get rid of Noob. That's rid of your hack possibility, and now Wisdom can just go right in.
He gets taken down yet again, and look at this. Wisdom's just going to collapse right on top of DePaul, right behind this first choke. And again, from the last phase they were dealing with, it looks like Wisdom is just barely towards point alpha here. If they can clean up these last couple of kills, yes, they will. And now it's just like it looks like they're going to capture this first point uncontested from DePaul, unless they have something up their sleeve and just get the rush to get back to this point.
No, I don't think so. I think Eevee's just, or if Chronos just decides to go in, it's going to be on a nano boost. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, but Chronos is going to get nano boosted, but again, he's getting focused down. Oh no, maybe not this time. Maybe he doesn't get focused down. But then Phone is going to come in with taking out the nano boost out of the equation, and then 2 more kills coming down. So they do try to contest as the last second here, but like not a lot of value out of it. But it just stalls for time at this point. That's all they're doing, is just kind of inevitable at this point that Wisdom is going to move forward here. So now here we go. They're kind of into this next phase, and now the golden box of victory is just a little bit shy. It's like 80 meters away, and it's still barely very, very fast. And DePaul needs to find an answer. They need to find an answer now. Chronos does have the final rage, and it will also be the pulse bomb on top of it, but not the nano this time. And so if Chronos is going to be a hero, he needs to play it now.
Yeah, and already infrared sight, so they know that where the ball's going to land up. And look at this positioning already. Wrecking Ball and the Tracer right here just to hold them off, maybe to knock them off. If Eevee gets the knock off here, game over.
Oh, yes, they do. Here we go. All right. I was looking for a hack there. I thought I saw the people know, because the Transcendence gets popped from Wisdom as well to try to keep their team alive. I mean, it's looking like just commit to it. Now here comes the primal rage from Chronos. He's getting melted down. Look at this. The heads up play for Wisdom. They melt him down right away. He didn't even get out of the primal rage that long just to get melted down right away. So look at, okay, it looks like, I was going to say, was there Demon Bomb? There was actually going to get popped off. He gets 1 kill. I mean, it's looking like DePaul is holding right now, but not by much. It's almost by a hair of the thread. But why is there Bally people on the outside? The chart is moving closer to this point. I mean, stop focusing on the phone and start focusing on the actual objective here, people. DePaul, let's go.
Yeah, and like you said, the way that they're focusing, they've got so much pressure on their back that they kind of have to turn around, but it's not going to work out for them overall. And I don't think, I mean, the Stormers going to contest for really no reason. And it's just, at this point, I think it's pretty much all put over, so.
Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate, but Wisdom is going to take the series 3-0, and you know, like it wasn't a completely dominant performance, but definitely Wisdom had DePaul's number in this matchup here. It's just kind of like they just dissected them one player at a time.
Yeah, I mean, again, look at where they're positioned, right? You see Phone on this back line. He's going to get play. By the way, I don't think he even needs the Pulse Bomb here, but he's going to use it anyways. And, yeah, gets the Pulse Bomb stick on. Going to get some points for that. But, I mean, overall, what a great game from Wisdom. Wisdom just pulled out all the stops that they needed to. And on that fact as well that they had so much pressure, right? Don't fix what's not broken. We didn't see really an adjustment of any sort towards the end there for Wisdom or DePaul. I mean, Wisdom had that. The only player I think that switched between all 3 of these games in between characters was Hattori, because you saw him on the Widowmaker and you saw him on the Soldier. A smart play very early on from Wisdom on their attacking side on Dorado. They switched on from the Symmetry, make sure that they have that pressure up from the 2nd level already. That 2nd level is going to get them on the Symmetric Teleporter, and then all they have to do is switch on over to what they need to, right? The Widowmaker to get off the picks, and from the frontline pressure, you're not even worrying about the back, because that Tracer has to focus on helping your frontline out, which gives your Widowmaker a lot more free reign. And towards the end there, as I'm watching this back and I'm remembering it back, the biggest thing there, Wisdom used the Transcendence of Balake, had the Transcendence not used for saving people. That's the thing. They didn't use it to save. They used it to push, and that's the kind of confidence and pressure you want out of your team. So great job from Wisdom, and sorry to Paul, but I think the tournament's over.
Yeah, their tournament life ends here. So DePaul goes out, in the group stages is where they were just one match shy from making it to the qualifier, at least trying to play the qualifier to get into their championship weekend next weekend. But I can tell you though, just the one thing I feel bad for most of the participants of IV3 this time around is like the format is brutal. We had to say goodbye to a lot of teams this weekend. It wasn't just like one of those things like, okay, you're playing and you got some time to work with or whatever. It's like it's definitely been like kind of hard and fast. And if you lost early in this bracket, yeah, you got a long way to go. I mean, like the people playing in the losers qualifiers has either played 4 or 5 matches just to get out, and so Wisdom some of the other teams and winners have only had to play 2, right, depending on their positioning.
Right.
So it's just kind of a brutal format, but I'm sorry that had to happen to one of the better teams that have had performance in the Invitational, over time in DePaul. But we will see them again another time. But otherwise, congratulations to Wisdom. So now the reward is they get to play against is it Shikigami or is it?
No, they get to play. So Wisdom now gets to play against Aphelion Hydro, who was from the upper bracket as well. They dropped down earlier on and then spin to win. Looks like as of right now, on the other side of the bracket, T3 X22 ODUB subs, they looks like they're going to play against Shikigami on the other side because they're up 2-0 right now. Unless spin to win can get the reverse sweep, we don't know the result just yet. But yeah, that'll be an interesting fight for them as since I've been watching this for a little while now. I mean, that's going to be an interesting matchup between those two because both of them got really fast comps. Same thing like Wisdom. Feeling on Hydro, I haven't had a chance to see, but for Wisdom, at least moving on against them with the confidence that they got, I mean, from the lower bracket again, they dropped down here. They beat Draco Gang 3-0 on their side. Then they beat DePaul 3-0. I think that's good momentum going into their next match, especially now that they're kind of warmed up a little bit and they're going against a Feeling on Hydro who just dropped.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like again, unfortunately, but momentum is a thing here in Overwatch, right? These loser bracket run teams seem to have that momentum. I mean, like I was saying this yesterday too. It's kind of like that, like being at top of the ladder in any Overwatch match seems to be your death fall, right? Because just like the top teams in the Overwatch league don't even make it. Like they only have one game to play and they get knocked out, and that's it. That's just the end of the story. But by the way, I don't know if this is the end of the story for you, but for me, I think I'm gonna have to step back into the booth here and just try to save the rest of this last match. So we'll see whether we're going to see Aphelion Hydro try to take this out, or we're going to see the tier 3 subs match versus
Shikigami.
Yep. We're going to see which match is going to be in the A stream. The B stream kind of died in the middle of this whole thing.
Oh,
so
boy.
We're going to go see if we can sort that out. But either way, no matter what happens, thank you, Clutch, for coming in. I really appreciate it. And, I just, one of these days, I mean, we're going to do the whole ESPN, like March Madness bracket thing. I want you there. We're going to do it on radio. It's going to be amazing. I'll come out to Hawaii with you, whatever. So.
That'll be fun. That'll be fun one day. Yes, absolutely.
All right, cool. Well, we'll see you guys in a couple of minutes after this break. We'll see which match we're going to do next, and then don't go anywhere.
The Overwatch Invitational 3 is brought to you by Crusaders, a community centered around gaming, positive vibes, and encouragement to reach for your dreams in a way that only Johnny Cruz can deliver. For more information, join the Discord today at discord.gg/Crusaders. The Overwatch Invitational 3 is brought to you by Elo Hell Esports, turning passionate volunteers into working esports professionals. For more information, join the Discord today at discord.gg/elohell. The Overwatch Invitational 3 is brought to you by Redbird Esports, the collegiate esports hub of the Illinois State University Redbirds. With wings open wide, gamers of all genres are encouraged to climb to new heights in their favorite games. For more information, check them out on Twitter at Redbird_esports. The Overwatch Invitational 3 is brought to you by Opera GX, the web browser designed with gamers in mind. Take control of your browser and support the Invitational today by going to bit.ly/Invitational3 and install Opera GX today.
Welcome to the Will English Invitational.
Welcome, everybody, here back to the lower quarterfinals of the Will English Invitational 3. This game between Aphelion Hydro and Wisdom. I'm Klutchkey alongside Acronator. Here will be your color, and a good one at that. Wisdom coming off of a 3-0 win against DePaul. On the other side, coming down from the lower bracket, Aphelion Hydro, who lost to Solstice Esports 3-0, so they dropped down here, but winners, but they're not out just yet. Aphelion Hydro has one more game to play. This is against Wisdom now. Losers tournament is done. The winner moves on into the lower semifinals. And Acronator, I don't know if you've had a chance to see any of these teams, but have you seen either Aphelion Hydro or Wisdom play?
So I have been working as a TO behind the scenes for basically the entire weekend. So I have seen all of these teams' games thus far that have been on stream, as well as, ironically, I happen to know a few players on both of these teams, so there's no necessary bias there. So I am familiar with their playstyles. I know what they've been liking to run thus far. I'm very curious to see if Wisdom can stand up to Aphelion Hydro, just because they've been such a dominant force right up until the second to last match in the winners bracket. So very curious to see how this is going to play out.
Yeah, and Wisdom, by the way, again, 3-0 against DePaul, so they have some momentum going on here, and this game can be kind of a momentum, especially in long weekends like that, like this, and this will go on from this weekend as well on to the next weekend, too, if they make it to the group of 12. So it'll be great to see what these teams pull out. You said, you know, a couple of these guys from Aphelion Hydro, even from Wisdom as well. Talk to me. Have you seen, what compositions do you like to see out of both teams?
Well, Aphelion Hydro seems to like to play, honestly, kind of depends on the map for both of these teams, but they seem to like to play a little bit of the brawl, a little bit of the wrecking ball compositions, right? That kind of rings true for both of these teams. Aphelion Hydro definitely seems to be more hyper-aggressive as opposed to Wisdom. That's kind of passive, not quite passive, but less fast-paced than Aphelion, so it's going to be interesting to see, especially on this control map of Nepal. It's going to be our opener here, because I think that hyper-aggression definitely tends to play well into control, just never allowing your opponent to set up when you get towards like 2CP, you know, the hybrid maps. Then it could potentially play more into a slower tempo, but for right now, I'm almost expecting Hydro to come out with guns a-blazing.
Yeah, I mean, Nepal is just one of those maps where, I mean, you can expect anything. And going into Sanctuary, you know, a lot of times you like to see, like, the environmental kills, right? You like to see the Lucio. You like to see some of these other, I mean, Pharo's a possibility here as well. We've seen pharmacy combos in here, even sometimes in the Tier 1 and sometimes in the Overwatch League. So, I mean, you could see that happening. But let's take a look at their setup here in about 5 seconds. Again, first map here is going to be Sanctum on the here on Nepal, and take a look at what they pull out from the very start of Aphelion Hydro. If this holds true, they are going to pull out the Cowboy along with the Torbjorn tank side. You're going to have the Orisa, Diva, and Brigitte Baptiste on the support side. For Wisdom, you're going to have the Hanzo as well as the Tracer Wrecking Ball alongside of the Sigma, and you're going to have the Brigitte and the Zenyatta there. So kind of something a little bit different back in Wisdom's last game here on the stream. We saw Hatsune switching on over to the Soldier. So this is basically what they ran last time, a little bit differently, but let's see what they pull off here against Sanctum to start. They'll use the Symmetra to get themselves in as fast as possible, and we'll see where they pull up. But what do you like about these team compositions here?
In particular, I know Phone, she generally likes to play the Reaper, the Pharah are sort of like the jokingly the two tricks, right? But I don't blame her for not playing the Pharah in this case, because Jazza is disgusting on the hit scan, so they really are going to be able to rotate around and deny the Cowboys' sightlines for the most part with this hyper-mobile composition.
Yeah, so let's see where they go. Already trying to take over the positioning here as a Tracer from Phone, but won't find anything there. Our Immortality Field already down, which means the Aphelion Hydro's got themselves a little bit less of an advantage against Wisdom. Wisdom's health bars, by the way, have not dropped at all since this very beginning, and that shows with the amount of pressure. I mean, look how far they're pushing him back already. Nobody's really going to have a chance to contest this one, so Wisdom will be able to get the first flip, but big pick already as Ivy goes down in the hands of Jono, so I mean, now they're just playing the waiting game here, but the bunker composition really doesn't allow them to go, and that's a big whip shot from Mayhem. That knocks out Eevee from play. So now if Aphelion Hydra wants to play in, they absolutely can, and that's exactly what they'll do. They'll win the fight, but not just yet. Again, Immortality Field gotten rid of very early on, and despite the whip shot that allowed Aphelion Hydra to come in, this fight is still not over. With Jazza and Key getting kills, though, that helps themselves out. Tactical Visor already out for Aphelion, or rather for Wisdom from Hatsuri. We've seen this go well before, and this is such a scrappy battle that now they're just going to have to reposition back, and it is Wisdom that will keep the point.
That went back and forth a lot, but yeah. Wisdom did a great job of soft disengaging, allowing themselves to build up their cooldowns, build up their health bars again, and then come back in when they had the advantage, right? Ivy falling early isn't a great situation for them to be in, because they lose their anchor, essentially, but they did a great job of just stepping back and allowing the resources to come back into play.
So Deadeye's going to come out. This Gravitic Flux is going to be big. That's at least 5 people. That's about 4 or 5 people inside of it. Turret's already going to get knocked out, but the Amplification Matrix now even bigger. Can't get past the shield. They're going to try to push over the Amplification Matrix, which does not work out for Wisdom. And it looks like Aphelion Hydra's going to have a free push in to try to capture this point, which they absolutely will. And so on the back of an Amplification Matrix already, they have themselves a fight victory, although they're still going to keep going here with a Wrecking Ball. It's not going to do much. Aphelion Hydra gets their point.
Yeah, definitely. Wisdom just stalling out, trying to get as much free percentage as possible. They did a great job of trying to capitalize on a tricky situation for Hydro. Ivy getting staggered there at the very end. That's going to give a little bit of extra percentage to Aphelion. But you saw Wisdom as soon as, I believe it was Ivy, who fell first in that fight to begin with, and then they all just hard engaged onto Aphelion right in their faces because they knew if they didn't stabilize and get another pick in their favor and equalize the fight, there was no way they were going to win. It didn't work out, but at the very least they understood that that was the win condition.
It was also unfortunate too because Ivy had like 4 or 5 people inside of that Gravitic Flux, but Pulse Bomb again, Immortality Field there to stop any other damage being done, and the self-destruct is going to catch Ivy out of place. The rally is there, but it's not going to help. Moida uses it, but Aphelion Hydro now in complete command, and I mean, as of right now, Aphelion Hydro just has the answers. Wisdom's going to make some switches here, and especially now, you see the tank line switching up. It's going to be the Reinhardt Diva.
Yeah, definitely, and Phone's even onto the Mei. Haven't seen her play that hero in a decent amount of time, but she's honestly such a good flex DPS. I'm not going to question her abilities. Now, the tricky part is the DPS ultimates on the side of Aphelion Hydro, because Jazza can just sit back right where he is, wait for the High Noon to come in. Dantu has the Molten Core if he wants. Might not even need it.
Yeah, might not even need it. Uses the Deadeye to catch Hatsuri out of place. So 76%. They still haven't used they still haven't used the Molten Core yet, which means, I mean, they could save this for another important fight coming up. They will, Balake and Ivy will take themselves out of play for right now just to regroup. But, I mean, it's looking really good for Aphelion Hydra. Wisdom, I mean, no ultimates in the bank.
Yeah, definitely, especially with still the Molten Core. You're going to have the Bongo from Key, you're going to have the Rally from Mayhem mid-fight. It's not looking great for Wisdom. They're going to need to...
They don't touch! They don't touch! The Diva and the Mei were just short, they don't touch! So it's a 179 win for Aphelion Hydro from the very start, but they don't touch. I don't know if you would consider that a C9. Maybe they were they just landed short, but... it just seemed like maybe they didn't have enough room to get there, but other than that, I don't know what else to call it.
I just don't think they could get there. They were inches away, which is just tragic. But it doesn't help that they didn't have a Lucio, right? Moiety was on the Brigitte, reasonable considering what they were playing, but that lack of speed boost kind of came back to bite them in the butt. Coming into this, Hydro sticking on to the Orisa Diva composition, basically sticking, no swaps whatsoever from them. Interestingly enough, I was expecting them to play a more aggressive composition, but they seem to want to slow it down because they were expecting Wisdom to play this Wrecking Ball.
And at the same time, too, you got Dantu on the Torbjorn there, kind of providing you a little bit of a backline security if that Tracer decides to flank you. So, I mean, they stick with the pick. And, again, don't fix what's not broken, right? So they're working with it. Phone's going to switch on over to the Pharah now, and we're going to have a Pharmacy combo here, which Jazz's aim seems to be working so far on that, so they will be able to flip the point easily, and looks like Wisdom's going to take this a little bit slower.
Phone is going to have a really difficult time finding room to breathe up in the sky, and Ground Pharah isn't as viable as you might think, especially not at this level. So they're going to have to deal with Jazza first.
Yeah, Jazza's going to be their biggest target, and look at the kill feed. I mean, Mech's gone, Immortality Field's gone, Turret's gone. I mean, but with the Turret gone, that's huge for you, and that's exactly what Wisdom's going to take advantage of already, getting rid of both of the supports, and this should be easy pickings at this point for the rest of the teams. All that's left are the tanks, the pesky tanks that are left on the board, and so 28%, one fight, one for Aphelion Hydro, but it's back in the hands of Wisdom.
Yeah, and honestly, not too bad of a first point take there for Wisdom as well, because they really only give up like 30%. Sometimes these fights, especially on this sub-map of Nepal, can go to like the 50, 60% before the point is flipped over. Phone having her barrage is going to be rather large for this upcoming fight, depending on where she wants to position. Jazza is going to have the high noon, but now that they're trying to regain control of the point, it's going to be difficult to position that as well. Well, yep, there you go.
Yeah, and the Rocket Barrage already taken care of, though, because he will be right there. But, again, it allows Wisdom to come back in Pharmacy. Best thing about it, if you can't get rid of that tail end of the Mercy, you're going to get rezzed back up. And even if the turret takes care of money, I mean, that Mercy just can come back so easily on. And so Self-Destruct doesn't find anything, and that will be that fight. So Wisdom keeps hold of it. I mean, that's a good hold for them thus far.
Yeah, definitely. I wonder if Sock is going to be swapping off with the Diva, because they tossed in the bomb extremely late. Okay, no, they're not. Interesting. I wonder what opening they saw, or maybe it was just a fat finger, something along those lines, because everyone else was dead. They were the only ones, so they really just staggered themselves.
Oh, take care of it! Oh, he gets knocked off! Eevee knocks Jazza off! That Deadeye's useless! He just gets knocked off and basically renders this entire fight basically gone. And Aphelion Hydro is team killed. Wisdom might be able to bring this one back. One fight remaining. Doesn't even need to use an ultimate, by the way. But they'll still have a self-destruct double landmine. Another Rocket Barrage coming up. That's unreal.
Jazza quickly swaps over to the Widowmaker just to take out Phone and say, I can do this if I want to, but I'm not going to, and immediately swaps back over to the Cowboy. Can't blame him. It's a funny statement, but they still have to worry about Phone's barrage, which she has, as well as Eevee's minefield.
They have him in check right now. Phone is just going to have to back off a little bit. 92% Molten Core is used to spread out and make sure that maybe they don't try to contest, but we will have the overtime clock as Aphelion Hydra will go in. Self-destruct is out. That finds the turret only, and now Hatsune is just going to go off. Doesn't even need attack visor. Phone there with the Rocket Barrage to help themselves out. It's a 1-for-1 trade, though, as Jazz takes it down, but there's just too many kills on the board in the red, so a 133 victory this time for Wisdom, and we now move on to the Village.
Village is going to be interesting because while these high-level teams that we're currently seeing can absolutely get away with the Wrecking Ball, it's not easy, especially if either team runs the Mei, like Dantu is right now, because then you can just wall one side of the point, and the Wrecking Ball has nowhere to go. They can't do anything very easily, right? So they're going to need a lot of pocketing, and sure enough, Eevee swaps over to the Reinhardt, so that's not really too shocking. Jazz is sticking on the Cowboy for now. Generally, the more stereotypical comp is what we see Wisdom teasing, which is the Symmetra Mei. But at the very least, the Cowboy does do a lot of poke damage, especially if they're expecting Phone to stick on to something like the Pharah or maybe an Echo, which she does very often on this point, but just happens to be not this time.
And look at that already. Again, the combination of Symmetra pulled in with the speed boost out of Moiety. I mean, you're going to have Wisdom already on this point, and now the turret's already set up. This is going to be a little bit more challenging here. The freeze is coming up. Immortality Field is there, but now both Immortality Fields are out. It's a scrum fight at this point. You're going to have to try their best. The Mei wall might be the biggest difference here, but Phone is just going to dial in and make sure that nobody can appear on this point for the side of Aphelion Hydro. And a good fight win. It's already taking care of all that's left. This is Lucio just to back off. Almost traps the Lucio. Lucio escapes, but it's still Wisdom that's going to be able to pull out the fight win.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, when you look at Wisdom's ultimates, they're pretty far ahead right now. Both DPS ultimates are looking pretty around the 60-65% mark. Eevee basically has a shatter. That's going to be like, what, 2 swings? And they're going to have it. Key isn't even halfway there, so this could get ugly.
Earth Shatter gets 2 people down, but is not able to follow up on it, so Immortality Field's going to have to already be used, and that means that is a win condition out for Wisdom to try to take down Aphelion Hydro here. Jazza has a Deadeye ready to go here in just about a second from now, but is it going to make a difference is the question. Mayhem knocks Ivy off the map. That's huge for them. Deadeye's going to just zone them out for a little while, but I don't see a single blue player there. It's just going to be all for naught for that Deadeye.
Yeah, no, they have to back up. They are finding the kills, so they will be able to push in, but I'm not sure how quickly they'll be able to take it as Wisdom's staggering in, but it seems like they did well enough. Wisdom, I was almost expecting Wisdom to toss in some ultimates just to stall it out for as long as possible, but I can respect holding it onto the Blizzard, onto the Sim wall, right? They want to hold on to their old economy as much as possible and win this next fight cleanly. The one concern I have for Wisdom is that Dantu also has the Blizzard, so this could be a little bit of a Venn diagram.
Well, what's also a little bit sketchy here, though, is that Earth Shatter gets 4 inside of it. That just got to swing away. Keys kept alive here. Jazza will take down Hatori, which is big for them, because that means there is no Photon Protector to help themselves out. They will hold on to it, and Phone uses that Blizzard, but it gets no value out of it because they were already dead because of the Earth Shatter, so now feeling on Hydro inside of the advantageous position.
Yeah, definitely, and neither of these teams are that close to finishing out this round, right? They're only about 45% each right now, but Aphelion Hydro has control of the point, so they can stall it out for quite a lot longer. Dantu still has that Blizzard, which, in my opinion, is a fight-winning ultimate by itself.
And here's a Blizzard coming out. We'll see from Dantu. We'll see if this gets anything. It does. He gets rid of the Immortality Field, and now Dantu, all he has to do is just basically use the ice cannon here to freeze up anybody else, but Wisdom's trying to turn this around. Eevee and Ivy both getting kills on big plays there, especially Jono going down is a big pick for them. That means no more support, and he's not a Lucio either. Can't get back as fast as possible. Sound Barrier will save them for a little while. Self-destruct down in the middle of the point, won't find anything. Deadeye finds the Tracer, so now Aphelion Hydro has themselves a little bit of a better shot at this, but it's still Wisdom trying to make this a little bit of a fight here. A Cowboy might go down, and it does. So now they switch on over to the Doomfist here. Dantu from the May onto the Doomfist. Counter charge there with the Rocket Punch. I mean, this is still going, and this is just a battle of wits at this point here. But it looks like Aphelion Hydro might be able to hold on as the Doomfist will come in, gets the kills there, finds the Doomfist here, but 98%. Can anybody get on the point? I don't think anybody does, or somebody does touch to contest. This might have been the Lucio with that, or rather the Diva, but it strikes true as Aphelion Hydro will win out in the end, a 146% victory for them. And towards the end, I thought something might have turned around there, but Aphelion Hydro are able to bring it back, and they win here on Nepal 2-1.
Definitely not an easy win, however. I was expecting them to be a little bit more dominant, but I guess I'm glad that Wisdom is putting up a really good fight. They have a flank shatter here from Key. Basically negated anything from Phone's Blizzard. And that kind of set up the snowball, right? Wisdom was taking a pretty big risk by just staggering into that fight, and it looked winnable right up until it didn't. And that's sort of the problem, right? Is by the time it no longer looked winnable for Wisdom, it's like 95-90%, and they can no longer touch, reasonably so. So I don't know, they just got punished for a calculated risk, right? It didn't pay off. The aggression didn't quite work. Aphelion Hydra did a great job of coalescing back together and keeping control of the point the entire time.
Right, I mean, you saw it too, right? How they had just like, it was just a back and forth battle at the end there. I mean, it was just never ending. I mean, you thought that, I think the fight started around what, like 7, or maybe even not even that, maybe like 70%, 60%, I believe, if I'm going all the way back.
Like
but
that,
it just never ended. I mean, they just held on to it as long as they possibly could, and in the end, they were rewarded for it. I mean, Dantu switching on over the Doomfist, you saw how that worked. They got them the picks that they needed to win out that fight. So, I mean, good plays overall from Aphelion Hydro. So coming up next here, I believe it's going to be a hybrid map coming up for map number 2, which means that if for the loser side, it is going to be a Wisdom's pick to take here. And by no means is this all but decided already. Again, 2-1 was that scoreline on Nepal. So, I mean, it's not, I mean, this map pick just became that much more important, especially if you're on the side of Wisdom, because you want to try to tie up the series right here.
Yeah, definitely, especially with how close Nepal was. Maybe not in the numbers for some of those rounds, but it definitely felt very close, like a fight or two away from going Wisdom's way. In particular, I don't know if we have a map chosen quite yet. Doesn't look like it, but knowing Wisdom and knowing the patterns for which like every team has been choosing hybrid maps, surprisingly enough, I'm expecting Blizzard World. It seems to be conducive to what these teams want to run with the meta, right? It's actually been like one of the most popular hybrid maps chosen thus far in the tournament across like NA and EU. So normally I'd expect different hybrids to take place, but I guess Blizzard World just kind of fits in with like the Wrecking Ball metas that people want to play.
I mean, earlier on, I mean, we saw Blizzard World or Numbani here, and we're being told now it is indeed Blizzard World. So Blizzard World, again, you talk about the difference in space between, I mean, between the spawn room and the control point. I think, in my opinion at least, Blizzard World between the start of the spawn room on the attacking side and the control point that they have there, it's such a long distance. I mean, you want to maybe we see a rush composition come out, maybe just to get onto the point as fast as possible, to try to stall out as much time as they, or rather to get as much time not taken off the board as much as possible. But it's still interesting enough that, I mean, Blizzard World was the pick. I almost expected Numbani, to be honest with you.
Yeah, surprisingly enough, Numbani hasn't been chosen all that often. I could probably count on like two hands, whereas Blizzard World, it's just like almost every single time in our records for the tournament organizers, right? I don't know what it is, but I guess Blizzard World is just that popular all of a sudden, whereas it used to be one of the least popular maps. Regardless, like you said, the distance from the objective to the spawns is rather drastic in this map compared to really any other map in the hybrid pool. So the name of the game here isn't necessarily going to be trying to finish the map. If they can, that's going to be great. But otherwise, it's really just going to be playing the clock as much as possible, stalling the cart, pushing the cart, preventing it from being stalled if you're on the offense, which in this case, Wisdom is. I wouldn't blame Aphelion Hydro for having Jazz on something like an Ashe or a Widowmaker instead of the Cowboy, right? Because of those sight lines, especially on first and second point. Maybe go back to the Cowboy or like Tracer, Soldier, something like that on third points. But oftentimes Blizzard World gets held, first, second point. So hard to say. No, it actually seems like they're just sticking with what they won. At least that one round on Nepal with, whereas Wisdom actually teasing the Widowmaker for now.
Yeah, I mean, for right now, but you never know. I mean, we've seen in different tournaments that Widowmaker just hooks up on top and maybe gets a kill onto that second level, but I would say that maybe we've seen a Hanzo's out here before as well, but taking a look on the side of Aphelion Hydra for their defensive side, don't fix what's not broken, I guess. I think they're anticipating a Tracer from Phone or something else, which is going to be correct if this holds true here. But the Cowboy, Torbjorn, Orisa Diva, Brigitte, Baptiste on the side of Aphelion Hydro. And, I mean, I like the pick so far. They're going to be able to bunker down. And let's see what Hatori does. Again, staying on this Widowmaker, like you were saying. Maybe he does, maybe he doesn't. He will stay there. And now you're going to have a little bit of a change going on. A pharmacy combo coming out from Wisdom.
Interesting. The Pharah is not particularly common on first point, maybe on second point, just because the sightlines are so nasty, and Jazza, as we have seen, can hit these shots regardless of what he's playing, right? So Phone's going to have to be very cautious, just like they were on the round they won on Nepal. But it's not impossible, right? As long as the rest of Wisdom is there to collapse in and put pressure on the Cowboy.
Yeah, they're putting pressure on right now. I mean, they're using these disrupting rockets here to try and push them off of this high ground, but they're just going to get back up right away, and they're not pushing in fast enough. But as I say that, now they get the push in, and Phone gets the kill into Mayhem, so which means now this pharmacy combo kind of just left a little bit here, and Phone does go down. They'll get the res up onto Phone. So Wisdom will have their shot at trying to get this point. The turret there, though, is keeping Phone in check for right now, but with the turret gone, they're just going to get pinched here, and that's exactly what's happening as Ivy takes down Jono, which is a big pick for them. That's the Baptiste down, and this should be enough for at least, at the very least, a tick here. But I think they're going to be able to just back them off and win this point.
Ivy 1v1ing the turret, probably going to win. Yep, there we go. It would have been funny because there's two
Don't get any
supports
percentage off of that, by
alive.
the way. You don't get any ultimate percentage off of that, I think.
No.
I don't think.
It was purely for pride, if not losing the 1v1 to a turret. But yeah, Wisdom did a great job of just elongating the fight as much as possible. The longer that fight wears on, the Pharah gets more and more value, and Aphelion really just needed to shut Phone down and prevent Wisdom from rotating before the Pharah was allowed to put in that much damage, because at a certain point it's just not sustainable.
Hatsubi's on this flank here. Has the opportunity to use attack visor, opts not to use it for now. And it looks like this is a little bit of a weird defense, right? They're trying to get into the side room, but it's not really working out for them right now. Phone's going to try maybe for a little bit of a side play here with the rocket barrage. I mean, it's not like they're pushing up so far. Dantu's just looking around to make sure this Pharah is in check, but already they're just going to hold up in this room, and they're going to make sure this D.Va gets stalled out so long for another 10 seconds here. So 4 minutes, poor Ivy, but 4 minutes left to go. In the bank right now, they used that supercharger, but Aphelion Hydra is still going to be a little bit safer, I should say, with the Deadeye, at least, and maybe a Molten Core, but Wisdom's got all the ultimates in the bank.
Oh, Dantu getting in trouble a little bit, maybe too ambitious of a push forward. I'm not sure about that barrage.
The barrage goes over the line, and Jazza's got a play of the game possibility here with 3 kills on that, and might get a D.Va here as the 4th, but, I mean, you use the Nano Boost and the Rocket Barrage, you still hold on to 4, but right now, Aphelion Hydra still holds on to their 2 TBS ults.
It almost felt like a vanilla barrage in a lot of ways, right? Because nothing was happening other than just Nano Barrage, and that was it. So, like, Aphelion had nothing to do but stare at the Pharah that was glowing right in front of their faces. And sure enough, even with the damage mitigation from the Nano, Phone just melted.
Yeah, so landmines are going to come out, maybe to push them back just a little bit. Here comes the self-destruct, pushing right into this room and doesn't get anything. This call for the mech is back, and Jazza's just stuck in the back line here. He gets rid of the Pharaoh, but at what cost? I mean, now that's such a long walk to get back defensively, and you're not going to get rest up either because you don't have a Mercy on the side of Aphelion Hydra. So if you're Wisdom, this is your best chance to push in, although it's just trading blows, and this isn't the situation that you want. Supercharger there from Key. Dantu and Jazza have yet to use their ultimates here. Still have a Molten Core, still have a Deadeye, but it's still working out in their favor from the looks of it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, like I said at the very beginning, this entire map is basically just wearing down the clock when you're on defense, and Aphelion Hydra's doing a great job of that, despite not having a great first point defense.
Rocket Barrage unsuccessful for the 2nd time in a row there, and now Dantu catches out Phone, but this might be a fight that they want here. Hattori's on the Hanzo now, building up to 84% on the ultimate. The rally there to stall out time, and now Dantu's going to take advantage of it by taking down Hattori on the side. So now they can push up just a little bit more. The turret does go down, but another whip shot. This time, Mayhem onto Eevee. Whip shot, environmental kill. Molten Core now placed down to make sure that they don't get any value, making some space for the side of Aphelion Hydra. And Wisdom just has little no answers. The Dragon Strike maybe there to separate him out. Now this Baptiste is separated. That's huge for them, and they can get rid of him. And now Wisdom has a chance to push in.
Yeah, definitely. It looks like the fight's finally going to go in the favor of the offense as long as they can clear Jazza off before he kills the entire team. And sure enough, they do. But, I mean, Aphelion is now staggering back to the points, and they're refusing to let this cart move whatsoever. It hasn't moved an inch in, like, 3 minutes at least. The key might fall here, but I'm not sure if it really matters because Dantu's still just stalling out the cart. You have the turret up, preventing Phone from getting too aggressive, and then you're guaranteed at least one more fight if you're Aphelion Hydra, or possibly two with the way that the cart's been moving, or lack thereof, I guess.
I mean, but that's a huge stall, too, at the same time, right? 3 minutes, a huge stall for them, and they got themselves down to, what, the 1 minute mark before the cart finally moved past 50 meters. So, I mean, that's a huge stall. And now we're basically in what is one-fight territory, considering it. A trade-off for Jazza and Moity as Moity goes down, but that's the bigger one because you no longer have an opportunity to get yourself a pharmacy combo, which means Phone's now out in this open without anything left to do but die and go back to the spawn room. So 30 seconds left to go. And now Wisdom's in one fight desperation territory. And stalling out that on is even bigger.
Someone is pushing the cart, but it looks like the entire... Okay, I think it was Eevee. And the entirety of Aphelion Hydra just runs back, says, get off the plate, shoot the hamster away. And Wisdom, while they do have ultimates, it's gonna be a very tricky process to get value out of them, especially because one of them is the barrage, and it's basically, as some pros have described it, press Q to die. So Phone's gonna have to work together with Eevee, in particular, to get something out of this.
Here comes the Deadeye out. That catches the tail end. That self-destruct even bigger. 3 kills on the ultimate so far. And Aphelion Hydro has just pulled the defense that they wanted to. The fence is up. Only 1.99.87 meters. And Aphelion Hydro stops them at all costs right at the end. The self-destruct was big. The Deadeye catching the tail end on the Pharmacy combo even bigger. And now Aphelion Hydro's got a win condition. No ties possible.
That is extremely winnable if you're Aphelion Hydro. Sometimes you'll have the cart push like right up, a few meters away from second point, and it's very difficult to capture that, even though in distance-wise it doesn't seem much different. But the spawn for second point defense is basically right there. So but because the cart only pushed to that first bridge or a little bit thereafter, yeah, you can see it's a little bit further, and you have to turn around a corner. Wisdom does for this defense once they get to second point. If they get the second point, they could also just first hold. But Aphelion Hydro, they really only need like 1 or 2 maybe good fights in order to deal with Wisdom and push the cart the whole way. Seems to be a technical issue here. I'm assuming probably one of the players disconnected. Main tank.
Yeah, it looks dying. It looks like one of the side of May, or it looks like Aphelion Hydro's side having a little bit of technical difficulty. So we'll bring you back into the game here as soon as we can. But for those of you just joining us so far, it is Aphelion Hydro versus Wisdom. You can see on the top of your screen right now, Aphelion Hydro in the lead 1-0. That comes off of the heels of a victory on Nepal. First map would go to them of Sanctum, 100 to 79%. Shrine would go the other way of Wisdom, tying them up at 1 apiece on Nepal. But in the end, it is on the Village that Aphelion Hydra would take their first map victory, 100 to 46. On the side of Blizzard Worlds, you see so far on the top of your screen here in map number 2, Wisdom with a single point, 99.87 meters, and Aphelion Hydra rather not allowing Wisdom to move past the 50-meter mark for a good 3 minutes time. So, I mean, big times for them. And now we're going to get out of the pause here with about 37 seconds left in the get ready phase. So it's not like this is going to be rather disadvantageous to anybody, because this is the beginning there. And you see the golden box of victory lined up at 99.87 meters. So about 100 meters there to get themselves their second point. Aphelion Hydro now, you see on their attacking side, holds true. That'll be Jazza staying on the Cowboy, Dantu on the Widowmaker. On the side of Wisdom, you got Hatori now on the Cowboy. Phone's going to pull out the Torbjorn, and it's looking pretty similar, except a little bit more of a bunker composition on the DPS, or rather on the tank side.
Yeah, pretty much the only difference being for Wisdom compared to Aphelion Hydro's comp is that Ivy is on the Sigma as opposed to the Diva, and Balake is on the Zenyatta as opposed to something like a Baptiste or Brig, like you see Aphelion Hydra on. Looks like Aphelion are going to be sticking on this for the time being. Interesting. Okay, no, Dantu does just go for the pot shot with the Widowmaker and swaps over. Looks like they're waiting for their Torbjorn to come back and assessing the situation, not providing any extra poke damage to Wisdom, which in all honesty is smart. You don't want to give him any more ultimates than necessary. You can see not really that far ahead. Phone's turret already gone, so now we're going to start to see the engagement come in. They got to force the defense off the high ground. Jazza in a little bit of a precarious situation, though.
Yeah, well, but looking like on top here, the Sigma drops, so the Sigma's in a little bit of a more, like you said, a bit of a precarious position now. Ivy has to drop. That's not going to stop Balake from getting a kill, though. That's a big kill onto one of the shields onto Key. You still have the shield of Ivy there. Jazza actually takes down Balake, but again, trades off for Hatori. So, I mean, if you want an opportunity, here it is, because now your Orb of Discord is gone.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, it looks like Aphelion Hydra is just going in with the few members that they have remaining. They even invest Jano's amplification matrix. They want this gone.
Yeah, they want it gone. I mean, they only have so much time before this Zenyatta comes back into play with the Orb of Discord. Now they invest their own, and here comes the Gravitic Flux. Everybody is grouped up. This would be huge to get at least 4 up can't get the stun out. They will drop, and Ivy gets a kill on the stock already, which means this fight is pretty much done. That Gravitic Flux, huge for them. And in a bunker composition like this, everybody has to group up behind the shield anyway, so that Gravitic Flux makes that even better.
You do have Jazza swapping briefly over to the Widowmaker, it seems, but almost immediately died to phone. So I think he was just saying, yeah, no, maybe not. Maybe just stick with the Cowboy on this one. The good old reliable, right? They're not playing terribly. They're just, I think getting antsy is the best word for it. Aphelion Hydro is just taking unsatisfactory situations and trying to push onto them, instead of just waiting for an opportunity to present itself, right? Force a mistake from Wisdom and then collapse in on it.
So let's see now. Already, Dontu gets the kill onto phone. Deadeye's out. Immortality Field is just going to get rid of already, but that Deadeye is not in time. And now the defending, or rather the attacking team here, you see the kill feed lighting up in blue. That's a good sign for Aphelion Hydro as they get rid of the team that they need to, and they will get the point, adding another 2.5 to the clock. So they will have about just under 4 minutes left to go to push this 100 meters.
Definitely a lot slower than what Wisdom was able to capture for first point, but they still have 4 minutes to push the carts. Not a terrible distance as long as they don't get held up in this choke point like they did to Wisdom. And it looks like they're preventing that as much as possible by just dumping all their ultimates here and now.
And look at the pressure that they're giving already. Look at the flank here. They're just stuck inside of the pylon terrace, but it's right now, I mean, as it stands now, the Transcendence is already used for Balake. Is gonna have to come out with a Molten Core now, taking care of their side of Donsu, or rather taking care of their side of Phone. So now they get it. They're probably going to get this past the 50-meter mark. I have no doubt about that. But now it's become one-fight territory for them.
Yeah, definitely. Now the tricky part for Aphelion Hydro is that they use basically all of their ultimates outside of Sock's Gravitic Flux. So this might be a little bit tricky now that Wisdom is going to start building up their own ults.
Yeah, but the thing, too, they got rid of Balake, which means that over Discord no longer a possibility here, but Wisdom's still going to get the kills that they need. He's going to try to bring it back and has already had 3 kills, but defending spawn room in their favor anyway, so they'll get the kills. Hattori able to escape out, and his cart will move no further for right now, although they do get it closer and closer here. They'll inch it back, and they're giving, I think they're giving a little too much space here. They're just not getting a contest here. Last 2 meters, and finally somebody contests here. Gravitic Flux not able to find a thing. He misses. The Gravitic Flux from Sock is not able to find a single person upstairs. So 2.5 minutes left to go, and Jazza switching on over to the Soldier is a good thing here for the, or switched on over way earlier as well. But now Jono and Jazza get the kills that they want here, and now a Gravitic Flux is up for Ivy. Is this going to find anything? It does for a little while. Carter's still pushed back, and now the kills start to light up in red. Wisdom should have themselves the defensive hold, and that's exactly what will happen.
You do have a few swaps coming in, particularly from the Wisdom supports. A little bit of a slogfest here, but I'm fully expecting Wisdom to win that. They have the spawn advantage right now. Aphelion Hydra doesn't have the manpower to push it right now. They need to regroup and come back all together, right? Now, at least, though, Wisdom does not have anywhere close to support ultimates because they just swapped both of them. Right. However, they do have very tanky supports. They have the Brigitte, they have the Lamp now, the Immortality Field from Balake. So this is going to be a little bit stickier for Aphelion Hydro to push into, even with their DPS ultimates. Key is going to have to build up to that Pongo, and then kind of work with the damage amplification from there.
And there's the supercharger, but that's placed out well outside of the shield, so it's not going to have any protection whatsoever. Eevee loses that right away. It's not going to be advantageous to them. They stay on top of the second line, and there are 3 people pushing this card. Keep that in mind. Look at the top of your screen. They're still pushing. They're giving a little too much space here. They get it in the final 3 meters. Does anybody get there? Nobody gets there. No one gets there. So Aphelion Hydro wins on the fact that Wisdom gives them too much space, and they're up 2-0.
Oh, come on. You know, Nepal, I think we could say that was not a C9. That one, I think, is inching toward C9 territory. They were alive. They were well. They weren't being prevented from touching the points, and they just kind of tried to rotate in an awkward way, and it killed too much time, and they couldn't get there when it mattered. So, oh well. What can you do? Wisdom, GG, go next map, which, I mean, at this point, they have to reverse sweep if they want to move on.
Yeah, and so I mean, it right now as it stands as we head into the break here, Aphelion Hydra's up 2-0. I thought Wisdom had a chance to bring it back, but just too much room given before Aphelion Hydra were able to cap that. And like I said, look, all you had to do was watch to see if they were going to try to contest, and nothing happened. So we'll talk about it when we come back from the break. Score line right now: Aphelion Hydra is one map away from bringing out the broom and moving on into the lower bracket semifinals. We will see you guys on the other side of the break.
Welcome to the Will and English Invitational.
Welcome back, everybody, here to the Will English Invitational number 3 alongside Acronator. My name is Clutchkey here. Let's go through the games so far. Aphelion Hydro versus Wisdom, game number 1. Nepal, you had yourself a win for Aphelion Hydro, but it was not easy. First map on Sanctum, 179% in favor of Aphelion Hydro. Go on to the Shrine, and Wisdom brings it back to 133 position. Then Village, it is Aphelion Hydro that wins it 146. Blizzard World takes a different turn here. Wisdom stopped at 1 point in 99.87 meters, but we'd like to try not to say it was kind of a C9 possibility for Wisdom there at the end, but Aphelion Hydro does take the win 2-1 there. So now we move on to our final map coming up in a little while is Junkertown on the Escort side, and this again is Wisdom's pick, which means a little bit more open space. Maybe we see a Widowmaker come out.
Definitely possible. I worry about anyone dueling Jazza because he's hit some nasty shots in his time, and his time has been a long time, so he has a lot of experience in that kind of duel, right? In the hard hit scan, 1v1. But regardless, yeah, Wisdom, a little bit of their backs up against a corner, I guess we can say, right? They have to reverse sweep now if they want to move on to the playoffs next weekend, right? This is the last match between them and actually hitting the playoffs. So they definitely don't want to lose this. Aphelion Hydro definitely want to close this out. So a little bit of a contentious, contending desires, shall we say. Yeah. But sure enough, Wisdom going to be on the offense. Aphelion Hydro starting on the defense. I'm sure they'd love to get to first hold Wisdom here and just end it very quickly. But Wisdom definitely still have some fight in them, despite some unfortunate happenings in like Blizzard World. In particular, yeah. I think they definitely have enough steam to work off of.
Yeah, and I mean, we'll see what we pull off. By the way, I do want to welcome everybody that's just joining us here. On the East Coast side, it is, I believe, about 10:45 right now. So if you're joining us from the East Coast all the way down to the West Coast, we welcome you in here to the Will English Invitational number 3. Winner of this one, like you said earlier on, moves on to the Group of 12 playoffs next weekend. So this will be interesting to see Wisdom playing for their tournament lives here. Aphelion Hydro winning this one brings out the broom, and they are in to the 12. Coming up in a little while, or coming up next weekend, I should say. So they will bring out a Hanzo, and they will bring out the Widowmaker. Hattori on the Widowmaker. And Dantu's going to play a little more aggressively, I should say, with this Genji. A Genji we haven't seen this entire match. It's the first time we're going to see this character pulled out this whole way through, and a little bit differing opinions there. Orisa's pretty much the same, dueling on each side. The only difference is the other tanks, which are the Diva on the side of Wisdom, and Aphelion Hydro on the Sock going on the Sigma. So maybe sticking on the Sigma, maybe sticking on the double shield, but Aphelion Hydro giving a lot of space here, really not contesting on that first turn, giving it underway underneath the bridge. He able to get a shot on to Phone here, and Hattori looking maybe to switch back off Jazza with a shot on into Moity right at the end there. Jazza right now cannot miss.
Oh my
just
God.
Can't miss. He just cannot miss. Jazza, what are you doing?
Add that to the highlight
Headshots
reel.
all over the place.
That's not even the nastiest shot I've ever seen him make, in all honesty. I just expect it from him at this point. He already has dragons. What else do you expect? Wisdom has to go back and swap basically everything outside of, I think, Valakay. So they're not in a great position in terms of ultimates. And Aphelion Hydro are holding this exactly where they want to. This bridge is a great place to hold if you're playing this bunker composition.
Immortality field already gone, so 30 seconds gone from that, meaning it's now advantage inside of Aphelion Hydro. Whip shot takes care of Hattori, but bigger pick here is Jono going down and no resurrection possibility, meaning now if Aphelion Hydro might get pushed back, this is Wisdom's time to try to push in right now. The application matrix out.
Oh, no.
Justin's going to aim this a little bit to the right and might get a kill here, although the immortality field is also up. But now it's just, again, Aphelion Hydro just swarming the plane. That is Key right now. Might get the picks, but Key still getting them as they want, and it's another good defensive hold.
The Battle Cow claims like 3 people before falling themselves, but I'm not sure if it really matters that Key falls there because they're going to be back relatively soon, and the fight's very much in Aphelion Hydro's favor, right? If they really had to, they have some ultimates they can invest, whereas Wisdom really only has the rally. Eevee's going to have that Bongo relatively soon, so they can deal with that. Jazza's still hitting headshots from like across the map. This is insane.
Insane, right? That's exactly the word I was going to say. Insane, right? Just unreal. The Gravitic Flag's already given out. And now they have the slash, the dash, and the hack from Dantu. Will not find anything regardless of it, but it's still enough pressure to force back, and again, Tatsa just can't miss. Moini able to take him down, but just by the hands of a whip shot out of Aphelion Hydro, wastes 3 minutes off the clock.
Yeah, well, Aphelion Hydro very much want to first hold this. It would make it a lot quicker and let them go to bed earlier, I guess, because I know at least some of them are East Coast. And while some of them did fall there, they are trickling back in. And Wisdom's still making some swaps. Phone briefly swapped over to the Mei, deciding to opt towards the Pharah, which I don't think is a bad choice here, because not having a hard hit scan player on Aphelion Hydro makes it a little bit easier to get away with things, right? You do have to be careful about Jazza, though, because he can still hit those shots.
I was going to say, there may not be a hard hit scan, but there's still Jazza you have to worry about. And what's not going to help you either is a supercharger going down very early and not able to protect it early on. Oh, that Pharah goes down low. Good thing there's a pharmacy combo right there trying to hit shots. Jazza does have the Dragon Strike available to them. Self-destruct is going to go in the back. Will this find anybody? It will not find anything, but the self-destruct does take care of the immortality field, allowing this tactical visor to pick up both Jazza and Ki, which is huge for the side of Wisdom. And this should be enough, but Mayhem's trying to bring it back here. A resurrection possibility from Wisdom? No, it's not going to happen, but I mean, this should be the point overall, don't you think? And it looks like it should be with 1 meter. Yeah, it will be another minute and a half added on, or 2 minutes and a half added on, I should say.
Yeah, however, that is a lot of time taken off of the time bank, and 2.5 minutes isn't a ton of time when it comes to Junkertown's second point, so this is looking pretty good for Aphelion Hydro thus far. If they keep playing the way they have been, this could very easily stop on second points, but Wisdom, I don't want to count them out quite yet, because they have been very adaptable. They did manage to capture that first point, so I think they do have what it takes. They just have to be very careful about getting the core of Aphelion off the high ground like that, so that's a great start.
And they get him off for right now. Dragon Strike's just going to go down right on the payload. Not going to find anybody there. Jazza, again, without a hard hit scan like they have, it's not going to be easy to find this pharmacy combo. Although, if you have Danzu taking out your back line like that, that could help you out if you're feeling Hydro. And that's even better too. Look, you get rid of the pharmacy combo and the res now wasted on the Ana, which means now there's half the damage that you would have. Hattori now on the Tracer here, down to the final few meters. Within, I believe, I would say about 20, 25 meters left to go as this gets pushed in right now. Dantu's on a tear. And Wisdom pushing this in, though. They've got the final few meters down to the final, or I should say, excuse me, down to the final few meters left to go before it hits the door here. And it looks like they have the fight winning. Yes, add another 90 to the clock.
That was a really solid second point push there from Wisdom, right? I mean, I could hear Dantu in the background saying, "Guys, I killed 3, please." But it doesn't matter when he's the only one finding kills and Wisdom's finding enough to match that. I mean, you have the bongo. I'd almost expect them to toss in the blade if they really wanted to, but no, I think the bongo is enough to scare Wisdom away. Phone probably going to have a little bit of an awkward time tossing in that barrage whenever she decides to do so, but at the very least, they haven't really contested the Pharah in a little while. Jazza is now onto the Cowboy, so maybe they can make something of it.
You might not even need to use a barrage. Your phone's already got Ki and Mayhem in their sight. And now the slash, dash, and hack already gets Moini down. The pharmacy combo is gone, which means now Aphelion Hydro has the best chance to try to defend this point right now, but they're still holding on. Hattori at 56 health. Dangerously low, trying to get themselves there. Jazza's in a lot of trouble. Can get saved, and now they're just all stuck in this lower room, and Wisdom will win the fight.
This is looking quite a bit like a snowball. Again, Phone hasn't really had to use her barrage. She's just been able to hold on to it. Now that we're getting to this final area of third point, it's not a terrible position to be in if you're playing Pharah, right? They still need to be careful that a Phone has enough space and peel to work with for that barrage, but I mean, she's sitting pretty right now. Oh no.
There's the rocket barrage that's going to come out. Immortality field can only hold you on for so long. Dantu switches on over to make sure Pharah is kept in check onto the soldier there. But it's a 2-1 trade now in favor of Aphelion Hydro with 1 minute and 7 seconds left to go. You don't have a pharmacy combo. The Deadeye used as well. So if you're Wisdom, I would back off here because now you've wasted both of the DPSs don't have ults now. This is your best shot at it coming up.
Oh, Ivy might actually be getting staggered here. Will they be able to get out with their mech? Looks like it. Looks like the peel is now there, and Phone actually swaps off of a flex DPS and over to the Cowboy herself, which I've seen her play from time to time. It's definitely not like one of her mainstays, but I think at this point you want to keep Hattori on the Tracer, so it's probably not a terrible swap.
Yeah, so, I mean, the ultimate pool is there for Wisdom. Immortality Field is back up online for Aphelion Hydro. They can save this for the Pulse Bomb if they need be, or in a desperation situation, but they don't even need to use it. That Immortality Field is already out for Aphelion Hydro, which means now advantage for the side of Wisdom. There's the Gravitic Flux up. Jazlik just keeps hitting shots, though. Hits both of the DPSs down. One roll on each side, down for Wisdom, though. So now we're down into the final 6, down to the final 5. And here we go. This could be it here for Wisdom's attack. They have the Tactical Visor out for Dantu, trying to hit anything and everything they've got. Overtime clock runs, and the only thing left to go is this Wrecking Ball on point, who tries to hold. The contest is still on. The Tracer has gotten rid of. Overtime clock starts to tick down, and Wisdom is stopped just short of the finish line, 91.20 meters. So Aphelion Hydro, in order to take themselves into the group of 12, they will need 2 points and 91.21 meters.
That is not a bad push if you're Wisdom, in all honesty. That's like night and day from Blizzard World, where, you know, it got to a point where Aphelion Hydra really didn't have too much difficulty pushing that far. There are plenty of opportunities for Wisdom to stop the card. All they really have to do is prevent a snowball against them from happening, right? They allowed their snowball to happen, did really well with it, right up until they ran out of ultimates to toss at the cart. But they could still be proud of that push. So now they have to have an equally good, if not better, defense.
So, I mean, it all comes down to this for Wisdom. Their tournament lives at stake right here. But like you said, night and day, Wisdom had themselves a good push up there towards the end. And it wasn't really looking good on point number 1. But then all of a sudden, point number 2, they started to rip together. And point number 3, for a little while, turned out to be in their favor. But home stretch just wasn't enough time. I mean, maybe give them another minute or so, and maybe they capture that 3rd point. But Aphelion Hydro on that very first point just wasted too much time off the clock. Taking a look at the defensive side now, Wisdom kind of a late switch on phone for the Torbjorn, meaning that they're going to be a little laggy behind to try to set up. But Hattori on side of the Hanzo now, phone on the Torbjorn, Eevee, Ivy on the Orisa D.Va combo. Morty Balake on side of the Brigitte and the Baptiste. We'll see what Aphelion Hydro decides to pull off, but this Genji, I don't think has been getting any really good value. Are they going to try to spawn their oldest?
Oh no. Yup, Jazza immediately goes to the Bastion. This could be a little bit of a bloodbath.
We'll see. The D.Va holding it so far, making sure that no damage befalls them from the side, but it's looking like a swing away situation. Key is going to be able to get the picks that they want, and the rest of the team will fall. That stagger, or rather I should say that close hold fight at the spawn doors, it does not matter. And guess what, ladies and gentlemen? If this holds true, it is the pirate ship that we are seeing.
Oh boy. Well, if you had any doubt as to who was doing the most damage in that previous fight, just look at the ultimates on Aphelion Hydro. Key has Shatter. We were like 30 seconds into this when that fight ended, right? So that's kind of ridiculous. Wisdom's gonna have a tough time dealing with the Bastion, as well as the Shatter looming in the distance. Oh dear, it's already there.
Yeah, it's already gotten past this point. I don't think they even need the Bastion at this point. They're just wrecking shop, because Sock is going to be able to get what they need, and now Jazz is there just to clean up house with this turn, just be booping his way downtown, just, you know, going fast. But it's working out well for them so far. Pirate Ship's working out, 2 minutes 45 on the clock.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Wisdom really has an answer to it. Phone does swap over to the Reaper, which is one of the 2 heroes she's known for, the other being the Pharah, but I mean, you kind of need to kill the Genji in that case in 5 minutes. That's double the time bank Wisdom had for 2nd point.
But, I mean, kills start to fall for them. It's a little bit more of a scrappy fight. Jazz is just left alone on this payload, by the way. He's just chilling out on that payload, just not worrying about the kill feed right now. And Dantu now switching on over to the Doomfist, maybe to get some backline picks there. But might have a little bit of trouble if Hattori's in the right position. We'll get taxied out courtesy of Morty. But as of right now, again, 4.5 minutes to push at 91.20 meters. This will be interesting. And now a switch off. Jaslyn now moves on over to the Cowboy, which I mean makes a little more sense now here, especially with the change that Wisdom has.
Yeah, definitely. Once you lose your team like that, Jazza can push it in a little bit further, but otherwise he needed to get off, which he did. So fair enough. I'm expecting probably to see Balake's Amplification Matrix as well as Sock's Gravitic Flux to come in this upcoming fight. Of Jazza getting a little bit low there from Hattori, but no one's dying quite yet. Okay, well, I spoke too soon.
Yeah, and it's they're in a position where they don't have to drop, but now already Ophelia on Hydro, look how fast they're moving. They're moving upstairs, and they're gonna get what they need. Gravitic Flux is up, doesn't find a single thing, so that might have been a little bit of a waste, but it's still gonna be looking like a fight win here for the team in blue of Ophelia on Hydro. So, but the good news is they fought it to where it is right now. Wisdom might have one more shot at a fight here before they hit that second point.
Possibly, yes. They're going to have to recontest rather quickly if they want to, however. My question is, who decided to give Jazz a high ground? That should just be a war crime at this point. Like, this man, he's too good. He doesn't need the better sight lines on top of that, right? At the very least, you do have both tank ultimates on the side of Wisdom, so they can come out, guns a-blazing, trying to make something of it. But they can't! Okay, well, no, never mind. Wrong team.
Hatsune does kill Dansu, but is flashbanged out of the Deadeye here. The self-destruct good because that gets rid of Jazza. That's your big concern. But the Urge Shatter catches 3 inside of it. It does not matter, though. Well, it does matter because Eevee does get that one. He also used an Urge Shatter, which means both of the Shatters are gone. But in the end, Wisdom is able to win this one out.
Definitely a crucial fight pick as well. They didn't have a ton of time to collect themselves before recontesting, but they did a great job of coming back and being focused and organized, and they really only had to use the tank ultimates, right? They didn't even necessarily need to get a bunch of kills. It just needed to create enough chaos for them to compose themselves and get enough focus fire, right? So when you're coming into this now, you have both support ultimates. That's a good start. Phone's going to be building up to that Blizzard, which is a very strong ultimate, as well as you only have to worry about a couple miscellaneous ultimates from Ophelia and Hydro. A Flux and a High Noon together aren't necessarily the best combo. What is happening here?
They're going to go for the end around. They're going to go for the lower end. I don't know if Wisdom knows this. So, yeah, Wisdom's going to catch them out right away. They're going to catch them, and this is solo as well. The Deadeye is blocked out and gets through, but now another wall comes out, and he's actually blocked by his own teammate from getting anything, so it's just a scrum fight here. Down on the stairs, the Gravitic Flux is up. We'll get at least 3 people inside of it. Won't find anything else, though. Sock's in a lot of trouble, though. Is saved out, is frozen, but Mayhem and Jono supports turning into the DPS. They've got themselves a fight and a win condition here, and they will strike gold, at least with the second point, and they will add another 90 to the bank.
Whew, it's getting a little bit dicey, though. They lost about 3.5 minutes, 4 minutes going into second point, so this is still defendable for Wisdom. Like, this is not panic mode. They have a long ways to go if Ophelia and Hydra wants to take this map and close out the series, right? So this is gonna be quite a bit of a slogfest still to come.
Keep your eyes on that golden box of victory right there, and I think they're giving him a little too much here. Here comes the Deadeye out. Will this find anything? I don't think this Deadeye is there for anything else but zone, as that will hold them on for right now. Hatsune is just going to try to kill anybody that's on that payload. But a good start. I mean, you get rid of Jazza, that's huge for you, because now that gets rid of Cowboy possibilities. Again, no reses on either side, for the Mercies on either side. So 2 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock, and they force them back.
Oh, Phone cannot die here. They need to back up.
Oh, the Shatter is blocked!
Oh dear. Yeah, okay, I think that was Key getting a bit over-ambitious, a little bit too hopeful of an opportunity, right? I don't know if enough people were there to capitalize, even if they did manage to land a few people on their backs. And when you're looking at the ultimates here, Wisdom is very much in the lead in that economy, so this is going to be a little bit of an awkward fight for Aphelion.
Yeah, Ophelia and Hydra, by the way, switching on over from the Sigma onto the Diva now. Self-destruct will come out upstairs, and it won't find anything. It drops too much. The Earth Shatter is big. 4 people down inside of it. Will they be able to take advantage of it? No, the Sound Barrier is up to save them for now. Phone able to find Jono in the meantime. Now the Blizzard also out this time from Phone, and Dantu able to find 2 picks, but not before he sacrifices himself. And if anything right now, Ophelia and Hydra was the one that's going to have to back up.
Yeah, definitely. Mayhem probably going to get staggered. I don't see how they get out of this alive, as well as Sock, unfortunately, so that's only killing more time. Sock is... oh wait, no, they do get their mech back, so they... I don't know if they'll be able to keep it, though. They're already less than half, so this is probably going to get nasty. Wait. Really good peel. Really good peel from Jono. That was a brilliant save, and that's probably going to save this last attempt, because this is probably going to be the last fight. Maybe one extra, like, quick fight after that if they need it, but it's going to get dicey at that point, so they need to make it happen now.
Deadeye comes out. He's dropped on the ground. Jazzo finds Altori in the meantime while he drops to the ground, but both Cowboys now traded out. Application Matrix outside for the side of Ophelia on Hydro, as it's just a scrum fight here. Self-destruct is going to be used just so that they can remake later on. It doesn't find a single thing on it. Sock, on the other hand, doesn't have a remake call. So now Key, big play. He gets rid
Oh,
of
no.
Eevee. Here's the Blizzard, and now at least 3 people inside of it. No sound barrier to protect you in 27 seconds. If you're feeling on Hydro, you gotta get back.
I don't know if they have the ability to. Like, once they reset here, are they going to be able to touch? Especially with Key and what looks like Jono getting staggered. They do survive for a little bit, but
Oh boy.
They might be able to touch, but it's going to be scrappy and uncertain as to whether they can actually make anything of it. Sock will get the touch here, but what's going to happen now?
This is your map right here. No time on the clock. A difference of 18 meters here. Overtime clock will start to run. They do get the touch within the sphere just in time. So now, but already losing out a Diva. Sock is going to go down. And now it's just a battle of wits at this point. The Earth Shatter takes down Jono. That's big for them. Jono is in so much trouble. The Cowboy Mirror fight is won, but now lost here. As it's just a freeze. The sound barrier there saves them. But for how long? How long can they hold this on for? It's just a stagger fight, but Wisdom's looking like they're dropping lower and lower here. Ivy's going to get the remake kill. No. And now the sound barrier out for Wisdom. This could call it here as the overtime clock starts to run, but this is still an impressive stagger. If you're feeling on Hydra, you got to feel good right now on this stagger. The overtime clock finally starts to run out. And ladies and gentlemen, we got ourselves a game. It is in the favor of Wisdom on map number 3. We go on to map number 4. Broom is back in the closet, and the group of 12 possibilities still lives for the team of Wisdom.
No surprises here. This has to be on their defense. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, don't jump as Baptiste at this level. It's just, you're just a death wish. It's that's just
God.
disrespectful.
Unreal. Unreal, that shot. But again, overall in this matchup, we got ourselves a bit of a game now. 2-1 the score line here, and Wisdom find themselves putting it a little bit back together. Do you think this is the start of something? Maybe we see map. I mean, even coming into map number 4. I mean, what did you like about their team coming into this one?
They did a really good job of not trying to play so fast. I feel like that was part of the problem they had with the first 2 maps, where they tried to play hyper aggressive and kind of outpace Ophelia and Hydra, but it forced them into making more mistakes than they wanted. And Ophelian's very good at capitalizing on those kinds of mistakes. This time around, it felt like they played a little bit slower, still fast, but not as like blisteringly fast as they were trying to before. And it allowed them to actually like deal with win conditions and capitalize on openings that presented themselves.
Yeah, and a great overall a great overall game again from Wisdom, who won it out in a very scrappy fight going towards the end. But now we're back with 2 CP, which will not be shown in Overwatch 2, but we're still in Overwatch 1. So it is 2 CP Assault coming up now, and it is going to be for the first time today. For the first time, I should say, this match. It is going to be a feeling on Hydro's pick. So this time we are headed on over to Volskaya Industries, and this might turn out still maybe a bit of a scrappy fight as well. I mean, both teams could have the advantage. I mean, they're both seem like they're very flexible, so this could go either way still.
Yeah, definitely. Kind of unsurprisingly, Wisdom seems to be opting to choose defense here. Most of the time, the teams that win like to choose the defense. You know, it's just kind of standard at this point, unless you have a team that's like hyper aggressive, which neither of these teams seem to be in this matchup. In terms of compositions that they might want to run, there's a lot that they could. We could see like a double bubble. We could see a Wrecking Ball composition. We could see more of like this bunker that they seem to have liked on Joker Town. Personally, I'm partial to sniper duels, but that's just me. I don't know if they'll actually go for it, if they'll go for something closer to like a Tracer Hanzo, maybe a Sombra in there. It's hard to say at the moment.
Yeah, and as we get in here in a little while, if we want to, again, it's just anything can happen here on Volskaya, really. It's just any composition, whether or not you want to play fast. I think a lot of times, too, going back to different matches, not just this one here in the Invitational, but the different matches as well, right? You could see an Echo come out. I mean, we've seen the Mace Symmetra come out at the same time, too. I mean, this could be anything at this point. But by the way, folks, for those that want to know through the group brackets here, we take a look at the entire bracket. Solstice, I believe in Solstice and Regen both are going to be inside of the top 12, the group of 12 stage, and we're just trying to find out who our other group of 12 people will be. Winner of this one moves on into the group of 12 situation. Shikigami takes down T3. Tier 3 X22 OW subs 3-1. Their tournament finished, but Shikigami moves on over to the next weekend. Aphelion Hydro right now is what you're watching against Wisdom. 2-1 the scoreline right now. Aphelion Hydro in the lead. But Wisdom does take that last map. So again, we're still not done here just yet. It is prime time for most of you on the East Coast, as well as maybe even the West Coast and Midwest at this point. But we're still in prime time here. Late night Overwatch for you getting together, and we might see a good map coming up, especially both Sky Industries coming up as we're going into the game right now. And a little bit of let's take a look at their team compositions here. And Wisdom is going to pull out the Torbjorn again.
Yeah, I can't really blame them. It's a rather strong pick when they are playing these bunker compositions, in this case the double shield with the Orisa and the Sigma, right? Because it prevents Aphelion Hydro from going on any crazy flanks, assuming Aphelion Hydro wants to stick with this dive kind of composition with the Hanzo and the Tracer. It kind of prevents Dantu from getting too ambitious with his flanks, right? Because the turret's gonna kind of keep that in check. That's the idea, at least, because like a Tracer Sombra is actually rather common here. It looks like they're going to keep Jazza on the Hanzo. No questions as to why. His aim has spoken for itself multiple times. Key taking a lot of damage early in that rotation, but everyone's still alive and healthy, so Aphelion Hydra are going to go along with this rotation, probably going to try and force Wisdom off the high ground and then work their way onto the point from there.
Yeah, I mean, but look how they're split up, too. I mean, you got 3 on the left side, 3 on the right side of your Wisdom right now. Did he... Oh, okay, that was a person. I thought it was a person as well. I honestly believe that was a person, but Jazza just hitting up the turret and making sure that that turret is kept out of this fight. So Dantu's going to go for this lower fight now, and they have the Winston there just holding on. And we'll see Hatsuri hitting some shots. That's a big Bionade. 5 people inside of that Bionade. That's huge. But somehow Wisdom finds a way to stay alive. But they already, it looks like, I mean, they're not giving up here still. I mean, he's going to have the jump back kill onto Moini, which is very huge for them already. It looks like they're going to get at least the first free tick for themselves on this point. And now at least 1 tick down, 2 minutes and 53 seconds left to go. Immortality Field and turret out. They're still stuck up on top of the staircase. Mayhem holding up. And it doesn't, I mean, it doesn't look like their aim is to take the point right now. They're trying to take this floor. Phone able to find Jazza. Takes also this D.Va out of mech. Phone's just trying to win the 1v1 here against this D.Va. Saw Ivy on the 1v1 earlier with the turret here, but now Primal Rage knocks the Orisa off the map. Wait, but it doesn't give him credit for the environmental kill because Eevee is able to touch the ground beforehand before he's knocked off. But still, Aphelion Hydro able to win out the fight in the end. So it was a very elongated fight, but they will add another 3 to the clock.
Very scrappy, like you said, took a long time, but that's kind of what Wisdom's composition is meant to do, is just draw out the fight for as long as possible, because it gives them more opportunities to restabilize, but just wasn't the case, right? Aphelion Hydra had too much damage coming in, good target focus, and now, I mean, they have two DPS ultimates. They're going to have support ultimates rather quickly. Jano's going to build up that nano boost really fast, whereas Atori really only has the Bob, so they can contest point, but they need to survive to do that.
Yeah, and the Dragon Strike predicted perfectly, forcing them out to the right side. Now Phone's caught him inside of it, and Aphelion Hydro has themselves a good chance to try and finish this map up. However, Hatsuri puts up the stop sign, getting 2 kills, and Wisdom will have themselves a defensive win.
You gotta be a little bit disappointed with that if you're Aphelion Hydro, because you invested 2 ultimates. Granted, the Pulse Bomb's kind of inconsequential, right? It's basically an overglorified cooldown, but you did invest the dragons into that, and you really didn't get anything out of it. While you do still have a great time bank, I'm sure they would have liked to get some progress on the point there. But they still have the D.Va Bomb and both support ultimates now built up, and they're still pretty far ahead in terms of the ult economy against Wisdom. So outside of dislodging this high ground hold, they should be in a decent position.
So, I mean, but there's still plenty of time on the clock, too, as well. They try to... There's the self-destruct. Where's this going? I think it hit the roof for a little while, and now they're going to Flux. This is a lot of ultimates being used at the same time. We're not going to try to call it all. But right now, the Immortality Field and the turret both going down at the same time. He's stunned out. Oh, Jazza had the aim, but Hatsuri finds him just in time. And Wisdom will be able to win this one out despite the plethora of ults being used. Wisdom able to hold.
Difference between life and death for Hattori was really just Jazza letting go of Mouse 1. But so I'm not sure if he saw his life flash before his eyes, but he probably should have, as Datu gets chased away. But you do get about a tick and a half, a little bit less than half, for that second tick for Ophelia and Hydra. They still have 3 minutes, and now they actually have progress on the board. It's not tieable anymore for now. And Ophelia and Hydra now have something to work with. They can just work at taking 1 tick at a time if they wanted to, or just build up ultimates, take a dry fight perhaps, and then work from there. It looks like they don't want to take a dry fight because Key's already in the midst of it.
They took a free tick off of that, though, so that's, I mean, pretty good standards for them right now. 2 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. They do bring out the primal range, but Key is taken down for it. And so 2 minutes and 36, they will hold on again, and they're trying to rotate up to the second floor, but it's just unsuccessful as of right now.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they really want to waste any more time.
Wait a minute.
Taking the...
what? Through the kinetic grasp? Through the kinetic grasp, that's both of the tanks gone. And especially what confused me even more is that Mayhem whip shot Eevee off of the map somehow. I think that was on the backside where you see them fighting right now, but it's already the second free tick. They got to get to this point to try to defend it. There's nobody contesting it right now, and they might have the free tick, and they do. 2:03 on the clock, and Ophelia Hydro gets both points, so a big win for them. They forced them all the way back, and both of the tanks leading up to this is huge. So Ophelia Hydro with a big time bank. I shouldn't say big, but 2 minutes and 3 seconds is a lot of time, and Wisdom's going to have to try to fight their way back.
It definitely is a moderate-sized time bank for Volskaya. I think this is like the 1-2 CP where big time banks are more common as opposed to something like Hanamura, right? Where you can see like maybe both captures, right? Sometimes you'll get 0% on second point, but Volskaya is like the one where you'll actually have some time banks, but 2 minutes is still rather good. Anything above a minute is honestly quite good, because even if Wisdom capture both points, say, but it happens in overtime, they don't get another attempt at extra rounds. So this is sort of a game of strategy now. Wisdom not only have to capture both points, but they really want to capture with at least some time on the board, and they're certainly poised to do so if they keep this composition, because they've shown proficiency on these heroes on this lineup in previous maps. So there's a lot of potential here for, not quite upset, but to make a ruckus, I guess we can say. Ophelia and Hydro sticking on the same thing for the most part outside of Janu. Okay, nope, Janu sticking on the same old. No reason to swap, I guess. They did really well last round. They just got to play Disruption mid-rotation now. They got to wait for... it's mostly Balakay to take a rotation and then just dive in onto the Ana and refuse to let that Ana exist.
Yeah, and I mean, you want to leave time on this board, right? You don't want to force the 0 overtime, because if they get to overtime and they do capture that second point, it's only a tick for Ophelia and Hydro to win. So you really don't want that happening, nor do you want to get under a minute, because then that adds Ophelia and Hydro's time bank as well, and you really don't want that either. So either way, you got to get it over the 1 minute mark if you're Wisdom right now. But they will back off for right now. A little bit more of a switch. Phone will switch on over to the Tracer instead of the Pharmacy combo, which forces out now a Zenyatta and a Brigida from the side of Wisdom. Eevee and Ivy going to make a little bit of maybe more of a faster composition switch here to the Wrecking Ball and the Diva composition. Maybe we see a pick off here. Hattori very close to picking off that Ana. Maybe a smidge more to the right and they would have had it. Finds the shot. No, but now the T's in trouble. Tracer and the Widowmaker, now you have to switch at this point, because now Wisdom's going to catch, or Ophelia and Hydra's going to catch you here, and now they just have no way to push up.
Yeah, Key does fall there, but I'm not sure how much that matters, because they can be back relatively fast, even from the defensive spawn, and Ophelia has enough resources and manpower compared to Wisdom right now, or they're not in panic mode quite yet, especially with Nano Boost already online, so they can just toss that onto like Dantu if they really wanted to get sticky for a brief period, right? You have quite a few swaps coming in from Wisdom, though, and it's basically going to be... name of the game is now defend the supports.
Yeah, I mean, well, let's see if they can, because right now, I mean, Wisdom, that's a big Bio-Nade. 3 caught inside of the Biotic Nade. They already have to back up here, and Wisdom's got no shot. You have the Zenyatta trapped as well, and Ophelia Hydro, another good defensive hold. Bio-Nades from Jono have been great all game.
They're doing exactly what they need to, which is they're waiting for Wisdom to be like mid-rotation, so they're in an awkward position. They're not ready to fight, but they're not capable of backing up anymore, at least not easily. And then they're just collapsing in. They're waiting for a good anti-nade from Jono, and free kills at that point. Ivy actually had to swap over to the Roadhog briefly and then back to the Diva just to regain their mech. So, I mean, that's all of the bomb charge now gone. They're already investing ultimates mid-rotation against Hattori, it looks like.
And look how far this Winston is pushed up, by the way. Already underneath the archway. Brings up and... Wait, is that Jazza kills Hattori with the radar arrow, just by the way, on a headshot at that as well. And right now, I mean, but you do get a pick onto the Winston. That's huge for them, and maybe they want to push in with this. And they will push in with this. Transcendence is going to lead actually in. And now it's done that. Phone killed by their own hands. Phone gets the pulse bomb kill. Yes, onto Mayhem, but at what cost? At his own life right now. And Wisdom has a chance to try to take this, but they're not going to. They have no opportunity to right now. And, I mean, now is their best shot. If you're going to have a chance, now is it.
They're certainly finding the kills. They need to deal with Key rather quickly, so I think this might actually be first point. It depends on how sticky Aphelion wants to be. Dantu is there and capable of contesting if they want. Looks like they will for a brief period, but that might just be to kill the time.
Yeah, just might be get rid of the time back. No rewind there either, and the teammates are staying back with another second point. So we're going to add another 3 minutes to the gameplay as we play on here, but it's got to be fast if you want to match that time bank again. Worst case scenario, you hit it to overtime and you're forcing Aphelion Hydro maybe one tick for the win at the end, but you don't want that right now. Wisdom basically has to win in this fight.
More or less, yeah, if they want to match it. And they do have the attack visor. They're going to have the self-destruct to throw in when they want to, but those are going to be difficult ultimates to get value out of, especially when you're losing Phone that early.
Yeah, and that's a character, Phone is just somebody you don't want to lose early on. And Jazza's still hitting shots. This is impressive. I mean, Jazza on this console we've seen. It's impressive all game. Morty knocks, oh boy. And so, I mean, but this is a back and forth fight right now. You're liking the odds of this. Jazza trying to get rid of Morty. Can he do it? And yep, we'll do it. So a good defensive hold, but now 45 seconds separating out the time banks at this point. And so Wisdom probably isn't going to match it, but Aphelion Hydro, I mean, if you're them, you want to take this down to 0. Even if they win it, it's one tick to win after that.
Yeah, definitely. The challenge for Wisdom right now, and this is kind of the challenge of 2CP in general, is that they want to win a fight cleanly. They can't be trading kills left and right, because that's going to favor the defense every single time. Doesn't matter what map you're on, what composition you're playing, it's just gonna work for them, and losing your Brig like that, okay, yeah, well, they have to back out now. They can't win with neither support.
Yeah, and I thought Eevee was going to knock off at least 2 people there, but it turns out he knocked off 2 people that can get back up. So, but again, even if Phone gets the kill onto Key, that's not a situation you want to be in, especially because, right, I mean, the spawn room situation, now you're down to under 2 minutes. This is make or break time here, honestly, because you want to get it over the 1 minute mark. You don't want to give them any additional time here. So let's see where they go. They're gonna try to push up on top of the second level here. And, I mean, Radar Arrow's going to find them right away. Primal Rage? I mean, Primal Rage from this end maybe knocks off a few people, maybe getting there. And now you're going to have the Primal Rage. Here comes Key trying to knock off a few people. And knock around here. The Soldier just, or rather not the Soldier, the Zenyatta just getting bullied around. But Key does go down. However, losing 2 people already is not a situation you want to be in, especially this far away from the spawn room. Aphelion Hydro maybe 1 fight away from winning this.
Quite possibly. Wisdom can't really use any of their ultimates. They used the rally there for Moiety at the very end of that fight, right before Moiety died, but I mean, that's not really anything worth noting, right? It's more that Wisdom hasn't had the opportunity to use these ultimates more than they have been trying to save them up. We don't know if they've been trying to save them up. Whereas the only ultimate they've been forcing out of Aphelion has been Key's Primal Rage, which, I mean, now they're swapped on to Orisa, so that doesn't even matter. Oh, this could get messy quick.
And the Dragon Strike, that finds Morty. The Transcendence not there in time. That is a huge pick. And the Pulse Bomb is going to find Jazza. But Jazz, I mean, that's a 1-for-1 trade. But the thing is, you lose out on your Brigida. That's a even bigger pick. And the Spawn Room still in favor of the defending team. Self-Destruct is going to get pulled up. Is this going to find anybody? It does. Phone gets caught up inside of the Self-Destruct. So now Aphelion Hydro, this is their match to lose right here. This is their map to lose. Shouldn't say match, but still working out in their favor. 20 seconds left to go. If you want to stall as long as possible, they got rid of the Diva mech, and they're holding on to this Diva. They're making sure this Diva does not go anywhere with 10 seconds left.
Phone might be able to touch, but I'm not sure if she's really going to be able to with the sheer damage that she's running into, right? Oh, no, she's
can't get it, gotta dive in, and does not reach it in time. Gets stopped. had the opportunity to touch, but it's stopped by the wall that is there from the
Oh.
lift. And so overall, it is Aphelion Hydro taking the win by a score of 3-1 in the series. I mean, oh gosh, what more could what a sequence of events. What a tragedy. And we saw this twice now, right? We saw this back on Blizzard World where they couldn't touch right at the end. Now we see this on Volskaya where they can't touch at the end. So, I mean, it's just, what a sequence of tragic events overall for the side of Wisdom. And Wisdom does fall, which means Wisdom's tournament is done. The group of 12 now features Aphelion Hydro. They will move on into the next weekend by a scoreline of 3-1. And I mean, just a tragic set of events there, but I mean, good defensive hold from Aphelion Hydro to end this match.
Yeah, I'm not sure if phone touching would have changed anything, right? Because she was basically the only one from Wisdom, but you hate to see it, especially when the camera was on her, like the pressure was on, and one of those 1 in a million things where the elevator just didn't quite get timed properly, and oh well. But yeah, Wisdom played really well. I think they can be proud of making it this far in the tournament, beating quite a few teams that were expected to beat them, and really making it one step away from playoffs. So I think they have nothing to be ashamed of.
Yeah, and they were, again, like you said, one step away from the playoffs and one step away from that group of 12 next weekend. So nothing to be ashamed of at all. And so Aphelion Hydro, again, winning 3-1. So they win 2-1 on Nepal, 2-1 on Blizzard World, 3-2 on 3-2 in Junkertown goes in favor of Wisdom, but in the end, Volskaya 2-1. So a lot of 2-1 scoreline. I mean, it looks like all three other maps they won on a 2-1 sequence. So I mean, great job overall, and I mean, we're going to wrap this up in just a little while as well, but Acronator, I got to ask you, I mean, based on what you saw so far, based on what you saw through this map, do you have a player of the match that you'd want to award?
Well,
putting you on the spot a little bit, but let's see what you think.
The obvious bias here has me say Jazza, but I've known Jazza for like, God, 2 years now. So if I wanted to pick someone that I didn't know personally for a good amount of time, I'd almost have to say Key. Right? They just did a great job of putting on the pressure as a main tank, regardless of whether they were lighting up the kill feed as Orisa or just booping everyone around as Winston or Wrecking Ball. So I think they did a great job. One of those two, right? The biased answer, Jazza. Key, the non-biased answer.
All right, well, overall, a great series from both sides. We'll start to wrap it up here, and this is the last one. This is the last match in primetime here, so we will step aside until next weekend, where next weekend brings you the group of 12 playoffs. You do not want to miss any of that action here on either of the channels that you'll see. Wing English IV right here being your primary source for the rest of this tournament. But again, a great match overall. Want to thank our producer, Will English IV. He's been working hard. He has been, of course, the tournament organizer of all of this. He's been the one to put this all together, working very hard. And, of course, Captain Jack as well on the broadcasting side, putting this all together. So thank you very much to them. Univith is actually in this room as well. I believe he was our observer slash TO for the latter part of that. So very nice. And we will, so thank you to them as well. But we'll have Will come right in and close us out for the day. Oh, Will's not in here just yet. I thought Will was going to be in here joining us, and we'll have him here in a little while. So again, we'll have him wrap it up here in just a second. For those of you just joining us again, Nepal winning on the side of Aphelion Hydro 2-1. Sanctum winning for them for Aphelion Hydro 179, and on the Village 100-46. In the middle, Wisdom does get that win 100-33. Blizzard World on the other hand 2-1 in their favor of Aphelion Hydro. Junkertown 3-2 in favor of Wisdom, 2-1 for Aphelion Hydro, and Aphelion Hydro now in the group of 12. Now it looks like we'll have Will to wrap us up here for weekend number 1 as we move on to weekend number 2.
Hey everybody! Oh, man, we did it. We've made it all the way through. We're here. It's done. It's done and it's over with. And yeah, kind of a nail. I understand it was a 3-1 result, but like I was biting my nails trying to observe that last game. I was like, oh no, do you know? Like, Fo, come on! And I saw the kind of the thought process, and then there was the wall. It just kind of came in the way, and so. Man, but what a weekend so far. I mean, like, a lot of stuff has happened, Clutch, and I wish we had, like, time to talk about it all, but we kind of have to close out the night because everybody, including myself, wants to go to sleep. I don't know what time it is in Hawaii, but Like I've been going strong since like 3 o'clock this morning, so I'm
5:30 out
good.
here, so it is technically still prime time, but for you guys, it's sleep time. So I know you want to wrap this up. 11:30 out on the East Coast. Yeah, so no, I'm all the way out in the middle of the ocean. Middle out of nowhere, the abandoned rock in the middle of the Pacific. So
Yeah.
it's 5:30 over here, but I know it's 11:30 on the East Coast for you guys. So you want to wrap this up? I know that, and you want to head to bed because you
Yeah,
are
yeah, I
looking.
do.
You look like you want to get some rest, my friend.
Yeah, for sure. So I'll go in alphabetical order here because it's kind of lined up that way. So Acronator, final thoughts. Again, I know you've been behind the scenes most of this weekend, but like you got a chance to come in clutch. No offense, Clutch Key. On this final match here.
None taken.
It's been a fun weekend in all honesty. I'm looking forward to next weekend when the contenders teams get thrown into the mix. I think there could be the potential for upsets, but I don't like to place any expectations on anyone quite yet.
Yeah, that's for sure. And what about you? What about you, Clutch?
I don't get to see the light for the rest of the next weekend, but I'm glad to share the stage with anybody else, and of course, especially watching the contenders teams coming in. I know we've got a lot. I know Solaris, I believe, is in here as well. We saw Solaris kind of make a run back in contenders, and I mean we had different teams as well. Don't correct me if I'm wrong. ISU is in this tournament as well, going to be later on. So Illinois State is in there. The Redbirds have been such a threat, and we saw them win out in contenders as well. This is going to be an exciting next week, and I cannot wait to watch. And I don't know who to cheer for this one. I don't know. There's no horse in this race I can bet on because it's literally anybody's game.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, a lot of people perceive that like ISU is going to pull this out and it's just going to be like, it's their tournament to lose as it were. But I'm sorry, like I don't believe in that, right? Like I believe like these teams, they kind of know the pedigree and they kind of know and the competition we've seen this weekend has just shown us like anything is possible. Some teams didn't make it through that we expect to kind of to do well, and it's like, what is going on here? Right? Like then I think also Tier 3 subs got knocked out. I mean, like it's just unfortunate for them too. I mean, they were so promising as well, and it just kind of came to an end here. But as I've told people, this format is brutal this weekend. Unfortunately, we had to say goodbye to almost over half the field, and now we're down to our final. Well, in the EU we're down to our final 8, but in North America, as I'm stalling a little bit, just hopefully like Captain. Yeah, so Captain Jack in the background as well. Thank you to him. He's giving us the stats here. So I'm going to read this off. But unfortunately, we cannot finish out the A side of our Group A bracket. So there are some things still in the air on that side. So we'll see what the results come out. But our IV2 champion Death Computer, which is playing from low by aim, is down in the losers bracket right now. So they're waiting for a couple of results to come through, which is kind of surprising. But for right now, the teams that we have going on into the championship weekend, as you mentioned, Clutch, it's going to be GeForce Gaming, which is the surprise of the weekend for me because they beat some very strong teams and they made it out in winners. And so no one had them on their radar. No one knew where they came from, but somehow in some way they might be, you talk about upsets and anything that could potentially happen like GeForce with the teams they had to beat. And not only that, we actually have the matchups too that are going to be happening. So what's going to happen next weekend is these 8 teams are going to play in a gauntlet style format to see who is going to be the last 4 teams remaining, and then the contenders teams get to pick who their first opponent is going to be in the single elimination in the round of 8. So like they're playing one more match or whatever, and then we're feeding them to the Lions. But anyway, so it's going to be GeForce Gaming, which is the surprise of the weekend, versus Aphelion Hydro will be their first match. And then it's gonna be Gaia versus Shikigami, which also was a surprise. Like the Shikigami was just on the outside of IP2. They were supposed to participate in the last tournament, and they came out in good force. They made it out in losers, and so now they get to play against Gaia next week. And then the 2 teams that are pending their opponents is Regen and Solstice, as you mentioned. Solaris is contenders team, but Solstice.
Excuse me, Solstice. My apologies for that.
No worries. But but because it's confusing for me too. But Solstice, our runner-up from IV2, also made it out on winner's side, so they are penning their opponents. The last 3 teams that are remaining, and again, these matches need to be played out at a certain point. We'll know the results as we get them, and we'll announce them on our Twitter and stuff like that. UTD comments are locked in for third and fourth place, according to my notes here. And then the final matchups is between OU Crimson, Death Computers, and finally Best Buds. So 2 out of those 4 teams have to make it out. And again, like if you're looking at Best Buds for redemption against contenders, they were just 1 game shy of making it into contenders trials and may have gone even farther if they had made it through. I mean, I wouldn't want to be any of those teams right now. And so again, OU Crimson, Death Computers, and Best Buds have to play out their matches, and then we'll see who they get to play against into the championship weekend this weekend. But either way, man, I mean, like, it's going to be crazy. And like I said, a lot has happened this weekend. I mean, we had Johnny Cruz on. We had our EU division casted in French. We had 22 teams. We had 40 plus teams come in, and now we're down to the final 16. And so I cannot wait to see what the contenders have for us next weekend. So we're gonna close this out. Thank you, Clutch. Thank you, Acronator. Thank you to everyone in the background. Uni coming in, Clutch as well. I'm sorry. I'm Clutch. You have Clutch in your name, and I'm trying to avoid using it, but it's just next to impossible. And I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
There are plenty of other people on the backside of the North American side that we definitely would like to thank, but we're running out of time. So I'm going to close this out. Uni, I hope you're hearing me. Just, I'm going to wave goodbye. Close this out. We'll see you all next weekend. Have fun. Be safe. Enjoy the show.